Hello everybody, we're back, first stream of the year. Happy New Year. I wouldn't normally say that this late into the year, but seeing as it is the first stream of the year, Happy New Year 2024. We're in the future, well and truly now. 6 a.m. is crazy, says Hugo Silva. Well, that's good. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't up at 6 a.m., I'll tell you that. It's 2 p.m. right now for me. 3 p.m. squad, let's go, says Fluffy. What is better, finishing the game or enjoying it? This is something I've been talking about actually in my Discord recently, which is the goal of the game the payoff of seeing the factory running, or is the goal of the game to enjoy the build? Do you enjoy the journey, or do you just want the end result? And obviously you have to enjoy the building in order to get any joy out of the game, because that's what you do 90% of the time. So I turn this off. There we go. Smoother now. Alright, so what we're going to be doing today, I have a to-do list on the right hand side of the screen. We don't have to follow it completely strictly as it is a stream, but this is a stream just for those who may be watching the past broadcast. It's going to be taking place after the copper and caterium factory video, which should have been the last one, which I think is about 2 hours 30 minutes or something like that. So that was the 4th video in that series, the 12th video overall for the series. So that's where we're picking up from. So we're doing the cosmetic lights, some of the floors, some sign logic to help us know where things go, and then I'll just be kind of discussing the build and catching up anything, and then we'll power it on and play around with it and see that it's all running okay, hopefully, and everything. So I'm just up here. You find me by my quartz, makeshift quartz production. Needed to grab some of the stuff that we're going to need for windows and signs and things like that, so had some of that over there already. Just going to bring it back with me now. We'll drive the rest of the distance over. What's up? 6:01 a.m. No sleep here. My god. Can't remember the last time I've been up at 6 a.m. intentionally. For anything. I'll often wake up and stuff during the night, but not... Hang on, is this game super loud, by the way? You guys can let me know if it's too loud. It's quite loud for me, but I can turn it down on my end. Hello from Lebanon. Hello. Assembator. Makes you want to say assembler, because it kind of looks like that. Like the machines in the game. And hey, Raghav and Technotone. Shout out to the channel members. I used to just race to slam the big red button. It took a lot of effort to change my attitude towards the game. It's definitely the kind where you need to enjoy the process. Yeah, I think so. It's a balance though, right? Nobody likes drawing out belts for hours at a time. You have to have that nice mix of doing, quote, a little bit of work to get a little bit of payoff, and then, you know, you kind of keep learning and seeing things get better, and seeing things work the way you intended is obviously massive satisfaction from the game, and then feeling like you're making progress is a good dopamine hit and release. Yeah, as my classic centrist takes, it's balance between all things. You know, you can't have, there's a classic saying, it's like I don't know. I can't remember the saying, but it's like you can't have the whatever without doing the whatever. You know? Can't have the milk without milking the cow. You know what I'm saying? Gotta put up with the... Oh, that's what it is. It's like if you want to have the rainbow, you gotta put up with a little bit of rain. Anyway, something like that. Streaming within working time. Can I get Satisfactory on my work PC? Oh, I bet there's ways to do it. Sneak in a little Steam Deck and just a little HDMI into your monitor. They'll never know. Untraceable. Hello from Israel. Hello. Hello, Zaza. Alright, we're here. Welcome to the Copper Caterium Factory. So, just for anyone who may be unfamiliar with this, or perhaps someone's finding this in the future, wondering what's going on, this is my Copper and Caterium Factory. As you can see, it's cosmetically at least not finished, and this is the save just before I powered it on in the last video that I did, okay? So, when I powered it on for that video, I just wanted to get some sort of payoff for the end of the video, see things working. So I've loaded back just before that, so I don't think this build has ever run, technically. Although there is some caterium flowing along some of the belts, so maybe some caterium's made it through, whether intentionally or not. Anyways, so we're picking up, we have the... Let's go over the build, just really quickly. Get everyone up onto the same page, and then we'll start maybe doing, like I said, some of those cosmetics and things. And I'll just brighten up the day. We have our mod here, Sky UI. You press Control L to activate it, and you can just change the time of day. You can actually set the speed of how day and night goes by. So we have 2 hours now on the clock. before it's going to get to nighttime again, so it should be quite a while. So you'll notice, actually, there's something here that I've noticed that some of the trucks get stuck. Obviously, this is like a recurring thing. If you're in the area, trucks behave just slightly different than if you're not there. If you're not there, they just work how you drove the route in the back end. You don't see them, no physics is applied, they just go from waypoint to waypoint, they do what they're supposed to. Now, I'm thinking of moving these gates just 2 foundations in, because they straighten up by the time they get in here. It's because they're literally turning into a gate that they often hit this edge, even though I didn't come close to the edge. They tend to do that. Some of them make it through obviously just fine. Some have most of them have a little bump when they hit the edge here. So if I just push that into, they won't have that issue, but it would mean redrawing the route for the coal guy, because I think he kind of crosses over there. Anyways, neither here nor there. So I'm just packed full of stuff right now. I'm just going to drop it downstairs in some of the storage containers, then we'll walk inside and have a look at how this build really runs from top to bottom. So this is my quartz, and one of these is my silica. There we go. Yeah, keep some of that on me. Now, to make windows, isn't it steel, I believe? Yep, both of them require steel. Just grab some steel out of here. Now we can do lots of windows for later. Alright, so let's go through things. Try to do it quickly here at the beginning. Thank you for becoming a Tribune. Astromain. 8 a.m. here. I haven't slept yet. Says Skylander. So let's see how long I can manage to stay awake. Well, I feel like I have a habit of putting people to sleep. But apparently that's a good thing. And how are we today? I'm good. Yeah, I'm feeling good. Good energy. Well slept. Well rested. Thank you for asking. Hope everyone else is doing well as well. And I mentioned at the beginning, Happy New Year. Because, of course, it's the first stream of the year. Wouldn't normally say Happy New Year this far into the year. Some people take awful liberties with that. Saying it in February, if you could believe it. But, yeah, first stream of the year. Hopefully many more to come. I've just been extremely busy at the beginning of January here. Good time to be busy for a YouTuber. YouTube doesn't do as well, generally speaking, in January. Which I'm sure many people have probably heard other YouTubers say before. So I'm kind of getting a lot of my errands done. I was selling like a lot of old stuff I have on eBay. We just bought a car. So we had a lot of back and forth going, testing, you know, cars and going to different places to look at them and things. So feeling good. Everything's really good now, but I'm kind of just about to settle back into regular scheduling. Although, and sorry just to sit still for a second, my brother, who's 5 years older than me, I've just one brother, he's, him and his partner having their first baby today, we think. So I'm about to be made an uncle, possibly at any minute. So we're going to fly over to Ireland and meet the young lad or young girl in a couple of weeks as well. So that's the only other disruption. But other than that, everything should be pretty much back on normal schedules in future anyway. Alright, so, like I said, today we're going to be doing a lot of cosmetics. Let's just talk through the build very quickly. I'm just wondering, should I get some of my production documents up? And that might ease the explanation, although I don't actually have production documents for everything just yet. Of course, this entire save file is online, available to grab for free. You don't have to be a channel member or anything. Just go to whatdarrenplays.com/satisfactory. You can download the save, all my blueprints, and you'll be good to go. There's actually 2 issues I have to do with the blueprints, actually thinking about it, I made a note of. And thank you for the congratulations from my brother. What's your background? You sound American, but you said you're Irish. I am Irish. I just have an American accent. I don't know why. Yeah, actually, I just showed this to my friend, or not my friend, someone in Discord today. They were asking the same thing. I get this question every day. You know, where are you from? Your accent's so weird. There's a hint of... Some people are like, this guy I was talking to today, he's like, you sound like you're Dutch, but you've learned English. That's not the case. Just lived in Ireland pretty much my whole life, but then we moved to England 8 years ago. But I sounded like this basically before I moved here anyway. So just very quickly, my partner, Rosie, used to work for... We need to get out of this truck area. It's so loud here. Hang on just one sec. She used to work as a community manager for Prehistoric Kingdom, a kind of a zoo building game on Steam. Anyway, she did a video for them, and this is her accent. Hopefully she doesn't mind me.
So I'll spend some time playing with scaling and brainstorm some ideas. This won't be the finished look. I'll need to rearrange the rocks a bit later.
Shout out to Rosie. So that's she's from the exact same place I am. We both grew up in Ireland. We grew up maybe 10-minute drive away from each other. You know, not everyone sounds like Colin Farrell or Conor McGregor. Most people, I was saying to this guy on Discord, like, probably sound like Cillian Murphy. Doesn't really sound that Irish, but you can hear it in there. And then we're just a little further on the spectrum the other way, because we've been Americanized. Both of us are basically nerds, and, you know, I grew up in a very rural part of Dublin, even though it's Dublin, but it was like there's nothing around other than just a couple of houses. And long story short, I think anyway, because I was so isolated, I just played loads of video games, watched lots of TV, and it was all American, you know. So I feel like that's probably what rubbed off on me in terms of that accent. For Rosie, it's even further that way. So again, I think it's from her watching and listening to lots of podcasts and material to do from American culture, so it just rubs off on you that way. Excuse me. Do you need a PC to play your save? No. So my save in total doesn't... I'd really just recommend checking it out yourself, you know, because I can't really speak to everybody's PC, but we only have the very bottom part of the world. There's not that much going on in it. This is the biggest factory by far, but it's just one, so I don't think it's that bad. All right, so without any further delay, let's go through this build from top to bottom. I have some of the production documents open that we can maybe talk through. So this is how it all goes down. Just step outside here first really quickly. So on the outside of this factory, we are over on the western part of the map, southwestern part of grassy fields. Our hub was located here, and basically around us there are several copper deposits, the little orange man symbol, or, you know, staff symbol that's there. So worker symbol, probably the best term. So there's 4 of these dotted around that are to do with copper. And each of these are connected to a road, or at least there's a way to get there via truck. And the trucks will go up, they load up the copper, and then they all drive back into this factory. So everything is delivered in here via truck. Nothing is delivered in terms of just a regular resource. Actually, except for one deposit, we'll talk about that. It's just right under the factory. Generally speaking, everything is arriving by truck. These kind of yellowish trucks here, that's doing Caterium. All the other ones are doing copper, and then there's a black truck delivering coal, which keeps all of the trucks refueled. So that's the first stage. So welcome to the truck station as it currently stands. Like I said, we'll do cosmetics later today. And I've gone with this multi-lane system where basically driving along here, all trucks come in through this entrance. All of them. And some of them, the coal one will go to the left, and the Caterium one will go to the left. And when they're done, they actually come around and exit out this lane. So they exit out this particular couple of gates here. But all the other ones, all the copper trucks, are going to move in through those gates over there, go all the way down and around, and then feed every single station here in a line, manifold style, before they then exit and turn out and leave as well. So that's the kind of truck station layout. So basically we've got all of these here. Wow, there's just a massive super chat, by the way, so I'll just have a look at that in just 1 second. I'll wait for it to pop up and then we'll read it, because I like to time it with the video, because otherwise people watching the video might not see it until it actually pops up. Have a thank you, I see that, that's massive, so thank you. How do you get the floor so shiny, reflecting inside the building? I don't know. Well, there's a material, so the floor is asphalt, right? So it doesn't really have any reflection. But this does, because there's a stamp applied to it, so pattern. There's all these different patterns you can put down. You need color cartridges, and they just naturally have reflection built into them, I guess. And I'm just running, and don't worry about that. They'll fix itself in a minute. We're going to have to push those gates forward. Although, long story short, that doesn't matter, and I mentioned it in my last video anyway. The data behind the scenes still happens at the same time. So those are my settings. You know, everything's just on, pretty much, except for at the moment I've got global illumination turned off. We'll turn it on a bit later and throughout, but at the moment it's off. So there you go. That is a massive super chat of $100 from Jamie Kell Burns. And he said, Happy New Year. Congrats to your brother. Thanks for all your effort, and we appreciate everything you do. Thanks for being genuinely you and playing the game the way you like to play. Maybe appreciate this playthrough so much more. Yeah, appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Yeah, I don't have much else to say other than thank you. That's very, very extremely generous, so thank you. And yeah, I like to think I keep a little bit of originality because I don't watch the other YouTubers. Not out of any disrespect. It's more a time constraint really than anything, but I do think that gives me somewhat an original take on how I choose to play the game, with a cross of immersion and trying to be efficient at the same time, you know. Try to build a factory where you can reach everything. A few of these little principles in mind. But these are some of the glitches that happen with the trucks, right? It only happens if you're in the area for a long time. But when we leave the area, it'll just glitch back and everything will run fine. But I do want to fix this, and I think it can largely be fixed by moving the gates forward. Wow, I actually have never seen it go this wrong in a, well, I was gonna say in a very long time, but this build, this way, this multi-lane thing is never broken like this before. But anyway, they'll get fixed. It'll be fine. Like, they'll fix themselves, I mean. Anyway, so, thank you again to Jamie. Or, well, I hope I'm saying that right. Jamikel? Or Jamie-Kel? Mr. Burns, let's say. Yeah, that's so funny seeing them just glitch. That's so ridiculous. But I can't seem to get the... I'm hoping the Coffee Stain update the game because one of the main issues and why this happens is because their node for receiving things is really close into the actual station. If they just pushed it out further to the edge of the arm, because it's like located here, about there probably. If it was located there, it would go a lot smoother. But they actually have a collision system where they shouldn't bump into each other from behind, but it gets a little confused when there's stations stacked next to each other. But they've corrected. They'll figure it out. It's not a big deal. Anyways, right. So we have, like I said, coal. So the coal just feeds these other truck stations. Pretty straightforward. And then we have Caterium. So Caterium is flowing along out here. There's 2 belts doing that. We'll follow Caterium a bit later, but here's the copper belts. So the way we've got it broken down is there's 4 stations. Each station has 2 outputs. And they're all going to their corresponding kind of what I've called blocks within the actual build itself. So I'll bring up one of the production documents I have for this so you can kind of see an overall layout of what's going on. These are available online as well, although I'm formatting them at the moment so they're not completely done, so people can understand and follow along. So we have Satisfactory Copper Group Logic Map. So this is basically how it works, right? So we have a truck station. Sorry, there's someone at the door for me. A truck station with doing copper ore. And it's 780 and 780 because 2 outputs at their max belt speed could possibly do 780 and 780. So that's your limit. That's as much as you can ever bring out, which is 1560 out of a truck station. And as long as you're consistently delivering, they should keep flowing. That's the idea. Right, so that basically goes down. Let's follow the ore first. The ore gets split. Oh, I should probably change this thinking about it. Anyway, because it gets split evenly, it should really come out of one line, and then that should split into here. The way water does. But instead, for some reason, I've got it branching here and branching there. Really, this... Oh, I guess this is the splitter. Yeah, actually, just think of this as the splitter. So, it gets split, and 390 goes into a group of 2 refineries. Yeah, actually, this isn't very clear at all. I need to, like, show the arrow going into both. I guess that was... I guess it does show that, kind of. Anyway, I'm just looking at this now thinking, well, it's kind of missing an arrow, right? It should have an arrow going there and another one going here. So I might refactor that even. Anyways, right, so truck station, 780, 780. One line of 780 goes into, it branches into 2, and it goes into 2 blocks of refineries, right? So truck station max potential is 1560 out. A single belt from a truck station feeds 26 refineries, right? So there's 13 and 13 in one block. That is one block or section. I've called it a block, so we'll just use that naming convention. So each block has 2 rows, right? They're back-to-back machines. We'll look at that in a moment, obviously. But that's 26 in total if we consider this like the floor block. That's probably what I should do, is draw a little box around here, and that way the arrows would then make sense, actually. Anyway, each block is split into 2 rows of 13 refineries, and every 2 blocks have 5 water extractors feeding them. 1 water extractor is underclocked, right? So our total water is 520, and that's coming in from the basement level and going into 2 blocks, because that amount of water just feeds these 2 blocks. And the outputs then that we get is 487.5 per row. Okay, so per block, it's that number doubled, but yeah, per row, it's 487. That's basically the copper chain. And this happens 4 times over, because we've got 4 of these. This is just one example of it. What software am I using? So this is a software called Milanote, M-I-L-A-N-O-T-E. It doesn't do any of the calculations. It's just a visualization tool. And you have to pay for it. You can use a little bit of it for free, but if you want to place lots of things, you have to pay. So I use it primarily to give you back the information. And you see this in videos sometimes. You can remove the background completely, so it's just these things sitting here, and I can place it on a video. Looks quite nice. So I wouldn't recommend it for Satisfactory players because it's not going to do any of the calculation for you. It's really if you just want to show someone or have a nice visualization in your head of what's going on. That's why it's perfect for me to use to show you guys, but it's not really optimal for a player necessarily to do that. But anyway, so that's the the copper station. Now that we understand that, let's follow that logic and see how it plays out, and then we'll have a look at maybe the other aspects. All right, so copper flows along. We have the 4 stations, remember, and so because of that, they have to be stacked up above each other. So there's a blueprint of mine called the Stacked Belt 2x4. All of the blueprints are out there for free. Right, so if you just go to whatdarrenplays.com/satisfactory, you can get all of that there for free, no problems. Sorry, I just got an Apple Watch just recently, and it's going mental with notifications for some reason. I'm just going to mute that. Anyway, right, so anyway, yeah, so stacked belts. So we've got 8 belts, and because of the nature of the 4 stations, just had to start categorizing them. Now, something I'd like to do is add more signs to these. Might do it today, but might do that on my own. I did create a stacked belt that actually says signed because it comes with signs built in. So we know which groups they're going into. So remember I said, blocks. There's blocks, rows, and then there's groups. Now a block of machines is 26, so we know this one is going to A and B. This one is going to H and I, J, K, L and M, and so on and so forth, right? So that's how that works. There's 14 blocks, because the top 2 belts are actually only going to 2. Every other belt, so this belt is just going to 1 block. Every other belt will be going to 2 blocks. Right, so that's going to be, I think it's G and N. So that's G and that's N. But all the other ones have like, A, B, C and D, E and F, etc., etc. All right, anyways, the first protocol for all our copper is to go down into a room that I've called, I don't really know what to call it, but it's like the belt release room. That's going downstairs. So we'll just check on that really quickly, see what's going on down there. What's the estimated completion date for this mega project? Today, really. And I'll just put some finishing touches on it in the next day or 2. And the save is out there, and I'll update the save for people. But I'm not doing any more videos on it, which is why I'm doing a stream on it to finalize it. Everything is basically in there. The only things that aren't in there right now is a sort of a train station to carry all the product out, and then over time it'll be upgraded as well. So we have to upgrade it to use those Mark V belts. We haven't got that yet. By the way, Frostpunk 2 gameplay trailer dropped. That's cool. I'm not going to watch it now, but I'll watch it maybe at either the end of the stream or just on my own afterwards. But thank you. Yeah, I've been excited to see it. Alright, so we have our belt release room down here. So basically all that copper is going to be flowing down here. And then it basically all gets, separated and siphoned into a series of assemblers. And the assemblers are all, sorry, not assemblers, what am I saying? Awesome things. So it's all just going into being purely recycled. But we have smart splitters here, and their overflow is set to going straight through. So the center output is overflow. So loud in here. Let me turn that down for a sec. Alright. Still super loud. Turn down further. Right, so anyway, smart splitter overflow is going straight, and the main flow is going into the assemblers. So in the power room, which we'll get to next, we can flick a switch to turn this off, allowing our belt to send copper out. So the reason we do that is so that we can control the release of copper and Caterium. Caterium is doing the exact same thing, but it's just on a smaller scale coming down here. And allows me to decide when we send Caterium into the refineries, because we want to send water in first. That's important to do in order to get them to run efficiently. Alright, so that's the belt release room. Upstairs, then, we have the power room, right, in here. There's our power control room. And the way I've broken this down is the red boxes, the red power switches, are to deal with the blocks of machines. The yellow ones are to do with lights and sectors that are going to be dealing with lights. None of these have been hooked up yet because I haven't added any lights. So I don't know if I'll even need that many, but they're there just in case. Same with all these. They're not doing anything. Here we've got a block for Caterium. So red for the blocks of machines, blue for the water extractors, and green for the belt release room. So you can see that the belt locks are all on, because we've locked the belt. So the flow is not going into the factory. We'll power stuff on very soon, just to check it all out running and everything. But I just thought I would mention that. So you can see that X, Y, and Z are the Caterium, and all the other ones are for copper. So if we wanted to release copper, what we'd have to do is say, okay, I want to turn on the water extractors, for copper refineries. Let the water fill the machines first. Then we release the belt. And that's basically it. Then if we want them to make anything up on the floors above, at the moment I just have an assembly override, because that's not technically done either. When you blueprint belts, do they hook themselves up? No. There's no, blueprints can't connect to each other. They can snap to each other and like line up to each other, but they won't actually logically connect across blueprints. Hello, Creamy X. Hopefully I said that name right. Why don't you multicast to Twitch? I don't want to. YouTube is, I'd rather keep the video on YouTube. I'd rather keep everyone here on YouTube. I don't want to tell anyone to go to any other website. I don't want to look at the chat. I don't want to do anything on Twitch. I'm a partner on Twitch. I just don't want to manage that at all. The ads on Twitch are insane, and you can't reduce them. So it's ridiculous. I don't plan on streaming there. And you actually make less anyway, in terms of revenue share per sub. So if someone gives me a sub, a Twitch subscription over on Twitch, I get 50%. If you do a YouTube channel membership, I get 70%. Not the main reason. I know you might think it's just the money reason, but it's not. I used to stream only on Twitch for 5 years, and it just never grew for me. So now I'm on YouTube, and it's doing way better. So I'm just sticking with this. Stick with what works, I guess. And it's just an added benefit that it does actually, generally, the split is better. But more people subscribe on Twitch than on YouTube, generally speaking. People are more comfortable donating and stuff on Twitch. I think the kind of community there are more used to that. It's much more common now on YouTube than it was, but it's still not at the level like Twitch. It's like bits and subscriptions and gifted subs, and you can do all that on YouTube, but people aren't nearly as comfortable or familiar with doing that. Most people can't even find the join button. It turns out. But anyways, all right, so that was the power control room. So we'll head down to the basement to see how water is kind of hooked up. So separating power out, I've used these things here. So I've called them cable runners. That basically are 7 steel beams with intervals of little power nodes that are power connectors. So that just keeps running, keeps your lines separate. Now people have actually told me these would be useful still, but you could use priority switches to do this instead. Might be a better way of doing it. Rather than having a room full of switches, you can actually have one switch that you just activate and toggle little bits into it. I've never used them before, and I haven't unlocked them yet, so that was one reason I decided to do it this way. And I didn't plan this build with this in mind. I just realized that with this belt release system, we kind of needed a way to kind of activate these machines remotely. So that's what we've done. Anyway, so we have our rows of water extractors that basically feed into a fluid buffer that feeds into a series of pumps that goes upstairs. A lot of people often say, why didn't you use water towers? I consider it an exploit. The Satisfactory wiki considers it an exploit. It may one day be patched. And because this is sort of a series where I tell people how to play the game, if it ever gets patched, I just don't want people going like, well, this doesn't work now. So I'm just doing it the safe way, which is a little bit of the long way, but you can always use water towers yourself if you feel comfortable doing that. All right, anyways, so this is the logistics room then for what we have in terms of water. So water comes up, it gets pumped even here because it still has to go upstairs, and then it gets split, goes up to every machine. So everything is being done manifold. You'll hear a little bit of water rolling around in here. That's from before a previous test of mine doing Caterium. So there's actually a tiny bit of Caterium ore sat there. But that's about it in terms of what's actually come online with this place. Anyways, so this is just done over many times over then for copper. There's 14 rows, and something I have to do today, or I want to do, is start outlining some of the signs for these machines so we can trace where everything goes, so that if someone loads the save, they're not completely overwhelmed and they know what's happening. Excuse me. The way you said I don't want to was hilarious. Yeah, it's just sometimes it's a simple answer, you know. It's like, oh, I don't want to, you know. One of the reasons. I'm sure there'd be no drawback to doing it, but I just don't want to anymore. Any reason why you're not having switches for the machines instead of switches for the awesome sinks? Yes. So, I'll explain that. We'll just go upstairs. There's actually a really good reason for that. So let's explain why you would ever do... This is called priming, right? So other YouTubers and wikis and things will call this priming a machine. To prime a let's say this is our refinery here. It's actually full of water. This is one of the groups that were previously running. So it's not a great example. Let's have a look at one that wasn't. Yeah. All right. So This machine is currently off. Okay? And it's a refinery. Takes in water and copper. Now, I'll try to explain this as quick as I can because it can be really boring. But water, you just have to trust me without a further explanation. I could explain it, but I'm not going to take too many people's time. Water in the game isn't like a traditional belt. Obviously, right? And there's no pressure in a pipe. People will tell you there is, but there isn't. There's no pressure. Water flows just like you have two cups. One cup here and another cup here. And water flowing along will fill the first one first, and then the next one if it's... No, that's a terrible explanation, but it's kind of just like if you imagine in real life, you have two cups placed in front of you, and a stream of water going into both of them evenly. If you raise one cup, then suddenly the one on the bottom is the one that's going to fill first, before the one on the top, right? That's just the way it works in the game. And in order to get water to go up, you have to put pumps on it. Some people downstairs had thought that... I'll explain this. Let's just explain it from top to bottom, but it won't take too long. So, the water extractors turn on, and they spool up, and they start sending water out, okay? The buffer doesn't fill. The buffer acts like a pipe. In terms of game logic, this buffer is a pipe. Game thinks it's a pipe. Every pipe has a capacity for water, albeit it's very small, 6.6 for this particular segment. For here, it's 400. But it's, trust me, it is just a pipe. It acts the same way as a pipe. It can be flushed the same way. It's a pipe, but with just dedicated capacity of 400. So, that buffer is there. And that's a bad example again because it's already full. But that buffer is there to let me know when the machines upstairs are full. That's another bad example. I need to find one that hasn't been powered on already. So there's probably this one. Okay, apparently they've all been powered on at some point. I could just flush it, but it would be nice just to find one. There we go. Alright, we'll talk about this one in a sec. Alright, autosave. Done. Alright, so, here we go. Good example now. 5 water extractors, all flowing along into a fluid buffer. This buffer will act just like a pipe. Not going to do anything. The water will keep flowing along. It'll probably ever contain about 30 or 40, you know. The water will keep flowing along, and then it goes up a series of pumps to reach the refineries upstairs. The refineries can only receive water if they're powered on. Okay? And we need the water to fill up the refinery completely first. So every refinery has 50 space. 50, right? So imagine this, but 50. And they can fill up to 50, store up to 50 liquid. And because that we're feeding them in a line from each other, so it's literally, the water is going to be traveling like in a line, going up to every single refinery. What happens first is the first one takes away water from the pipe, then the next one, and then the next one, and the next one. Now, if that refinery was actually on and receiving copper, it would be pulling in water and sending it to its space, its inventory, meaning that it'd be taking more away from the first pipe than what should be going into the second, third, fourth, fifth machine, and so on. So the longer your manifold for liquids, the more important it is to prime the machine fully first. So if we backfill the machines so that they all have 50 water in them first, then when we turn them on, they're only going to pull the amount they need every cycle. And I don't know if I can explain it any better than that, but you can actually just run the experiment for yourself, either in this save or your own. If you have 10 refineries in a row, and just turn on power and feed them both copper and water at the same time. What will happen is the 7th, 8th, and 9th machine will constantly turn on and off. They'll always sputter, even if your numbers are accurate to what they need. The only way you can avoid that is if you filled them completely with water first, and then turned them on. Well, they'd already have to be on to receive the water, but then fed them the copper. And then what will happen is they'll act like a manifold should, basically. So it's a very awkward way of explaining that, but that's why. That's why we have a belt release room. It's because we need to feed them the water first, completely fill the machines, aka prime them, and then release the copper ore. And then you won't have any problems. And it's not really a problem if we do it in the reverse order, because we'll just turn off the machine and then we can still just wait until it all clears out and then turn it back on. So it's not like you have to be ultra careful if you've made a mistake or whatever. It's fine. You can always just turn off that belt release, right? So you don't let the copper flow. Let all the machines do their thing and empty out, and then power them back on. A shattered reality. No, so Moritz is completely wrong. Sorry to point this out to you, Moritz. But as I mentioned, there's no pressure in the game. Pumps do not actively... If you're in the real world, you'd be right. But this pump here is not pulling water out of this any faster than it would flow. Okay? That's not what it does. It's just a video game. It's not a real factory. It's not real-life water. There's no pressure simulated. This pump purely... just adds 20 meters of headlift to the pipe. That's all it does. Other than that, just acts like a... Well, actually, it does prevent backflow. That's true. Prevents things flowing backwards. But it doesn't add any pressure where it's pulling the water out of this any faster. So, and you can, if you don't believe me, you can get rid of the pumps and this will still work. Right? So you can actually just get rid of the pumps. It will still work. You're given free 10 meters of headlift with these. So if you want to build your refineries 10 meters up, this will still work. So why is the buffer here? This buffer will only ever fill when the machines upstairs have filled. So I just added it there. It's completely unnecessary, but I've just added it so I can check this. And if it's filling up, I know that the machines upstairs are ready to go. They're ready to receive their copper. But I'll never really have to check that because the copper switch is like so far away. It's not like I'm going to go, yep, we're ready, and then run 400 meters over to the switch. Ideally, this buffer would be next to the switches for the copper release. That would probably make more sense, but it's kind of cool to have them all in one room. Anyway, yeah. Not to pick on Moritz, that's actually just a great point of how that's not true. This is not a real pump like in real life. There's no pressure in the pipe. It's not sucking water out of this area. Just adding 20 meters of headlift over and over again. And the reason that this doesn't fill first, being lower than the machines, is purely because it acts like a pipe. None of the pipes will fill either until the machines upstairs fill. But it's just easier to check it with a buffer because there's more space and more time. Anyways, hopefully that makes sense. Right, so next stage, that's our look at water. That's our look at all the refineries. Right, this is our logistics floor for the refineries. Very messy and complicated. We can bring up the production graph for this one as well, just to let people know how it works. So just if you just joined, we have a truck station, copper ore, 2 outputs, gets divided into a block. So it gets divided into 2 blocks. Each block has 2 rows, right? This is a row, this is a block. And it's all explained. This is all online for anyone who wants to check it out. The next thing, well, we can show you then the Caterium version of it. It's very similar. The truck station has just 1 output, and then we have a miner doing the other 780. And then that gets divided into... slightly differently, it gets divided into 3 rows, so a block and a half. Bit awkward. And this is a block and a half of machines. And then we have less machines overall, right? 11 refineries, with the 11th one underclocked. And then they all have their outputs converging here, and then they split again. So we're getting 3 outputs and turning it into 4 to get an even 97.5. We'll talk about that in a minute. The next thing then is the power map concept, right? So that's for Caterium. We just had a look at the power map here. So, oh, that's for the water. This one? Yes. So the power room that we had a look at, we have machines blocks A, B, C, D, E, F, and G are aligned, and then they all feed down onto the cable runners, and then the cable runners separate them into the blocks of refineries. So the refineries are laid out like this: A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, and then H, I, J, K, L, M, and N. These 2 are fed by the same belt. So I need to do a belt logic map so people can understand that as well. Thanks for the subscriptions. I don't have Mark II pipes, not yet. No, we'll have to upgrade all this stuff with Mark II pipes. I could have them by now. I've been focused on this factory instead, and I'll upgrade them later. I don't have the power demand to turn on this factory at Mark II, if that makes sense. So until we get a bigger power facility, I don't need the Mark II pipes. I'll need the Mark II pipes probably for the power facility, actually, but not for this place. All right, anyways. So yeah, the important thing then is that all the blocks have the converge at these outputs, right? There's 8 outputs. And I have to look at this because it's so difficult for me to even remember it now. Copper group logic. There we go. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that right? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so 4 blocks put their stuff out into 8 outputs. Okay, so 4 blocks do 8 outputs, and we'll just go upstairs. It'll look much nicer upstairs and be less confusing, and we'll turn things on and follow it on in just a moment as well, just for fun. But it's good just to get the explanation kind of out of the way first, rather than trying to keep up with it. So that's why we have 8 outputs. It's because they travel up. Well, this one only has 4 because it's the last 2 blocks are on their own. These ones all have 8, right? So 8 there, 8 there, 8 there. They'll be traveling copper ingots upstairs to the next set of machines. All of our blocks are the exact same size, scope, and layout. All right, so this is how they all look. It's just rows and rows of machines. I haven't updated their numbers or anything yet. And we need signs in here and lights in here to kind of brighten this place up, and then we'll turn on global illumination. That's something I want to do today. Oh, look at this. A rogue splitter. All right. Anyway, so that's how that all works, basically. So every block, 26 machines. Every block, 26 machines. Every row, 13 machines. Every row has an output. That's basically how that works. All right, let's go upstairs one other floor. We're almost at the end. I already mentioned, are you planning on a new save release once the factory is fully finished? Yes. Yep. At the moment, the save is out there in its current state for people who are building along just to figure some things out. But for people who want to start their build from the save or anything like that, we'll need the finished factory. And I do plan on giving that out as soon as it's ready. Anyway, so we have the cable runners, again, feeding all the blocks of refineries up here. Every block is fed via a red cable hive, I think I've called these. Power hive. And then the yellow power hives do the individuals. And then we have the outputs ready to go. Now, they're not going to go anywhere because it's not hooked up to anything yet. Most of them are just... haven't been designated yet to go into any machines. The only ones that have are these ones. And, yep, this area here is called ventilation. It's for all the chimney stacks to kind of cough out their smoke. And it's also just an interstitial floor for power. So we'll just go to one other floor down here now. Or over here. This is the second logistics floor. So this is where the copper, for instance, will be coming up. This is where it finally goes into machines. So there's 8 belts of copper here flowing along. And obviously there's going to be belts of copper there, and there's going to be another set down there. Anyway, all this copper flows along, and this goes into our assemblers. No point looking at this because it's just so messy, so we'll just go upstairs. This is the final floor, for now, of all the assemblers, right? So here's the assemblers. These are all going to be doing fused wire. So copper ingots, caterium ingots, producing wire. And then we have all of our constructors as well in position. They need to be numbered also. There's 12 in a row. We have AI limiter assemblers here. And then finally we have quick wire down here. Now the numbers of these are vaguely, this was a kind of a work in progress thing, but this is how it works. So we have copper ore 4800 coming in. Gets turned into pure, using a pure copper recipe in 320 machines, we get 12,000 ingots per minute. Of that, nearly 3,000 ingots goes into these machines right in front of me and makes fused wire. Sorry, fused quick wire. We have 4,620 per minute to spare. That goes into storage or whatever. Could be shipped around the map in future. The rest of which, 2,400, goes into AI limiters. Every AI limiter machine takes 100. Quick wire. There's 24 of these machines. There's 2,400 going in there. And the 120 AI limiters per minute will go into storage. The missing component of this factory is actually steamed copper sheets. I don't have that recipe yet, nor did I build a refinery, so that's not in place. But everything else is. Yep, fused wire goes and makes cable now. So in the last video, I actually hadn't done that bit, but that's mostly hooked up now, I think. It was pretty easy to do. So again, just using blueprints, it's a lot quicker to place these down, but you do still have to obviously hook them up individually to upstairs. All right, so I was just doing some heavy explanations. I haven't been able to read chat too well, but almost done now. We'll turn it on in just a second, but I think that's basically everything you need to see in terms of how it works. So should we fire it on and play around with it a little bit? Did you find the 0.3 megawatts of power fluctuation from that last stream? I did, but I unfortunately can't remember what it is or what it was, but I did find it. We tracked it down and I eliminated it. But yeah, I can't think of what it was. It might have just been some streetlights or something, but I did find it. I posted it in Discord at the time. Yeah, this build is large. So that's the numbers we're dealing with. Try to blind everybody all the time here. But yeah, so 12,000 ingots per minute copper and 780 Caterium ingots. So we should be getting 7,020 quick wire. Everything's in place for that. It just needs to be upgraded to Mark 5 belts. None of this runs at these numbers without Mark 5 belts. And then fused wire at 5840 or 5850. Cable at 1350. Actually, I don't know if that's right because I think I updated that number just recently. Let me just check that. It's 30 per minute. 30 times 12, 360. So 360 times 4. 1440 is what we get now. Yeah, I don't think... I just made that change last night, so I don't think that's happened yet when I was doing the logistics. But anyways, yeah, that's pretty much it. That's everything I've got. So I need to do a few more of these little things to give people, if they're wanting to know how this factory works. Also good for me when I revisit to know where everything is and how it all works. Let me just turn off the screen now. All right, let's power it on and we'll follow these belts. I'm not on Twitch. Nope, just on YouTube. I talked about that just actually a little bit earlier. So if you go back to the, maybe within the first 10 minutes of the stream, I start talking about why I'm not on Twitch. If you're curious as to why. Flashbang, yeah. Thanks, Tina. That app is called Milanote. It doesn't do any calculation for you. It's just a visualization tool. We should make some chat commands, huh, for people who ask us in questions. I don't blame you, because obviously people filter in all the time. But I don't want to waste people's time by repeating myself. I think you're... I can't actually read what that says. Gotting? Do need central... Oh, going to need a central hub? Yeah, well, at the moment, we're just down in the very southern, southwestern part of the map. So until I go up north, I don't need one. But that is part of the plan. Part of the plan is to have... The very last thing I'll just explain. It was explained in a previous video of mine. See if I can get this on screen. And then we'll actually do some stuff today. Which video was it? Actually, see, I don't remember which video it was, so I won't be able to tell you. But basically, the idea is that I'm going to have transport hubs. So all factories are going to receive things via truck. All big factories. And trucks are going to deliver things over to a train station. A big one. Like a really large one called a transport hub. And those train stations are going to connect together. So on the map, I'm going to have maybe 6 transport hubs. These are large, large things. So one for everything down here. And it's going to send it to any other train station in the map that needs things. And then in the center of the map, there'll be a central hub for that. Now, I've never built a central hub before. I really don't think I need one, but everyone always says you need one. So, okay. I basically completed the game before without one, and I thought it was fine. My solution to running out of materials is to just load a train with things that you need for building, and then just go to a train station and call that train to where you are, rather than me running to the center of the map all the time to get what I need. Why not just have a network of rail where you can call the train to wherever you are? You can access any train at any train station. That seems better to me. But everyone's like, oh, you got to do a central hub. So it's like, okay. But if I take Mr. Burns' advice, maybe I should play the way I want and not do one and see if I'm lacking or not. Maybe I'll end up, you know, using it and saying, like, actually, guys, you're right. We do need one. Anyways... people go in and out. It's the way of the stream. Just want to say enjoy your content. No, of course, yeah. I've integrated several of your days into my builds. The color coding of belts and signs specifically. Nice. Will this be in the next episode? The next episode is not going to deal with this factory anymore. This is going to be the last thing we do with this factory. Alright, I think we might as well turn it on and we can watch the flow of some stuff. Although the belts are just going to fill up because it's not going anywhere. And then we need to do some of the signs and stuff. So one thing I'm going to do is go with... Yeah, I need what I need for a blueprint designer. I have to make some changes to a blueprint. And then also, in the blueprints themselves, I need to find cosmetics, and then floor sign with light. So give me a few of these. Right, let me just grab the materials for this stuff. Then we can go in and start building. Might put down some storage containers, and that way we could at least turn on some of the machines. Maybe just the Caterium ones will be enough to see actually rolling. Oh no, because we do need... I'll think about it. I think actually at the end of the stream we'll turn it on, because I don't want to flood the machines with all these materials. Because then I have to... I don't know. I just don't want to turn it on yet, basically. I'll turn it on at the end, and that way I can keep the belts empty. But for now, we're going to start building. So we've got on the to-do list cosmetic lights, floors, Caterium sign logic for copper, and then the destination for all the goods. If the destination is done, then we can turn it on. Because then at least things will go somewhere. Alright, so in my inventory, I need some modular frames. We'll take that. I need cable. Need some quartz. And some iron plates. And reinforced iron plates as well. Just unlock train. I'll be able to read my chat a lot better now, so if you wrote something that I didn't respond to, just write it again. I'll see it now. I also need to get it up on my other screen, because it's only on one of my screens at the moment. Just bear with me. Pop out chat. Oh, I'm sorry I didn't call it out, but Joe Volter, thank you very much for becoming a member. Thank you. Pop out the chat. Got it. All right, good. How'd you turn off your stage progress? The stuff that would normally be at the upper right of your screen. Options. User interface. Show current game phase in HUD. Show current milestone in HUD. There you go. I'm mining all ore to complete through phase 4 elevator. First tearing out all miners, then starting crafting. People play weird. You do. Yeah. I'd like to see you do a blueprint that includes roads and trains and hypertubes to get around the map. Not gonna happen. I hate to break it to you. I mean, I will be making a blueprint that has train lines, but I'm not planning on doing one that has all 3 things you mentioned there, as in one. Some people do that. You can find them out there on YouTube, but it's not something I want to do. Or it's not something I plan on doing. I shouldn't say I don't want to do it. Just don't plan on doing it. I don't plan on having my road combined with trains. Yeah, actually, that's where I'm trying to go to. Sorry. You're amazing. Didn't know that was a thing. Yeah, loads of things in there. You should just always look around options, especially in PC games. There's so many things in there. But if you go to gameplay, is it? Video? No, sorry, user interface. Again, you can change the colors of your holograms, you know? You can make your icons bigger. Abbreviate icons and things like that. Loads of stuff. Scale, tooltips. Lots of stuff in there. Is there a way to import a blueprint into your game and use as a guide for placing things? I'm not sure what you mean. You can take any of my blueprints and put them in your game. You know? I've given out all my blueprints for free, and I've shown people how to do it. If you go to whatdarrenplays.com/satisfactory, you can have my save file and my blueprints, and there's a little instructions document on how to, like, do that, you know? Like, how to place it into your folders and stuff. Now, to import a blueprint from my game into yours, if you're talking about specifically like my factory or a piece of my factory in where yours is in the same spot, there is a way to do that. It's a very long way to explain how to do it. It's quite technical. You have to go onto a website called Satisfactory Calculator to do it. Not going to explain that here, but if you look up Satisfactory Calculator mega prints, I think they're called, that would be a way to do that. All right. So I'm just trying to think of a color scheme. Probably for this factory, it's mostly copper. I feel like the color scheme I'll go with is just this color. And we'll start doing some of the signs on some of the towers first. Oh, I didn't mean to change that bottom color. Whoops. Or was it just white? Yeah. Is that it? I'm just trying to think if that color I'll be happy with it. one of the... It'd be a boring color, but it might look kind of cool. Using gray. I think how it'll look when we go up and down the stairs. Let's just save that real quickly. How do you switch off the Fixmas festive boxes? Again, options, gameplay. Ah, it's in here, but you have to do it in the main menu, not when you're in a save file. So you have to go back out to the main menu, and in gameplay it'll say seasonal events. Turn it on or off. It's in the options. I don't need any mods to paste them. I haven't played since update 2. Yeah, so if you're talking about purely just... I've had this bug before. I actually can't open my... There we go. Yeah, if you're talking about literally just blueprints, right? And you want to get any of these into your game, you can easily do that. So you can get all of these. And the way you do it is if you just go to... If you want my ones specifically, you can get other people's too, but I'll just show you very quickly, just for anyone who doesn't know. Let's go to whatdarrenplays.com/satisfactory. This is just a Google link. Sorry again for the flashbang. Update 8. I have blueprint files here. These are the episode numbers where I uploaded these blueprints. So if you want all the current blueprints, they're all here. There's 2 files for every blueprint. So there's a SBP CFG file and an SBP file. Now, if you go back out, instructions, right? So you load up the instructions file, and this is everything, and it tells you how to do it. How to download the blueprints, where to place them in your folder, where to place them if you're on Linux, how to open them, how to resave them. So the other thing is, when you import someone's blueprints, like mine, for instance, you can then go to a blueprint designer in the game. Let's just say you were like, oh, I like Darren's truck station or whatever. I can't load that because I don't have it. Let's just say, oh, I like Darren's sign. Yeah. So I load this up. There it is. It'll just load up like this. You can then just edit it, change the colors, add to it, put something else on it if you want, and then just save it. You can just save it again or rename it to save it as something new. So you can also modify my blueprints and make them your own, you know? So there's also that. Maybe CD7. Let's have a look at that color. Well, I was going to look at this one first before. Let me just check this one out really quickly. So, I'm going to place... Basically, these are signs that are going to go into these stairwells. And I'm just trying to think of what would be a good color scheme for this overall factory. So, I'm just going to remove this. Blueprints. I might just hotkey this because we're going to be doing this a lot. Sorry, it's cosmetics, isn't it? Cosmetics. This is the one. Right. Bonk. That's what it'll be like. Now, I normally played the game with global illumination on. I have it turned off right now because this factory hasn't been well lit yet. That's what we're going to be doing now. And now we get this look. So I'm liking the look of dark gray. We have to keep it consistent everywhere, right? So that's like the choice that we're making here. Or we could go with something like the orange color or blue, right? Blue is kind of nice too, right? That was kind of a nice color. Now that person said, why not go with a certain color that they mentioned? So let's have a look at what it was. Oh, I got to do a face reveal. Well, my face was out there for 6 years when I was streaming, and you guys weren't here. You didn't know me or care about me then. You only cared about me when I started building the factories. So you can totally find my face. It's also my profile picture in Discord is my face, so it's not hidden at the moment at all. Or my Twitter, or anywhere. Pretty much everywhere I am, except, you know, right now on YouTube, you can see my face. So you can see the reveal. I'm a very handsome man. That's that color. That's a nice color too. But I'd hesitate to use any color that I haven't predetermined myself. So that would be closest to the copper orange. This is the copper orange we use on the machines here. And then the copper teal is also the accent to that color. Nah, I'm not a fan of that one. Found you from the Annotators. Thank you. AoE? You're awesome for teaching. I got frustrated at the YouTubers' tutorials, then I deleted the game. Oh, no. Well, I'm glad I helped make the game seem more approachable for you. Blues and grays look good in this game, but use other colors via lighting to get some nice effects. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I know it might seem a bit boring, but I think I will go with the gray. For the signs of this place. I think we will. Alright, so let's place a few of these down then. So we'll just do maybe just one tower for now. So we start all the way down at the bottom, which will be water extraction. And I would say that doesn't need to be there. We'll place it somewhere closer to the door. And that is B water extraction, so that one's done. Next floor up will be here. And this is going to be... Ah, yes, this is our special floor, actually. This actually throws a wrench in the works, because I have listed that floor is really floor 1. This is floor B. So B, or ground level, if you want to call it that. The basement is the idea. What the hell would I call this? It's almost like 0.5, but we can't have that. Damn it. I've kind of messed up with that. I mean, I could call it floor 1, but I wouldn't like to. I'd like to give it a different name. We also have to finish this room. Any ideas in the chat? I agree, the orange wasn't bad. It's all personal preference, really, at the end of the day. Keep YouTube darn face a secret. Yeah, exactly. If you want to see my face, you got to join Discord or something. I want to update that profile picture. It looks kind of weird anyway. If it was up to me, I never would have put my face out there. But I worked for a company, and they wanted me to be on camera and stuff, so... Cat's out of the bag. But maybe I will remove it from everywhere now. B1 and B... Oh, yeah. B1, B2 would work. That makes sense. Does it look good on the sign? Does it fit? No. Got to be a single... Unfortunately, it's got to be a single letter. But that was correct. The floors... Oh, yeah. This could just be 0. Actually, I like that. I'm just going to call it 0. That works. Whose suggestion was that? Jerko. And it works actually with the naming conventions, because I have a truck station called Truck Station 0 as well. It's like these ones that don't really interface with the factory that much. So we'll call it 0. Belt release. Alright. 0. Not that I had to do that, but a bit quicker. This will be 1. Logistics. Okay. This will be 2. Refinement. Because all the refineries are here. But also the power floor room is there. But I think it's mostly the refinement floor. We can maybe have a smaller sign that says like power just outside the actual room itself. Ventilation, yeah. Nicolo, thank you very much for the becoming a channel member. So I've called this ventilation. This would be 3, right? But it does also do cable management. Is there any other name for this type of floor you can think of? So it has the power management, but it also has ventilation, I guess. And it's a really small in-between floor. It's almost like the cracks between 2 walls. Or like a, you know... what would it be called? Like the insulation between 2 floors, in a way. Thanks. I can't actually say that name. Eskinber? Thank you very much. The lower you go now, the higher the letter. No, I'm not going to do that. It's just the bottom floor is either G or B, depending on the country you're from. Some places call it a basement floor. I call it basement anyway. Some people will say ground floor. Some people call that floor 0. So I guess the convention I'm going with is 0. And then we've got... Oh, sorry, we've got basement, right? Water. It's sea level. Basement. The basement water extraction. Then we've got 0, which is doing belt release. 1, logistics. 2, refinement. 3, ventilation. Crawl space utilities. Love it. Love it. Utilities, I think, is good. Maintenance also actually is pretty good. So I'm thinking, I like the name utilities, but I think maintenance might work better. that how you spell maintenance? Maintain. No, it should be A, right? Maintenance? Why does this look terribly wrong? My mind is broken now. Hang on, I'll just spell it on. I know, I was actually kind of more right the first time. Kind of, not fully. There we go. Maintenance. I've looked at it too long now, it's lost all meaning, but maintenance, yeah. Maintenance. Because it is where we do all the power management, and we can access machines here, and there's... I'm trying to think, is there anything else that happens up here to do with maintaining things? Not really, but it's not really utilities either. But service floor? Maybe I should just call it... I like maintenance. We'll call it maintenance. I think that's good. We're never actually maintaining things on the chimneys, but you can imagine we would be. Servants' quarters. Let's call it... We'll go with maintenance. Alright, next one over. This is logistics 2. I'll just call it logistics. I don't have to write 2 on it because we know based on the floor number where it is. That's definitely 4. Okay, cool. And then the final floor here, at least, is assembly. Now, there's also constructors up here, but I think assembly is a good name for it because it's like where the goods get assembled ultimately. Now, on the far side, there's I'm probably gonna have a train station over there, so it's also shipping. But maybe the train station should be raised slightly. So we'll leave it as that. So that's our styling for this entire thing. So the other thing then would be building a hypertube that goes from the bottom to the top. So the way I would do that would be... So I'm just going to do one tower, and then the other ones I can do myself off screen. So I normally go with full frame windows up all the way. And we'll turn off global illumination just so we can see a little bit better for a while. Need some other kind of lighting in here for sure, but strip lighting is probably the way to go. Hey Darren, thanks for your vids. Do you plan on a central storage for this playthrough? I talked about it just a little bit earlier, that I'm a little undecided about it. So maybe. I don't know just yet. I'm leaning towards yes, but I don't want to completely confirm it. Just in case I don't end up doing it. I have a slight theory that it's unnecessary. Or it's not even a theory, I just think it is unnecessary, to be honest. I played the game. I didn't finish the game, to be fair. But I got to nuclear, and I never had a central storage, and I never felt like I needed one. Whenever I needed things, I would just get a train and call it towards me. And I typically forward plan builds where I'm like, okay, this is going to require 10,000 of whatever, and I just bring all of that to the site, and then I build. That's just the way I play the game. People often tell me that they're running back and forth a lot, and I'm like, alright, I mean, I'm not, but... so I don't know what the difference in playstyle is there, but there's definitely something different. Because it's so strange to me. Everyone's like, hey, you need a central storage. But to me, it's like, well, you're still running then. Even if you built a central storage, right, in the center of the map, as equally distant to all your other factories as you can, you're still making a considerable journey to get there, get whatever you need, and then come back. So... how is that any better than just making a train that you can call to any other train station? Because you can call any train from any train station. So I would just make a train that has all the construction material on it and just bring it to wherever I am. But I don't know. There's obviously something I'm missing because everyone else does it that way. Can't wait for nuclear. Yeah, that's going to be fun. Hope we make it there. How far up does this one come? Oh, it's right here. Good. Right. I want to make sure that I didn't build 2 of these in the same spot or anything now. Because there's a little bit of flickering going on, but I don't think I did. I think it's just because the windows are looking through windows. Now, I actually don't have what I need, I think, for this. No, I'll have to get some of this stuff. A couple entrances, hypertubes themselves. Something like that. Can I get up there? No. It's alright though. But yeah, so we'll just have, I'm just trying to think. You can have about 3 hypertubes. You could have more, I suppose, depending on your layout. So you want one that goes from the very top to the very bottom, and then some on the interstitial floors, but it doesn't have to go to every floor or anything. Just waiting for that autosave. And once I do one, then I can blueprint it and just copy it into the other ones, because all the towers are the same. Yeah, that should be fine. Alright. Let's go get some of that material. What do we need? Encased industrial beams, rotors, steel pipes, and copper sheets. But imagine how cool it looks. That seems to be the main reason people want me to do one, is because they love the idea of it. The idea of a central storage. And seeing all your items in one place, and I guess... Yeah, I can see that being cool. I watched your Frostpunk playthrough thrice. Nice. Yeah, it's one of my favorite playthroughs on the channel. That and Stellaris were 2 of my favorites. Thanks, Lord Hyperion. Yeah, I think you're right, Curtis. A lot of people just like it, like the idea of it. It's just that when you tell people it's not efficient, like actually that efficient, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, I guess so. Because so many people were telling me to do it, I was like, what am I missing out here? But I think, yeah, it's just the idea of seeing all your stuff in one place and getting it all together like that. I can appreciate that for sure. Steel pipes. Getting low on copper sheeting. Alright. I like having all my material in one spot. I have 2 storage locations on the map currently. Yeah, I don't know why. I just never felt the need for it, I suppose. Like, it's something I never would have even considered had it not been for other people mentioning it. Just never really been a problem. It's very satisfactory. All right. Oh, I don't have the floor holes. Oh, I won't be able to do this then, actually. Can't build a tube that goes all the way up without floor holes. Although there's awesome sinks upstairs. I need screws, don't I, to make an awesome shop. Damn. Ugh, sorry about that. I forgot that I didn't have that unlocked yet. Where did I leave the Explorer? There it is. Yeah. I'm still loving your Anno series. Made it to Season 2, Episode 42 so far. The only bad thing is that I can't watch it and play Anno at the same time. I have to decide between watching and playing myself. I say, I appreciate that. I'm actually thinking of doing a brand new playthrough in it for February. Doing it live. I don't know if that'd be good or not. But all the DLC's on from the beginning, doing it live. I think that'd be quite cool. Anno 1800, underrated game if people haven't played it. If you like logistics games like this, I know it's different because we're building a literal factory, but Anno is a city builder where you're doing logistics. So you're moving goods between islands, and there's production rates and overclocking and all this. In fact, I find the math in that game far more complicated in many ways. But yeah, really, really, really fantastic game. What did I come here for? Screws. Yeah. There we go. And then I need to access an awesome sink to pull out my tickets. Or we could just hook one up real quickly, I suppose. Alright, get these hypertube floor holes. Hypertube floor hole and wall attachments. Yeah. Alright, it's as easy as that. I guess I'll keep the screws on me in case I have to do that again. Do you have a specific streaming schedule in mind? Not at the moment. Yeah, I'm still working on that. I don't want to put one out there unless I know I can do it. I'll probably do it do whatever streaming schedule I have in mind for a couple of weeks, and then if I'm consistent with it, then I'll tell people. Are you just good at math, or do you have a degree in quantum mechanics? Neither. I'm terrible at mathematics. I'm really, really bad with it. I have a degree in programming, though. But I wasn't a very good programmer, because I'm not very good at math. I'm an okay programmer. Just nowadays, I'm terrible. I haven't done programming in like 7 years, so... what was I doing? Hypertube floor holes. Yeah. Last playthrough was a lot of fun. Discovered your channel via Anna. Thank you. But yeah, I'm interested in things like quantum mechanics. Obviously, I have no... I mean, we're talking like enthusiast level understanding, right? I don't pretend to know anything really about it. But I read a lot about it. Try to absorb as much as I can. Actually, we need a level 1 foundation to be better. So I'll have to pop this into pipeline support. I never even use this transport. There it is. Okay. Go 3, 4. Hang on. There we go. Oh, you are kidding me. I don't have rods. See, I emptied my inventory before I did this stuff. God damn. Sat in a truck on a break, watching the stream. Nice. Thanks for being here, Legendary Beat 69. I do manifold because I don't want to do the math for load balancing. Seeing your road system permanently change the way I play? Nice. I feel like it's only possible now that we have Blueprint Dismantle anyway, so I feel like it's kind of a new thing. People did roads before, but it's not like I invented them. But yeah, I think it's the way it's supposed to be designed, because it's like they have trucks in the game. They have truck stations. They also have trains. I don't think trains are supposed to replace trucks. I think you're supposed to kind of use the trucks to feed the kind of more local routes, and then trains do long haul, large volume. That seems the way it's supposed to go for me. It's certainly large volume anyway. So doing that's pretty cool. And I'm really enjoying doing it so far. Been a bit of an experiment. Alright, finally. Floor hole 1, 2, and 3. We won't need all 3 here, but it's just good to know where they're going to be placed. Then we need a support here. Grab this. We do horizontal to vertical. Ah, so there's your first issue. That needs to be placed in the center. Right, and then we bring this down and collapse it in. That'll be the way it'll look in the future. And this will be an entrance, right, as well. That'll need its own power, and we'll put down some lighting or something here to make it look a bit nicer. That's our first layer. Now I'll get rid of the concrete after the hypertubes are placed. So yeah, you don't need a hypertube to this floor. I guess I should map out which ones we need to go. Well, this is going to go straight to the very, very top. That's where I'm aiming for right now. Yeah, to make life a little easier here, I'm going to actually just remove those because they'll only confuse me as I go up. Alright. So I just need to pick another spot where I make a concrete foundation. Alright. Might be able to go all the way to the top from there. Maybe. Oh, yes. Works. Okay. Missing wire. God, I really should make sure I get everything. Funny, because this place can make like 5,000 wire a minute if we were just to turn it on. So I think I would have enough. But yeah, let's just... Down here, we can remove that now. Probably should have left it in place for the other supports, but it's not really a big deal. But anyway, this will carry us now all the way down when it's powered. And throw us out at violent speed into that wall. That'll work. Alright, if you use overflow with smart splitters and manifolds, I think it runs even smoother and no need for load balancing. Yeah, so something I need to clean up is the logistics that are doing quick wire, because I was kind of doing it on the fly. I need to write it out first, and then once I write it down on paper, I can outline it much better. When I did it in game, it was very crisscrossy with the belts. Right, so I just need to get some wire, and then I also want to load up on plastic, and we're going to go over some of the floors and things as well. And then we're going to start making nice lights for the refinement floor. So that should be fun. We'll design some blueprints there for that as well. Make it look really good with lighting. This is just to get at least one tower kind of sorted top to bottom. And hey, Barden, love your videos. Thank you very much. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Appreciate that. When I play, I can never keep track of what I'm supposed to do, and I don't know what even to put on my to-do list. Any tips? Follow along with me. I think that gives you at least a way to play. But hang on, let me just get what I need, and then I'll try to focus back up on answering that. It's a tough one to know because, yeah, how do you design your own to-do list, right? It's normally based on what you need for what's ahead of you. So you have milestones in the game. So if you're just purely progressing that way, yeah, ultimately you just need to try and forward plan a bit better, right? So it's like, okay, let's say I need to make a wire factory. You just look up the recipe for wire, even if you're just taking things as basic as it comes. Like, all right, I need to make a wire factory. You're gonna take this much copper, this much wire is what we get out. And you just scale it. You go, what I do anyway, on a basic level is go like, okay, I want to make a wire factory. Maybe you need that because you need wire for something else or whatever, just to boil it down. Like, all right, 30 per minute, 15 per minute. Obviously, those numbers are quite easy, but I would just then go, well, that's made in a constructor. So a constructor is only 4 megawatts of power. So something I would look at is like, okay, what's my power production at the moment? Let's say you've got a few thousand megawatts to play with. It's like, okay, that's fine. So we don't have to worry about power too much, let's say. But maybe we could pick a number. Either you pick a number with power or you pick a number with one copper node. So let's say you have a copper node and mark whatever miner and it's making, let's just say it gets 300 per minute out of it. Well, that's actually a really easy number. Let's make it just difficult for ourselves. For some reason, this copper node makes 240 copper per minute, right? For whatever reason. And then we just go like, okay, well, we know that we need, for wire, we needed copper ingots. And to make copper ingots, you need 30 ore. And you get 30 ingots out. So I need 8 machines. So for me then, what I would do in my to-do list is go like, okay, we're on the to-do list. You know, build the constructors, right? So I need 8 constructors. So then, not just on the little to-do there, but then I can also go into the machine and go, okay, I need 8. And then I can see what materials I need for that. That's the first stage. Next stage would be then taking that and turning it into wire, because that was just to get the ingots. So that's 8 machines doing copper. Now they do it at 30 per minute as well. So then it's 8 times 30. So that's how much we're making, 240, right? That's what we needed. So now it's 240 divided by 15. Because it was the intake was 15 ingots when we looked at it. And we get out 30 wire. So it's like, okay, we need 16 more machines. So now so our to-do list would say construction for the first layer. Then we have constructors for the second layer. So it's the second piece of math we had to do would be the second thing on my to-do list. The third thing would then be hook it up to power. The fourth thing would be, the third thing would be like, okay, do the belts. The belts then need to be figured out. Can we fit all that on one belt? Where do we move it? How do we get it into storage? That's the third thing. The fourth thing, power it on. Fifth thing, maybe build some overflow so that the machines will run into assemblers or awesome sinks if we make too much, you know, so it just continuously runs. And that would be a kind of, and then maybe the last thing would be make the factory look nice. You know, that would be a standard to-do list. At least how I kind of picture it going through things anyway, to a certain extent. Right, so I came here for wire. Fine. Need anything else that I'm definitely going to be, yeah. I'm going to also throw some of this in here. Broadly the same category. To organize a few of these things to know that I have everything I need. Do I have much concrete? I've got good concrete on me. No harm in taking... We have rotors. Don't think I need motors. AI limiters, sure, why not? Oscillators, yep. Ah, quick wire. Probably use a bit of that. Cheating. Alright. I shouldn't have to make more runs out here. Sorry about that. I have to do that multiple times without really thinking ahead. Gotta get going. Good luck on the Mega Satisfactory. I really need to go shopping. It's snowing over here. Oof. Be safe. Thank you for answering that tough question. I think you're the first to make it make sense in terms of thought process. So, hey, I appreciate that. Yeah, so if you haven't watched my series so far, it's been a build-along series. Now, this is a really big build, but the ones before it, we have several smaller ones. I would recommend, perhaps, looking at a video I did called Modular Frame Factory. And from top to bottom, I explain the layout of the factory, the to-do list, and I go through things one by one. And it's just one video. It is like an hour long, but it's how to build a modular frame factory that's kind of for the early game from top to bottom. And that kind of explains all the thought processes that go into it, really. Right, so just want to test turning this on and riding it all the way to the top. I'll just be a bit lazy and just drag this out to here for a second. Ah, but it's, I've cut the power on those things, haven't I? So I'll have to be... There's power just over there. Hang on. Alright. Powered now. I got totally lost in there for a second. Great. It works. Right, so obviously I just need to do power on the way down. I just wanted to make sure that it could go up that high. I wasn't really doubting that it could. I just sometimes they can slow down a lot. Now this would take you back down, but you wouldn't... Yeah, well you would need to do that, wouldn't you? So I guess... Just hook that up for a second. If I go down to the power floor and flip a switch, that should activate, and I can just test how fast we go down it on the decline. All right. All right, so just to test it again, go up and then we'll go down. Why you know music? There is music. Oh, sorry, I forgot. I turned the volume down ages ago. Oh my god, I've forgotten that for a long time. Sorry about that. There is music. Yeah, it was, I was next to the trucks and they were really loud, so I turned the music down. Oh, and the awesome sinks. Sorry about that. It got super loud, that's why. Back now. I have played Dyson Sphere Program. I played it the day it came out, actually, in early access. I really liked it, and I've been approached twice now to do a sponsorship for them. And I'd love to. It's just, it would take me a tremendous amount of time to learn that game. Do a video. Because they're like, oh, would you like to do something for their DLC? I'm like, man, that's, that's nice and everything, but... Because they want a full video. They don't just want like a kind of an ad read thing at the beginning. They want a full video, and I'm like, if I'm to do a full video, I would have to learn the game and then learn like the DLC and then be able to make a video on it that's able to somewhat explain this to people. It's like you're asking me like a 50 hours if I want to do it right. You know, so I'm not planning to do that. I think most people obviously would probably just do a video on it and be like, oh, whatever, I'm figuring it out. But I'd like to at least come across like I know what I'm doing. Not waste anyone's time anyway. That's how I feel like. It's totally fine, right? Just to do a metal wall. Alright, it works. So this is the concept. The idea would be one from top to bottom, but then also one from top to maybe like refinement, I think would be a good idea. Yeah, the floors that you kind of walk on. So this one here. So there would have to be one that goes to here, refinement, and then there'd probably be another one that goes to... If not maintenance, maybe assembly. And that way you can kind of get around. 3 is usually a good number. I could do more though, because the way it wraps around. They're not all on the same, getting on and off at the same place. Because they can go to the left or the right. So, might add more. I don't know. But I'll play around with that. I just wanted to test that out. Right, so, next thing now, we're going to do some actual proper lighting. So we'll have to switch to global illumination on. And then once we do just a little bit of lighting in the refinement floor, we'll turn on some of the machines and we can test out how it's looking. So, do I have what I need for this? I do. And even for these. Now, we need crystal oscillators for these. I'll have to make a blueprint for them. So, basically, signs. You can build regular lights, which we've done over here. But... Oh, sorry, it's further down. I forgot how big this place is sometimes. Yeah, like regular lights like here. But when we turn them on, things can just look a little strange. I suppose we should have power ready to go, right? Let's just grab a big power tower. Okay, that's power hooked up just temporarily, so we can just power on some lights, see what it looks like. Did I bring what I need for the light box? Yes. Alright, so we feed power into here. We grab the light switch, connect that to there, connect that to there, and that's what we have. So, we'll turn on global illumination now. Alright, so that's the effect we get. Now, this is fine. I need to actually just change this slightly. Oh, it hasn't taken the settings correctly. Better. Okay, just to make sure that's working, change the color. Yeah. Right, so it brightens up the area, but I'm not like a massive fan of this kind of spotlight that we get, you know? And I just feel like it's weird. So we need to improve that. And also then, I feel like on the floor that we're in, or we need some sort of sign that will tell us that we can leave this place. So either above the door, or maybe just down to the right of it or something, we could do that. It's tricky. This blueprint's really tricky because of the way that angled light works. I can't actually really bring it any lower without... I have to remove the floor, then bring it lower, then put the floor back in. It's quite the ordeal. Or you could just have the regular one on the side, just saying what floor we're currently on or something. Oh, it's facing the wrong way. Good job. The other thing it could do is literally just the light. That again would have to go down much lower. Can't even snap onto the wall. Yeah, I've never really used the light on its own. It'd be like this. Have to go about there. Yeah, if I could bring that down lower, that could look quite nice above doorways. On its own. If you imagine that just being literally above the door. In fact, just really quickly, I'll read my chat in a second, but just, or cat chat, I should say, in a second. See what that would look like if I was to do this. It's not like the door is going to be that high. I just want to see what does it look like with the light literally above it. This is what it would look like. A bit too low. And it kind of comes out a bit. Yeah, I don't know. It's fine. I'd probably just use the sign, I think. Bear with me 1 second. Alright, so what have I missed? Man, I really wish someone would make a mod to clean up the power cables with maybe conduit pipes or something. Yeah, I mean, you can tuck away cables yourself a little bit, make them a bit neater, but I know what you mean. Like, this is just temporary cabling, but most of my cables are going to sit up here. On the roof. Largely not seen too much anyway. The music I listen to is just a Minecraft soundtrack at the moment. Alright, so that was one method, right? That's one method of lighting things. And then we can see when we move down here, like the belts get lit up by the strip lighting that's inside of them. We're going to try this other method. I've actually never tried it yet, but people have told me it's good. I might have to do it in a blueprint machine first, but let's just test it out here. So just get rid of... Can I get rid of that? Can't seem to... Well, I am hovered over it, but it's not lighting up for some reason. Okay. That's weird. Right, so... What we need is some sort of pillar to go across. A small metal pillar, maybe. I just want to see what that looks like on the floor above. Yeah, not liking that, so that would have to come down a little bit if we could. But I can adjust that myself. Oh, actually, that isn't needed. A single beam would probably be better, right? Do we get a painted beam or just a steel beam? Actually, might look even better. Okay, so something like that, and then we can get a sign, billboard, and it'll snap facing down. You can get the really big one. I don't know if that might be overkill. Let's try both. That's the small billboard. Now we'll do this in a blueprint machine so that once we do it once, we only have to just place them then. But at the moment, I'll have to just climb up to it. Don't have a hover pack or anything yet. Right, so layout, we'll just select whatever. This one, get rid of the numbers. Emission strength 3. The color, let's just try what a kind of a softish yellow would be. That doesn't matter. Yeah, that's better, right? Better than what was there before. It's much more softer bounce lighting rather than like a circle here on the ground. That's probably what I'll use. So we'll have to just make that so that, and then we can 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let me just see what they look like. How close together can they be? I would say every 2 foundations, maybe. Hey Darren, started Satisfactory not long ago. Your series is really helpful and enjoyable. Keep it up. I want to ask if you'll update the save file. Yes, I will, yeah. That's the plan. I think more buildings should be able to be daisy chained, like power storage. Yeah, I agree. I don't know why they've really done that, but it's the way they've gone about the game, I guess. But I agree. There's a mod that does that. It lets you just it adds 1 extra power connection point to every machine, so that way you can just daisy chain them. high enough up. Right, so copy and paste that. But like I said, I'll do it in the blueprint designer. This is just to get the feel of it. Once we have one done, then it should be fine after that. I'm just wondering, I'm not a fan of that color, really. Let's see. I should go plain white for a second. Usually like a sort of a softish orange like that could be kind of nice. But this factory I've been doing teal in a lot of places, so maybe just a variation of teal could be good. Won't be able to see it from here. But the bounce lighting should... You see, it's super colorful actually when you see it there. Or like the color is very pronounced, I should say. Yeah, something like that's probably good. 2 spacing seems decent and it lights up the place quite nicely. The only other thing then was to see what does the massive one look like. Open to suggestions as well if you think you've got a good colored suggestion or something. Do you still play CSGO? No, I played about 300 hours of it back in, I want to say 2019 maybe, 2018 or 19. Really liked it. But then something just snapped in my brain where I was like, well, I don't know. There's nothing left to do, kind of. I don't know what it was, but something just happened where I was like, I'm just playing the same thing over and over again, you know? And obviously, it's all about whether you enjoy what you're playing, but I guess at a certain point I just felt like I need to be making progress. And I see people discuss that a lot, like, should a game, when they talk about modern shooters, the question is often like, can a game just be fun, or do you need lots of progression? Like, do you need battle passes and things? Not necessarily to have to pay for it, but a carrot on the end of the stick to keep you playing all the time. And I do. You know, if I have nothing left to unlock in the game, I stop playing it. That's pretty good because it's so big, but I think we'll just go with the other one. Have 3. When you look at the light, the HDR kicks in, and then it darkens everything around you. And it brightens up when you look away. Not super sold on the color though, so just one last thing then is just figuring out the right color, and then we can blueprint it. And then we'll just slam these down all over the place, and that'll light up the place, and then we can turn on the machines and watch our belts roll out. So one there. And we can only actually fit 2 in a blueprint designer, thinking about it. So I guess we'll just go with these 2 actually. I do find it, yeah, well, they're not supposed to be better lights. They just ended up being that way because of global illumination. They're not actually designed to be a light source at all. See, in the way the game did their lights, the way the developers did their lights, they faked this sort of, you know the way you can see the lines coming down from the ceiling lights and the floodlights, you can actually see this sort of fog. They faked it. But global illumination just does that naturally, like natural bounce lighting. Now we have like lights in the game that are like emulating emulating what light should do, and because of that it's actually really expensive on the CPU and the GPU, I think, but I think it's actually the CPU, weirdly. Oh no, sorry, it's the GPU because they're, yeah, I won't bore you, but yeah, it's the GPU, so it's really expensive, whereas global illumination is actually relatively inexpensive. That's funny. These lights also are better performance basically as well. Try yellow. But just make it the most subtle yellow ever. That's probably good enough. Just like a pretty much straightforward white light. sorry I'm so indecisive about this. I just don't know what color, if we should make it a more out there color like the copper orange or the teal that I had before. Like maybe. Just whatever we decide is going to be scaled everywhere in the factory, so I just have to make that choice and make sure it's the right one. I like the idea of doing it teal, but it has to just be really subtle, like a bluish gray. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with that, and then maybe down the center here, we could do different colors, like orange or something. There's something about it where, to me, it just feels like it's a little sterile. A bit too sterile. It should have some warmth to it. Alright, I swear this will be the last. I'm gonna save that one though, because that's the front runner right now. I'm gonna make one that's like a warmer color. Try this one, okay. I feel like that would be way too dark. Let's have a look. You might be right. Maybe it did need more color or something. What do you reckon? We go with the higher saturation, and then it'll be broken up by these. And remember, the machines are that color, so it's using this and this basically. I actually do like it. Maybe a little bit dark, maybe. We run a poll maybe between these two. Seems like you want natural light colors, but at the same time the fluorescent light is kind of appealing. Yeah, exactly, right? My saturation's good. Yeah, I think this is good. I agree. Who was it that posted that? It was Curtis again. Thank you. Obviously, sorry, the longer I look at it, the dimmer it gets. But this would be two of them here. All right, let's I have that copy and pasted. We'll go over to the blueprint designer real quick. Design that out. I hope, does that just sit on the, I hope it'll just sit on the roof. We'll see, as a blueprint. And that way we actually don't need, it's funny because I have all these power switches in there for all this like lighting to come on. And we won't need any of it because none of it actually requires power. Actually, blue and red lighting look really good against each other. Yeah. Yes, well, I've gone with a kind of what I've called copper orange and then a copper teal, because the copper ore resource in the game has orange and teal in it. The devs also said that lights are very difficult to work in the game because it affects performance, so signs are a solution to this problem. Yeah, that's why it's so funny. Because their solution, their original, how they've done lights is, yeah, like I said, I'm struggling with the verbiage, but it's much worse for your GPU. Because it doesn't have to blend alphas. We'll load... Oh, I have to make a new blueprint. Okay. So... Oh. I hope this is center aligned, is it? Yeah, it would be, 'cause it has to be on the pillar. See if this works as a blueprint. I'm not sure how it'll work snapping to ceilings. I'll write the description later. What billboard, right? It needs oscillators. I actually don't make oscillators, so it won't be easy. I'll have to set up a temporary machine to make a few maybe while we run the factory and play around a bit. Here's that. Sometimes using blank signs with glossy intermixed with smaller lights can add interesting effects. I think it looks good in narrow maintenance. I think it looks good in narrow maintenance. You think it'll look good in that floor, you're saying? So, blueprints. That seems to work just fine. That's in the center. Cool. So this is, I did it before up there. Let's just do it up there actually, just to see what that looks like. Okay. Just so that it pushes up against the glass case thing. Oh, did I not send? God damn it. Oh, right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're not in the center. It is, but the tower isn't. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Keep the light in the center then. The light's in the center of the corridor, not the center of the tower. But yeah. I guess that's a bit too close though, isn't it? So this would have to probably just change it a little bit, or the first initial placement needs to change a bit. The spacing of, you know, every second foundation I think is right. Just that, yeah, it needs to come back a bit. I almost feel like this would be more flexible if I remove the beam and just have the billboards as a blueprint to place on beams. That way I can just draw out a beam and then just place the lights where they need to go. Would that? I think that might be better. This is basically what we have. I just don't like that. That one just needs to go, basically. Maybe I could just do that. Leave it. But then it's like not centered. So this is where I started last time. So it would have to be starting there, basically. So that would be center space now between them. Yeah, something like that's totally fine. Alright, so I don't have crystal oscillators. What do you need to make them? First, God damn it. Oscillators, cable, and reinforced plates. Damn. Ugh. What a pain. Need quite a few of them if I want to put all these lights down. Put the first one next to the concrete wall. You give out the save file again? Yes, I will. Yep. I'm happy with how it is now. I think that's fine. It's the same gap between the beginning and the end. The beam isn't right, but I could just redo the beam. Really, I don't really mind. You know, the important thing is just that the lights are aligned. The beam can always just be put down again. It's not a big deal. There's a beam on the bottom, actually. You probably should have a beam going along the top, thinking about it. Yeah. That'll be our effect. Alright, so let's I'll tell you what, we're gonna set up some temporary. I'll turn it back to, has it been 2 hours already? Oh my god. Let's turn these machines on and have some fun with them. Gonna just turn off this. I'm also gonna set up, so okay, here's the plan. Gonna set up some background crystal oscillator production just by creating a manufacturer that takes in cable and whatever else it was needed. Was it quartz crystal and something else? Reinforced iron plates. I make all that stuff. We just need to kind of drive somewhere to put it all together. I'll just do that really quickly now. Just head out, get on the car, go out to the grassy fields area, pull these 3 things together. I've got containers full of them, so it just needs to be in a position where they can load them all up. Yeah, even have the quartz crystal and everything. Okay, cool. And the car is just down here. We'll do that. I'll catch my chat while we're doing this. Adding lights to the machines by default would be pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, see, here's the only contradiction, though, which is some people have said that adding too many of these little signs has performance issues. Now, I haven't added enough to really ever test that. And my PC's pretty good. So I wouldn't want to overdo it, you know? Adding strip lighting to every machine could just be a bit much, perhaps. But I like where your head's at. Sure. I'm just going to get rid of some of the things I don't need really quickly. Yeah. Special, let's get rid of that. Hypertubes. Just want to get rid of what's in the to-do here. Actually, I could just do this way, actually, thinking about it. There we go. Don't know why I bother with to-do lists. I feel like today I've been all over the place because I'm just like, well, all of these seem a bit boring to watch, so I feel a bit bad being like, okay, we're gonna put down 1,000,000 signs, you know. I try to do stuff that's a little different each time. But anyways, this would be good to do, at least to set up a manufacturer. So we need a manufacturer, and I'll just need several storage containers. So I just need 4. Right, so I'll just grab what I need for that. So we'll need motors, which are here. Actually, I've got tons of motors out where we're going anyway. Yeah, plastic is here, actually, so I'll grab that. Heavy modular frames, that's out there as well, and steel beams. Okay, but anything else can basically be put away. Although, these are all full. I'll need foundations anyway, so that's good. I think what else I could dump. That's alright, I'll just keep this then. Alright, so let's get driving. You ever see people trying to brave it out in the jungle or forest or swamps and showing how to deal with terrain constraints? Always the same, go flat as possible. Yeah, I agree with that. Some people do. There's a guy called Stin Archie. If you look up Stin Archie, the Eden Project, that's a guy that, if you want to see how to build one with nature, he did it. One of the reasons I'm going... In my last playthrough, I kind of built with terrain in some places. In this one, not really at all. And that's because I'm trying to also allow people to build along with me. I'm trying to make it as basic as possible. It's like, here's a big flat area. Here's the dimensions. This is how you build. If you start building into cliffs and stuff, it can be very difficult for people to follow along. So that's kind of why. Wish you had a display that shows real-time information. Yeah, there's a mod that does it, that gives you the information and productivity of your machines. I think you have to build something and tag the machine with it, and then it gets added to like a little tablet or something that you can then get real-time info on whatever you tagged. Something like that. Pretty sure. I don't know if it's in this update, but it was in the last one. Alright, so let's just grab... That's where I used to have a manufacturer. I got rid of it. But we can put a new one down. To get the stuff for the manufacturer itself, there are motors here. Okay. Crystal oscillators. That's a quartz crystal. I'll have to get more of that. Do cable. Oh, you only need 3 actually, didn't we? What was the other thing? Reinforced iron plates. Actually, cut that. I'm just gonna dump my inventory in this now. I'm just gonna make a run for each of those 3 different things. I have to grab wire. Did I not have any cable on me? Well, that's bizarre. Oh no, sorry, I did. I just obviously just put it in. Yeah. Just I wanted to hook it up to power. I forgot to do that. All right, so do that. Any power around here? There. Alright, so it's making stuff now. And grab another one of these. Make any sort of small container real quickly. I don't need that many. We just need like maybe 100 or something, and that can fuel all the signs that we're going to need for a while. Just let that run in the background for a minute. It's going to grab the materials needed to just load up fully those container boxes. So I'm gonna make my way over to the quartz area, which is the furthest out one first. Won't take too long. We'll just take a zip line there. Grab all that, bring it down, let that run in the background, making crystal oscillators for a while. That'll provide everything we need for the signs. Then we can use our blueprints, lay out those signs everywhere now. The place should look a lot better. Make a square foundation without blueprints? Not sure what you mean. You want to make a square foundation without blueprints? In my playthrough, I only ever used foundations to build bridges. Everything else was just on the terrain. Oh, really? Wow, that's crazy. Oh, I didn't see what Jeff was talking about, but he said something about it's his favorite series to watch. Dude just dying to spiders for hours, but he's doing it. Nice. Who's that? I can attend one. Hey, Adris. No. Oh my god. You're supposed to be on the left, otherwise this one catches you. Well, I didn't intend on this being the actual way I get up here, but served me well so far. I'm finishing the logistics floor from the refineries, and what I did was invert the belt heights. AB is on top and G is at the bottom. So when AB bifurcates to the refineries, it disappears the top one. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Sure. Yeah, whatever works. What we're looking for. Great. Alright, we'll just take this with me. And we can load it all up into that crystal oscillator machine. Yeah, I still don't really get it, Comet. Like a grid for foundations. I don't really understand. Just me, I guess. Do you mean like what it looks like on the floor of a blueprint designer? Do you want the pattern of a grid? Because an interesting addition that I wish could be added is like a mode in building to make a square foundation without blueprints. But you can make a square foundation without blueprints. But I think you're saying you want to project the world grid onto what you're seeing, is it? So that you can just see the world grid or something like that. Thanks, Jeff. Oh, swamp only. Sarasac. Okay. Because if you want to make square foundations, it's like, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I think I know what he's saying. Is it that you want to do this, but not using a blueprint? You want to just plop down a big square of foundations without a blueprint? Yeah, I guess I don't really, you know, I don't disagree with that, but I kind of think like, well, we have a solution to it. We just use blueprints. And blueprints allows you to dismantle the whole thing at once, which is kind of nice. So that was for this. So we dump all that in there. Fine. Next thing is going to be cable, and then after that was reinforced iron plate. So cable is just over there. Yeah, bigger size single foundation, like a 4x4 that is one piece. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, for sure. Alright, we are good to go. Last one will just be the reinforced iron plates, which is actually down by the machine, so it shouldn't take too long. Rectangle zooping. Yeah, that could be interesting. That could be quite difficult to do, I think, but if they could do it, yeah. Wouldn't say no. Right, cable was this one, right? That's my own personal box, and this is reinforced plates. So just grab those reinforced plates. I actually don't have many of these because I used a lot for logistics. Only got 788 at the moment. Alright, send those all in. Cool. So now we are supplying the manufacturer with everything it needs for quite a while, at least. And none of these go over 60 per minute, so Mark 1 belts are all good just to keep it running. In fact, we could probably overclock it, but I left my power shards somewhere else. And we've made 4. So I'll just let it do its thing. I was going to do something else here, but I can't really remember what it was. Yeah, I don't know. Oh well, I guess we'll just leave that in the background. Oh yeah, I want to drive out and just pick up some plastic. Because we're going to maybe go over the concrete floors with the plastic coating, which would look nice. We'll just drive out that way. While we're waiting for this machine to make some stuff for us anyway. Hey, Ian. Guarantee no one objects to that. Alright, I'd like for 1 meter foundations to start at the same ground level. Oh my god, yeah. That's crazy that it doesn't. Crystal oscillators are painfully slow to craft, yeah. Anything that's made in manufacture is just slow, isn't it? It's funny because I actually don't really care for having too many smaller shapes and things like that. I kind of more want more materials than just 4 materials, you know? That's just me, though. They've got so many materials in the game. I'm just like, why can't that be... Can't you just put that texture on a foundation? Oh, no. Came prepared. Because there's some really cool material, like wire metal. You can actually see through it. It's in the hub, in a really big area. So it's like, yeah, just take that and like give me that as a texture to use as a foundation. Love it. There's also like sheet metal and things like the metal that you see. Let's see, maybe on top of this. I think it might just be in the hub as well, actually. But even just like that texture, like why can't we have that, but on as a foundation? Just like if the materials are in the game, I kind of feel like just make it a square that we could use. But you know, maybe at 1.0, if I was them, I'd be holding all of those things for 1.0. It's like, oh yeah, we've now got like 20 different materials to use, mostly metals, variations of metals, concrete, and maybe the odd one could be even wood or something. Just something to use your other materials for if you wanted to. But probably just mostly metals and concrete. When did I start streaming? You mean today? About just over 2 hours ago. How do I look sick? Thanks, Cold. Darn, you just hit the nail on the head with the materials being held to 1.0. I mean, I hope so. They haven't said that, but I hope so. But that's what I would do if I was them. You don't want to complicate things by throwing out more materials now. It's just like, oh, this would be a nice... It would feel like getting a lot of content just to have more materials suddenly, so... Hopefully they do have some in the back pocket. What did I... Yeah, I wanted plastic. Let's go. What's in the other one? Rubber. I don't need that. It's fine. Love that spot. All the pumps going in sync is so cool. I'm a copy at 100%. Yeah, the blueprints are available. I've given out all my blueprints for everything, and I built those roads with blueprints. So you can actually, if you want to literally copy it, you could. Or obviously you could just use your own design. The same idea. DSS is very good, but yeah, I hope so. I mean, I've been following them for quite a while. I've been kind of following the game since update 3, so not since the very beginning, but for quite a while. Once they added trains, I think that's as far as I got, and then I didn't play it for a long time before I came back with videos, so I also took a big gap from them. So I know they've held things before, and they've made jokes about like the pipes and that they'd never do them, and then they did, and all that kind of thing, but I wouldn't just, you know, assume that 1.0 is going to actually have loads of things. I'd rather, like, I'm a cynical person, very cynical, so I'd rather go in with low expectations and be pleasantly surprised. So I'm sure there will be a couple new materials. There has to be. Will there be as many as 20? Like I said, probably not. So I like to think there'll be a couple of extra additions in there, and maybe they just want, their philosophy is like, yeah, maybe just leave it to modders to add like more, and we give them the framework to add a more core experience, I guess, that give everything a purpose. It's like, okay, we have all these materials that have a purpose. We're not going to have 6 different metal foundations that basically do the same thing. I guess every foundation does the same thing. I don't know. Look, I don't know. I don't want to project onto them. I just hope that they have the desire to do more materials. I hope. We'll see. When are you upgrading the power plant? When I get to Logistics Mark IV. I haven't got there yet. As soon as I get the Mark IV belts, then we just go in there, Mark IV it out of its mind, and put in the Mark II, what's it called, pipes? Yeah. You cynical? Never? No. You've no idea. Like, unbelievably cynical. That's what working in the games industry will do to you. And when you have like really high expectations for a game and it comes out and it's one of those like cyberpunk type launches where it's like devastating. Shakes you to your core so you can't get excited again. Okay, don't know what that was about. Oh. Okay. I do live in the UK currently, yeah. I live in the southeast of the UK. Yeah, just some invisible rock or maybe creature, I don't know. One of the bean things could have been like under the road or something. So what I wanted to do is put in more of this type flooring. Oh yeah, we need to do it on the top floor. I'll just do that kind of quickly while I'm reading. So it's going to be a little bit repetitive. But while I'm reading chat and stuff and chatting with you guys, I can do that in the background. Just realized something. Materials. Can you hotkey this? Let's see. Oh my god, you can. Sweet. Alright, let's start up here. Ah. It leaves concrete behind. I wouldn't have thought so. This doesn't... That costs 7. Oh, and that costs 5. Huh, didn't know that. Alright, we just have to dump some... Make some space in it. Oh my god, this reinforced... I was looking for reinforced plates for so long, and they're here. There's some here the whole time. God, I wish I knew that. Forgot about these boxes I left up here. I was doing logistics and I ran out like in between episodes and I was like, oh my god, I actually don't have any more, and I couldn't believe that I used like 3,000 or something. I obviously did. Anyway, or obviously left it up there. All right, let's go. I can actually put a filter on this. Well, I only do, well, that's, I don't think I could do it to anything else anyway, but. One wacky way to change materials to hold E, bring up the alternate foundation. Yeah, that's madness. Some people do that though, but yeah, I find that weird. I don't know why. I think it's just because of the delay it takes for the wheel to pop up. If it was instant, maybe I'd use it more. It's such a silly thing because it only takes a second, but it's more about the feeling. The Mark II miner only goes up to 300 per minute. Just how? Oh, well, whatever the limit. I haven't done the numbers, but I'll upgrade the factory based on whatever the lowest limiting factor is. So, with power shards, a Mark II miner only goes up to 300. Doesn't it depend on what deposit it's on? It's on a normal deposit. I think it goes higher than 300 on a normal deposit. A Mark II miner. Overclocked, yeah? I don't know. If you, I haven't looked at the numbers, but I'll upgrade the, you know, your question was, are you going to upgrade it? It's like, yeah, I'll upgrade it every time I can upgrade it. I do. So yeah, not really much more to that really. But if you're then saying it's like, well, you can only go up to this much, it's like, well, then I go up to that much, whatever the limiting factor is. It's over 2 hours and I'm still awake. Didn't think I'd be able to stay up this long. You can do it. Go all night. All right, that's our Caterium quickwire assemblers done. Hey Marnus, good to see you here. Mark II overclocked can do 600 on a pure node. 355, wow. Hey, welcome. Thanks for everyone being here. As I mentioned at the beginning, Happy New Year. First stream of the year. I want to get streaming more regularly. Not replacing videos or anything, but I think at least twice a week. There's a thing on the YouTube Creator Studio actually that says if you did it 3 times a week, you know, you grow by this much and stuff. It really wants me to do more. So I'd like to do that, but it's committing to a good schedule that's a bit difficult at the moment. I should be able to do that at the beginning of February, though. Won't be going anywhere for many, many months. But in the next week or two, I'm going back to Ireland to potentially meet my little nephew, who's been born possibly today. So until that's done, I don't really want to commit to anything. All right, cool. It's looking good. Let's go out to 3 here. and all that plastic to good use. Yeah, I could go over to the power factory and see. Well, I'd really need to hit the next milestones first, I guess. But yeah, there's a save file with the factory fully upgraded to Mark V. If anyone wants to see how to make it run correctly, there is one small thing you have to do with pipes, but it's all there and explained in the Google Drive thing. Because again, people have been calling me out saying it's not possible with my layout, or it's inefficient or whatever, and I don't want to say they're not right, because in some aspect they were kind of right. But the solution, the fix, see, their solution is to exploit the game. My solution was to add one pipe segment and it fixes it. So it's like, okay. I got it working in the end. I did test the build before I built it, but I didn't leave it running long enough. If you leave it running long enough, you realize that it does actually run at 98% efficiency. So it's like, okay, they are technically correct, but they weren't correct for the right reason, I suppose. There's no ego involved. I really don't mind being wrong. I would hate to think I am wrong with certain things when I tell other people how to do it, because then I'm like, oh my god, I made a mistake for other people. But I'm glad to see that the fix was actually really easily doable. No machines had to change, no overclocking had to change, anything like that. So the save file is there for anyone who ever gets ahead of me with that power plant and wants to know how to upgrade it. That's basically what I'm saying. Mark V belt, Mark II pipes. Just need to add one extra Mark II pipe, and it works fine. Alright, is that it? I think that might be it for all the plastic coating that we need in this place. Still going over this way, I guess, but yeah. Oh, alright, so those cosmetic floors. That's kind of what I wanted to do. I was kind of thinking of doing that downstairs as well, but I'm not really too sure yet how I'm going to do that. Alright, let's, we'll turn this place on. I'm just going to need to store up this material for a bit, and then we'll turn it on. I'll follow some of this stuff around. I need to just create storage containers for the copper to go into, and the wire. Yeah. I think we've got enough power to run the place. And need that for storage. I'll get back to this later. Plastic. Alright. Trying to think what else needs to be done. Do I have steel? No, I'll have to go grab that. And then the oscillators as well. Alright, cool. When are you gonna unlock the jetpack? For me, it's a game changer. Well, I wanted to get this factory done, but now that this is done, it's actually really easy to get the next few milestones, which includes Mark II pipes, the jetpack, and a few other things. That's why I was thinking of building a biofuel factory next. Because it'd be cool to actually make, make fuel for it. So soon. Possibly it could be the next thing I do, actually, after this factory. We'll be giving out the floor plan for the assembly floor level. I'm just building along. Yeah, I don't know how quick I will be with that. Again, you can just use the save file. I know it's a little bit more tedious, just a little bit, but if you just load the save file, you can see the gaps and distances you need. That's why I gave out the save file. I just didn't want to spend so many more videos on this factory. I feel like I need to move on. His numbers are dropping off, basically, so I need to move on to something different. But yeah, and it took me so much longer than I thought. Right. That should be everything. That's what I have. Yeah, I'll take it just a little bit more steel in case I need more belts. Oh, and we need... nah, I won't bother. I was going to say I need awesome sinks, but I don't really need to set those up. Okay, so yeah, we're going to turn this place on, get it running again, and work out any kinks, if there is any. Apart from that, don't worry about that. That's intentional behavior right there. They're just having a bit of a battle. They sorted out though. Whoa, nearly. I did get run over. I was gonna say nearly got run over. They're fine. They work it out. They work it out. They should stop behind each other as well. I feel like one stops behind one, but then they don't really know about the third placement in the queue. Don't worry. Don't look at it. They'll fix it. They'll straighten themselves back up. Alright, so in order to make this place work and be able to run correctly, I'll have to do a couple things to it that I'll have to fix. Do I have what I need for a valve? Nah. So I can only run 5 of these machines. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, you know what I could do? Oh, that would actually take a while. I was going to say we could cheat, run Mark 5 everything, and get the place running 100% just to see it on stream. But that would mean upgrading every belt, and it would take quite a while. So I feel like I'm not going to do that. We could, if people really wanted me to. But I'd rather just maybe turn it on the way it can be run now. 3, 4, 5. Which just means cutting the pipes a little bit here. And here. Just even generally speaking, it doesn't have to be exact. I'm just putting those back in. I'll put them back in later. Right, and then this is our input feed, so we just cut them at the same place, basically. Now, those machines up above are turned off, but this just means that when they're getting fed manifold, it's not going to run down into machines that aren't doing anything. It'll just be a bit quicker, so you don't have to do this. But it'll make the results be a bit more immediate, I guess. Alright, so that's Caterium done. Now, the only blocks that I'm going to turn on here, I want to say is going to be E, F, L, and M. E, F, L, and M. I'll just make sure they can be turned on. That's L and M. And on the opposite side, that should be E and F. Yep. Right, so. Yeah, they come from over. So that's. Oh, yeah, I have a sign there. Nice. E and F. Alright, so same thing just has to be done here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cut it about there, cut it about there. Whatever, it's good enough. This doesn't have any of its outputs done for some reason. Maybe fix that. Is that correct? Did it the wrong way, sorry. I haven't caught to the last couple of vids. What even is this? Oh, I explained it all at the beginning of the stream. We ran through the entire build. Now, when I turn things on, I can explain it again, actually, as we follow it. But I just need to do a couple of the outputs here. It's also production documents and stuff that you can see. We showed it on screen earlier. Again, apologies for the flashbang. Bonk. Although it's not quite white yet. But if we go here, this is basically it. So we have a station. One station has 2 outputs of 780, or potentially 780. It goes into a block. This is one block here, the 2 of these. 26 machines, so each row is 13. So we're in the logistics floor looking at this now. So I'm powering on. So in order to run these machines fully, we need Mark 5 belts. Don't have that yet. I've got Mark 3. So because of that, I can only actually, instead of powering 13 refineries, I can only power 5 or 6 or something like that. So I'm just doing it so that the belts are only going to feed 5. Now I could turn it all on and it would still do its thing, but this way it'll just run a bit quicker. We'll see the results a bit quicker. So it's all there basically for people to find and see. It's all online, although I still have a few more of those little documents that I need to add. I haven't quite done it yet. Thanks very much, Herbs and Ammunition, by the way. Did I just curse? Did I? What did I say? You can write it in chat. I don't know what I said. I sometimes swear. I swore in the episode where the Tractor Terry tried to kill me. I left it in. It was necessary to hear that. Hear the fear. Alright, so that's all well and good. That's going out where it needs to. So yeah, we just have to cut those pipes here as well. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So just cut this one, cut that one, this one, that one, whatever. Like I said, it doesn't have to be super accurate. There's 5 there, there's 5 there. That's good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Something like here, something like there. Alright, good enough. So, that should be E and F done. I'll just do that for L and M, and we're ready. That's the... Actually, I went further... Oh, no, I didn't. Oh, I did, actually. I went further down than I had to. That's okay, though. Doesn't matter. Connect these back up in the future. Right, so... M. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. Just pop that one back for a second. It's this one, I think. Okay, that's that one done, and then the last one is here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Great. Alright, so now we can power on the factory, basically, without killing ourselves. In terms of having to wait for Manifold to take forever to kind of backfeed everything. So I'll talk through how it all works. We'll run some Factorio music, shall we? Could be a little bit more interesting for turning on a factory. Program to use for these documents. It's a program called Milanote. It doesn't do any calculations. It's just a visualization tool, so I don't recommend it really. It's just so I can show you guys in a clean presentation how things work. Nice to remember as well, but I still have to do all the numbers and draw the arrows and hook. It's just literally like dragging and dropping things to make it look nice. It doesn't actually do any of the work, if you know what I mean. Leave that there. Alright, we're almost ready. Sorry, last thing we have to do is hook up storage containers, otherwise the copper's just going to hit an end of a belt and go nowhere. We at least have to put them into containers so we can see them filling up and doing something. We'll just do that now. Now what we're going to be making is wire and quick wire. That's what we're going to be making here at the moment. Actually, I think I can make cable now as well. Cable should be set up. I'll find any issues with that. Ah, yeah, actually, there's issues here. Rework. Need to finish this. I had to change that around a moment ago. I'll do that in a sec. And these need to be signed and belted. I was going to do that on stream, but I just felt like that'd be too boring today, so I'm just going to do it myself, I think. But this is where all of our stuff converges. So this is going to be cable, and that's going to be wire. So wire does flow down there to make cable. We have 4 belts up on top doing wire, and 4 belts on the bottom here doing cable. So I'm just going to be very lazy, just to allow the belts to continuously flow. We're going to do spaghetti. So this will obviously be a train station or something like that, you know, to actually send this stuff somewhere in the future. That's them all going somewhere. And myself, I'll just hook these up to an awesome thing, drain them when I decide to put these belts into their proper location. Any ideas for the external walls design? No, again, I wanted to do that today, and then I was just like, I don't know what I'm going to do with it. I feel like I'm just going to make it a big concrete box. Well, there's going to be a lot of windows, actually, and we could do that right after we start turning it on, thinking about it. Start doing some of the windows. Coming up to 2.5 hours. Yeah, I'll still go for another hour and a half at least. So yeah, we'll start doing windows. We'll do 1 floor or something and see how it looks. So just before we can turn it on, the last thing I need to do then is just hook this up to somewhere that's not being used. So it's the top 4 that have been used, right? And I can't even remember now myself. Oh no, sorry, the bottom 4. The bottom 4 are all going off towards the cable machines, yeah. The top 4 have not been assigned yet. So we just need to make sure that they're all being fed somewhere. So that one's going up and over and out, so that one's good. So So if it's on the bottom, it's already going somewhere. If it's on the top, it's not. So again, I'm just going to do this kind of lazily, but that was the top right one. So we can send this maybe to just there. So now we have the top left and the mid top left to send stuff into. So this is actually done for me. The top left is done here. And that one needs to connect to here. Don't expect people to follow that. It's really messy. It's just because I just did it recently. So that should be all hooked up now. We'll turn it on. If there is something wrong with it, we'll find it. Right, but we should be ready to go, I think. We'll turn this on from the power room, and then we'll go through everything. Hey, first time here, watching, learning, and building with you. Thanks for sharing your knowledge with us. Thanks, Philip. Or Philippe. How much power your power plants generate? It's about 20,000 megawatts of power. This entire factory. So it's a lot. I only produce 4,800, so obviously we can't run it yet. Not all of it, but in the future we'll be able to. So it's a future-proof. The idea is that this is the only copper factory we'll ever need, ever. That's the idea. Whether that becomes true or not, I have no idea. Yeah, let me just say that Satisfactory is the type of game I love to watch, but I don't have the patience or math skills to really enjoy the game. So on behalf of all those, thank you. Thank you. All right, I'm just going to go to the bathroom and then we'll turn this bad boy on, all right? So just bear with me 1 sec. I'll be back in just a moment. All right, I am back. Will this become a copper powder factory? So yeah, I've never played the game all the way to the end, so I don't actually know what's really required at the very end. I just know that you do need a lot of copper, so I could just tell you exactly. So what this place is going to be making, as it currently stands, if we were to fully ramp it up, the idea is that it can handle 4,800 copper ore coming in to produce 12,000 ingots per minute. All these numbers are per minute. So at the moment, what's left over of that 12,000 is 8,295, I think. I haven't actually checked these numbers in a while, so it could be maybe a bit wrong. Let me just check one thing. I know that the fused wire is correct, so 2,925 plus 5. Sorry, 780. 170. That's see, yeah, it's gone up a bit, I think, since I last designed this. Hang on just 1 second. So 4,875 is the correct amount of copper we're consuming, minus 12,000, which is what we can produce. So this actually, so here's what's left over. 7,125. Hey, Dirty Chemist, thank you very much for the super chat. Really do appreciate that. Super chats are like super helpful. Just a thank you for all of the vids. I know how much time and effort the editing takes, and the work. Sorry, and the excuse me, I'm terrible at reading. And the finished work is mighty polished. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you, Dirty Chemist, or just Chemist, as you signed off. Appreciate that a lot. As I mentioned before, a super chat or a channel membership, you're basically, let's say it was I think the lowest is $2 for a channel membership. I think, or £2 anyway, and that's basically the equivalent of about 3,000 views for me. So you make your view go very far. If you think of it that way, but you know. Understand, I appreciate people just being here, but just wanted to mention it. Shout out to those who do the little extra to spare and they help out that way. So anyways, so what's going to be left over is 7,125 ingots per minute. So we could do something with that in the future. I could do something with the 4,600 quick wire we make per minute, or the 120 AI limiters. I don't know where we're going to use these or what's going to be fed into. I just know that this should be a factory that lasts for a long time, and we have stuff left over if we can't decide where it's going to go right now. So it's got room to expand in the future, basically, as well. Because I didn't want to forward plan it to the nth degree where the entire playthrough is like already designed for me. It was more just like, we're going to design a high volume factory and decide what it's needed for later by sending it somewhere else. All right, anyways, just joined. How much have you done? On today, honestly, not that much. We've kind of gone over some cosmetics. We had a look at some blueprints, kind of talked through the factory, but that's really it. Designed how I do the staircases. But just a few little small odds and ends in cosmetics. It's more really just being me chatting with you guys, to be honest. All right, we're going to turn on the factory, which we've done before, but now we can do it all in one smooth run without any cuts in the video, right? So what we need to activate the actual... So the parts of the machines that run the wire and the Caterium and all that, right? So we have to obviously activate some of the copper refineries, some of the Caterium refineries, turn on the assemblers, and that will make the things that we need. Now, if we wanted just to run all the refineries and just get all the copper ingots out, we could do that. But, well, I couldn't. The power would trip, but you could do that, if you know what I mean. But we're going to run specifically the machines that will help us make the wire and the quick wire. All right, so to get us started, we're going to turn off the assembly override first. So everything is basically off now. The only thing that's on is the belt locks. These are the power switches that determine whether or not we let Caterium or Caterium or copper flow into the factory. So we'll just have a look very quickly, really quickly again at that concept. It's just on the flow right below me here. You'll see that all of the Caterium that we currently are bringing into the factory, we're continuously pulling everything in, right? Via trucks that are arriving on our road network all the time. They go out to their little extraction points, they get what they need, and then they bring it back in. And we're just dumping it all. Dumping all of it, because we don't need it until we power on the refineries, and they're currently off. And the same is happening for all the copper, right? There's 8 copper belts, there's 2 Caterium belts. So the power management is all hooked up such that we can just redirect the flow. Sorry, I have to go higher. Redirect the flow into the refinery, so we're going to do that. When does load balancing become necessary? Oh, and by the way, Jay Heartby hasn't come up yet, but appreciate that. Thank you so much for the super chat. He said some views for you. Also, new Frostpunk video out an hour ago. So yeah, people were saying maybe we'll watch it at the end. But yeah. So traditionally, most people use splitters to send the overflow into an awesome sink. But I just reversed that, and instead we're sending the main flow into an awesome sink. But we turn off the awesome sink via a switch, and that lets the belt then overflow, like out the regular way. So it's kind of like the inverse of the way you normally would do an overflow thing. I didn't channel member re-up reminder, but it went away, and I can't get it to come back. But being with your builds for a while. Well, you're still a channel member right now, so maybe it just automatically did it, which I would look into if you don't want that to happen. You know, maybe find a way to cancel it if you don't want that to happen in the future. But I appreciate it. Thank you, Orion. Cool name, by the way. Orion Sirius. Do your trucks transport all the Caterium? The miners extract? Yes. Yep. So the Caterium mine, there's one Caterium mine right underneath me. So technically one of them just comes straight into the factory. And then the other line comes in from out here. This station here, I haven't actually named it yet. Or given it a little icon yet. Grunwald, Kenrick Grunwald. Thank you very much for becoming a channel member as well. Appreciate that. Alright, I think we're ready to start. So, the reason that we do this, and the reason that we feed into assemblers, or I keep calling them assemblers, awesome sinks, is that we want to prime the refineries and fill them up with water first. Went over why we do that earlier in the episode. I'm not going to talk about it now, but you can go back if you want to learn why that is. So, we know that we're going to use refineries in blocks E and F, and in L and M. So that's powering those water extractors. We're just going to quickly run down there and check on those water extractors. You're welcome. I really appreciate it. So thank you, Kenrick. Right, so this is why I need signs down here to see exactly which things are running when. But they're online. So these machines are off and the pipe is severed because we don't need those until we future upgrade the factory. But we do need these two. They're online now and the pumps are going and we're going to be pumping up. Now if this fills up, we know that the machines upstairs are full. How do I turn off the holiday stuff? Go out to the main menu, right? The main menu. Go into options, click gameplay, and disable seasonal events. Yeah, parachutes are great. Alright, so we know that the water is now up and running, so that's all well and good. And that's for the copper. We actually have to do that for the Caterium as well. The Caterium water is controlled by just one switch, which makes it a bit easier. And some of these outputs have to still be hooked up for the future. That's the only things that are really left to do at this factory now. I also want to remove all the paint that was down here. It was more just to let me know what was on the floor above, but it's not really as necessary anymore. So I'm going to go over all this with signs and stuff. Alright, so I'd love it if in here we had like little security cameras that could like, you know, it's like you click the water extractor and then we can actually just see like the water extractor's powering on. It's a shame that I have to run so far to it, but good to know that works. Right, so here, X, Y, and Z. We're going to turn them all on. Now, you need to also turn on the blocks. If they're to receive that water, the refineries themselves need to be online. So we know it was EF and L and M. There's L, M, E, and F. You see our power consumption line just going up and up and up. So now our max consumption is way above my production line. So we could trip the network, potentially. See how it goes. I just realized something else we've forgotten to do, or I've forgotten to do, which is hook up the copper belts. Oh no, they are hooked up, aren't they, actually? Yeah. No, they are. I was going to say that they're not feeding upstairs, but they are. They're over there. Cool. That's ready to go. Alright, so just to go over that. So blocks of refineries. So E and F, they're online. L and M is online. They're being fed water currently. Their belts are being held back. We're not letting them get turned into what they need to be just yet. I just want to close a few of the things that I have open here on my screen. I have a bunch of crap open. Alright, cool. We'll be upgrading the coal plant once you unlock the Mark IV belts, or is a Mark III miner needed? Someone else was just asking that. I actually haven't looked into it. I don't know. It depends how... but we could check it even now, but how much do you get out of a deposit when it's Mark II fully overclocked? That's the question. At the moment, it's running at 240 belt speed, not 270. So we could definitely bump it up, but I don't know by how much just yet. I need to check that out. Well, even if I fully upgraded the coal power plant, even if it was fully upgraded, it would not be able to sustain the power needed for this entire place. The coal power plant at tier 5 Mark II belts, Mark V belts, sorry, Mark V belts, Mark II, oh my god, Mark II pipes, Mark V belts, produces 12,000 megawatts of power. This build consumes 20,000. So you would need something bigger to run this place. 480? Well, 480 is the miner limiting the coal plant, not the belts. If the miner it can go up to 480, then that's fine. I'll just have to check it myself because I don't know. Check it later. A Mark II miner on what I think is a normal deposit, overclocked fully. What does that go up to? That's what I'm looking to know. All right, I'm just gonna check the water downstairs really quickly just to see. Well, actually, we don't even have to do that. I can just check one of these machines and see are we full up yet. Well, that's a problem. It's not received any water for some reason. Oh, did I not turn on these guys? I think I forgot to. Okay. Got to turn on refinery block X, Y, and Z. I thought I did. Oh, I know what I've done. I haven't connected these to power yet. Yep. I'll just do that upstairs. I'll just do it lazily, just to get it running. Yeah, forgot to actually bring the power line out from down here, I think. Yeah, that's why this is open, because I still haven't done it yet. But this is, this needs to come up and basically do what that's doing, but get over there. So I'm just going to be very lazy with this, just to get it running right now. Right, so that's one group there. This thing needs to go to here. You can see it's come online now. Great. They must have just gotten their water instantly when that was connected. Let's just do this the same here. Look at the water. Oh yeah, love to see it. Great. Okay, good. Yeah, it's just a lazy way of doing that. We have to just do the same thing I did over on the other side, which is build the power hives. That's a quick thing. You don't even have to do that, but I like to. Anyway, so just do that for the other two as well. Just forgot to hook them up to power. Where's the CS2 Saturdays episode? It's in my mind. It's not done yet. Satisfactory took precedence, I'm afraid. Yeah, I've been putting it off a bit because I have to do a big change to it. And also the series views has gone down like a lot, so I don't know. Not that I'm going to stop it anytime soon, but I'm almost thinking of starting a new series once I get a better schedule in order, because I feel like I'm not that happy with the map. Although I don't want to redo things. I like the city. It's just that I hate the fact that pollution is blowing up towards the mountains, and it just doesn't make sense to build industry up there. It looks so weird, but it's like the game has forced me, in terms of gameplay, to do that. But in terms of realism, it's like you would never do that. You know, you'd never build a port or a harbor or anything all the way up there. So I'm struggling with it a bit. Anyway, so it's been something that's been on my mind, but I haven't been able to do it yet. I don't know when the next one's coming. But it'll, because the next, I'm doing a video before that, that's on a different game, which is a sponsored video. And then after that, it'll be back to City Skylines and Satisfactory. And then early next month, I'll be doing Anno streams. So I need to find a way to fit it all in, but... Alright, let's see. Gotten its water. Alright, anyway, so that was a bit of a deviation. I just forgot to hook the actual blocks up to power, just for these guys. You can hear the pumps underneath, pumping away. Now, a tiny bit of Caterium flowed in here just because it was, from when I first set up the belts. A little bit got through the belt release system, if you know what I mean, but now the belt release is on there, like they won't receive anything. None of them have made Caterium. But they seem to be full of water, so I think we're ready to let the belts release. Even this one, the one on the end, has 50. So as long as they're full, now we can let the belts release and start making Caterium. And I assume if these guys are full, then the copper ones are probably full as well. It doesn't take very long. We'll just leave those all active. So now we go belt lock XYZ. Release the belts. Belts lock L and M. And E and F was the next one. So now we've released all the belts. All of our material should now be flowing towards their respective refineries. And there we go. We can see it moving now. Such a cool feeling. Gonna brighten up the day a bit. Just making people live in the pollution? Yeah, well, that'd be the easy solution. What game? I was talking about City Skylines 2. Hey, Steven, appreciate that a lot, man. Wow. I'll wait till it pops on screen, but thank you. Alright, there we go. The Caterium is flowing in. Remember, they all have their water now, and Caterium is now making its way up manifold style into the first 5 machines on each row. And then we should start seeing Caterium flowing back down. So what we could do now is go upstairs and look at our glass containers and wait to see this flowing out. Thanks again, Steven. That's a $50 super chat. And he says, thanks for sharing the blueprints / save files. Thank you. Appreciate that a lot, man. That's a huge amount, so thank you. And my pleasure. What was I going to do? Yeah, might as well throw on a little global illumination. So we can see the machines are on, they're doing their thing. We need to light this area, obviously. And they're going to be intermittent for a while because they are receiving things manifold style. But now that they have their water, it should be okay. Just a matter of time before the belts get flooded with the Caterium they need to all power on. And there we go. We've got Caterium starting to go upstairs. On Mark II belts. 97.5 on each belt is the potential that they can do. I'm not sure what we get out of them right now, considering that we're only using 5 out of the 11 machines per row. Hey, thanks, Steven. He said, thank you, man. You do great work. Appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, I always feel like it's a bit dismissive just saying appreciate that, but I really do. So just thank you. Yeah. So if you guys want to stick around till a bit later, I can show you the issue with the the coal power plant, and the fix that you need for it. I can actually show it soon enough, actually, if you just wait maybe 20 minutes. Because, yeah, if you're running a 600 pipe with the original setup that I had, you have very rarely, but you will, get intermittent stuttering of 1 or 2 of your coal generators. There's a fix for that. Very simple fix as well. Doesn't disturb the build too much. You don't have to change layouts or anything like that too much. It's just one pipe gets added in, one floor hole, and it kind of fixes everything. So yeah, I'll show you how to do that a bit later. It's actually in the Google Drive, like the whatdarrenplays.com/satisfactory. If you go to the save files and then go to, it'll say working power plant. It'll tell you what to do. All right, so given a bit more time, we should start to see higher volumes. You start seeing multiple Caterium things rolling up now. So this is also should be happening for copper now as well. We turned on the copper machines just a bit further down. Not all the blocks, we just turned on 4 of them in total. E, F, L, and M, which are just a little further down here. There we go. There's one of them there. And they should all be going up this way, I think, unless I've made a mistake. So we're not seeing anything going up just yet. So let's have a look. First batches of copper are rolling out. They have water, they have copper. It might just be... The copper takes a little longer to get here. Literally takes a longer path to reach this area. So maybe it just hasn't come up yet because of that. I reckon give it a minute and we should start seeing it, unless there's some issue I didn't think about. This actually says it has no power. Oh, that's okay. It's this block here, here, there, and there. And they are all feeding into this one. Oh, I can see some on the other side. It's starting. Alright, so the copper ingots are rolling up now as well. Excellent. They'll be going up in much higher volume than the Caterium generally. Each Caterium belt does 97.5. Each copper belt will do 487.5. So they're much higher volume overall. So these two, the reason they're taking longer is because they're literally further down. Those 2 machines. So I think it's just a matter of time, I hope. We'll check it in a minute. I just want to go upstairs and see if these are now merging upstairs. We'll turn off global illumination now because it's dark enough as it is. That's why we have to add in those lights. Oh, we don't need that. Oh, this is weird. Oh, there it is. Ran past it. I was gonna say there was no entrance into the this floor. All right, so copper is now. This is where it comes up, right? The glass case was just down below here. So we are flooding the place with copper. Love it. Now, where does all this go? Some of it breaks off and goes straight into... Two of the belts break off and go straight into this area here. They are making fused wire. So what's happening is deuterium and copper ingots combine in this location to make wire in an alternate recipe called fused wire, giving you a very high volume out. Now, the machines up there aren't on yet. We can turn them on separately in a moment. The rest of the copper... Oh, and I should say, I guess if we were to complete the look of this area, on the opposite side of things, that's where the deuterium comes up, right? They're coming around this way as well. So it's the deuterium and the copper ingots flowing together. And remember, I just did some lazy belt work just there a second ago, just to get the machines to run really quickly. But it's, you know, it's 90% in place. Anyway, the rest of it rolls down this way on a series of 6 belts. And this is to make quick wire. So just like the alternate recipe to make regular wire, which takes deuterium and copper ingots, quick wire also takes deuterium and copper ingots, just in the reverse kind of amounts. So 6 of the belts travel down here, and just a handful of the copper ones travel down here. Oh, sorry, deuterium. They're doing the same thing. They have the same inputs, but the numbers are different. And they make very high volume. So each machine out that way makes 90 wire, and each machine out this way makes 90 quick wire. So it's pretty crazy. Love seeing it all run though. So should we go downstairs and just flick that last switch to activate this area, yeah? We should see our quick wire rolling out then for the first time. Well, I say first time. We did do this on video before, although I didn't actually have quite everything hooked up yet. It's a little bit more orderly now, just a little bit. Looking a little bit better. And this will be a canon save. I'm not going to be reloading this save. Down to our power floor refinement. I don't know if we'll break our power network doing this, but we'll see. Alright, so that's going to activate the entire top floor. Now we're going to be producing wire and quick wire. And this should be going into boxes and things. So now these machines should be active, and what we should see is everything rolling out into those containers over there. Although the quick wire is just going to stop right here. So all these belts will just fill and basically stop. We could, I suppose, make containers. How much is it? It's 6 belts. Just do this. Oh my god, whoops. Just to keep everything running very lazily. Crisscross them. Right, so at least they won't just stop here when the quick wire starts getting made. Now this is the part that I've never done before, which is the cable. So I'm expecting all of this to be receiving cable. Now the thing is, I don't know how many of these cable machines we can actually feed. Maybe just the first 4? Would that be alright? Maybe 5. We'll just cut the belt after 5. The outputs don't matter, it's just the inputs. So, actually, which ones are the outputs? Oh, those are the outputs, so I'll keep that connected. These are the inputs, and we'll do actually the first... Yeah, oh my god, look how fast it was. Wow, I can't believe it's here already. Wow, oh my god. Yes! That was so fast. Man, it can barely get out, actually. That means we're probably feeding too many of the machines for the current belt speed we're at. Sorry, it's just auto-saving at the moment. There we go. That is good, though. I mean, it works. Am I doing coded cable? No, just regular cable. So it's 1, 2, yeah. I'm gonna cut it there because if I recall correctly, that was a blueprint. So I'll just cut this. that. Not that it really matters. And then we'll feed these. We have to power these ones on separately though, so I'll just do that really quickly. Never made cable here before. Now interesting, I don't know what's going on there. We'll have to look into this. This will be our logistics troubleshooting. Don't know why this is empty or why this is patchy, so we'll have a look at that in a sec. Let's just get these ones running. So I said the first 4. No, yeah, first 4. Right, so you just have to hook that up to power as well. These aren't receiving. Those did receive. Okay, something wrong there. What's the problem? Oh, it's because they're on the belt that hasn't received anything yet. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Oh, nice. Cable's rolling straight back out. Love it. That's so quick. How much cable do you need? 2,400 a minute, I think, is what we have. So yeah, let's find out what's going on. So why are some of these sputtering? I'm guessing there's a low tier belt back here. We'll follow this one first. That is a Mark 1 lift. There's your problem. That's fixed. Okay, so here. Oh, well, there's the problem right there. They haven't been hooked up yet. Thought that was like a really quick and easy fix. There we go. Flow! Flow, damn you. Like I said, some of that belt work temporary, but most of it's not. And the top belts aren't active because we don't power all the machines yet. What have we made? 40? 86? 66? How good is that, huh? That's the money shot right there. Almost. The spice must flow. Cably. Okay, there's our 4th tier cable coming around now, 4th belt on the bottom. That should feed those those end machines that we didn't have hooked up. There you go. So now what we can do, and I might actually do this now, is go out to this copper area and just delete that because it's not needed anymore. We have this entire factory to do exactly what that does in vastly higher volume, far quicker. Alright, I might put back on the Minecraft music for a bit. Where's our quick wire as well? Can we see that coming down now? Yeah, I can see it. There it is. Oh, it looks so good. I just love when you see it continuously flowing in on thick belts. Now we do have a couple missing belts on the other side, so let's troubleshoot. Find out what's going on. Oh, I think I know why. I think again it's the I've chosen not to turn those ones on. I think that's why that's happening. Is that we just couldn't support the power at the moment. So I think that is the reason. Love to see it. I love seeing the Caterium flow down on those super long belts. I just think it looks so cool. Flickers of gold. The one thing that logistically is going to be a bit of a challenge is in the center here, we flooded the area for the what's going to go up here, which is AI limiters. It needs Caterium. Sorry, I always call it Caterium. It needs quick wire and copper sheets. And we don't make copper sheets here yet. They're the final refineries that need to be placed in is the copper sheet ones. But I don't have the recipe for it yet. And we won't need them for a while, so I just haven't done it. But once that happens, I need to find a way. I think the copper sheets will come up from down here. Need to find a way to get them into the machines, but get the AI limiters out. Now the good thing is that it only makes 120, so you can put it all on one belt and maybe just send it under. And travel it along. Because I was worried, like, Well, where's it gonna go? Because there's no way out without... I guess you go up to the ceiling over these ones. But that was the only thing I was a bit worried about, because, yeah, they're just... These groups of machines are in the center of, like, these big areas, and I was like, oh no, have I backed myself into a corner where they can't get out? Yeah, you can use it for pipes. No, I know that. I have some copper sheeps being made, because obviously we built this place with pipes. That is happening. I just meant there's no demand for it in any other machine, you know? Obviously as a buildable we can use it. But yeah, I didn't have the recipe for it, so I just didn't hook it up because I didn't have anywhere to send it yet. Alright, so that's it really. That's the factory up and running, making its stuff. Not up and running at 100% because we need to upgrade it, but that's where the, by the way, the refiners for the copper sheets are going to go. We have our trucks coming in all the time. Love to see it. Great. Alright, we'll just let it do its thing. I think I'm going to start powering down that other area and clearing it out now. And we can go see how many crystal oscillators we made. Do some of that extra lighting. And then I was going to show off the power plants just to let people know what that fix is, in case anyone's ever wondering. I just want to get the Explorer. I drove it down here. Would it be a good idea to have a conveyor belt for us to travel so that we can follow the whole route? Can we even do that? Yeah, you could do that, or hypertubes could also do it, maybe. I don't know. I don't think it is really possible, because it's not like everything travels in one direction. So I'm not sure where the belt would need to take you, you know? You go different places if you're looking for Caterium, if you're looking for copper, depending on what you want to see. So I don't think it's really that necessary, actually, but you could do it. Is there a hotkey to sample machine colors? Like, so it goes onto the custom swatch at one click? No. But all the colors I've used, I've added to a document. For those who don't know, if you want to get this save file, just go to whatdarrenplays.com/satisfactory. I'll just really quickly do that on screen. Alright, so whatdarrenplays.com/satisfactory. Update 8. So there's the save files, right? So we have the save file for the one that I've just done, Copper and Caterium Factory. I'm updating that regularly while I'm making these little changes and adjustments. There's the how to install. So if you don't know, this tells you where to place the save file. So it'll download a save file, place it here, whatever. That's how you do that. For blueprints, it's the same thing. All the blueprints are out there for free since every episode. They always will be. The instructions, right? Where to place them. If you're on Linux or if you're on regular, just where to place them. It's a little bit more involved. I also just try to educate people and tell people like the differences between the files and what they do. But this is it. There's no more than that. Then there's also the color choices, right? So I update this as well. So these are all the hex values of the colors I use and where you'll first see them in the series and where I typically use them. So if you're liking some of the colors in my machines, or if you've loaded my blueprints, they might have these colors. And if you want to continue with that color, then you can obviously use these hex values. Or you could just recolor it and resave the blueprint to be your own style if you wanted to. So that's all there for people, if you want it. And then, like I mentioned, there's the planning documents, which I'm adding to over time. That's where the important info is. Appreciate the channel membership there. Thank you. That was Anish Unikrishnan. So the planning and thank you, by the way. The planning documents will be here. It tells you, like, the layout of the factory logically. Not specifically, although there is planning documents that even tell you it specifically. I think the floor plan documents kind of outline where things go on the world grid. So you've got that. Although I would just recommend using the save file, honestly. But here's the dimensions, the heights of every floor. Honestly, anything you have a question with, you'll find it in here. This is a logic map. I don't think I'm going to do this again. It took me quite a while to put it together, and I feel like I'll probably just do not the floor plan logic map, but just a regular logic map, and you can just determine where things have gone, because I can't be doing that. What you can do is put my save into satisfactorycalculator.com. So if you go to interactive map, we'll just do this right now actually as well, just to show people. You have to go to your app data folder. Right, so app data. Just Google how to get to app data if you don't know how. Local, and then you type in F, right? Factory game, saved. This is where your saves are. Save games. And we'll just go with, yeah, just go with the most recent thing, right? So you drag this over into here. Load up our save. You can do this with my save or your own or whatever. And this will give you the floor plan of everything without me having to go into Photoshop and build it out. And maybe I'll just go into here and take a snapshot of this. Might be a good middle ground actually for people so they don't have to do it. But it's if you're ever wondering where some of the wiring or the belt work is gone, this can help greatly. It's a fantastic website as well. Shout out to Satisfactory Calculator. They're supported on Patreon. So consider supporting them if you want to like maybe help them out. Even just one-off I think can be a really good motivator for people that run these kind of things. Right, so here we are. You can see it's obviously crazy, right? It's packed with stuff. This is the factory where we're standing right now. So there's all these filters on the right-hand side. So I'm just going to turn off all the machines. We don't need to see them specifically. Machines are gone. Storage is gone. We'll keep the pipes on. We'll keep all that stuff on for now. Take away the power poles, maybe. Take away power, all that stuff. Take away the vehicles. Take away the hypertubes. We'll leave the foundations. Let's get rid of all these smaller bits that maybe don't need to be seen. Like beams and pillars and cosmetics. Alright, site's running a bit slow because I'm also streaming, I guess. Takes up a fair amount. Right, so that off. There we go. Should run better the more I remove, though. Okay, so that's what you're left with. Now, you've also got a Z axis that you can lower down. So if I was to lower this all the way down to, say, whatever, negative whatever, it'll only show me what's at that height, between these two heights. But I've just gotten rid of everything, pretty much. I'll also just get rid of the fauna, beacons. That's all fine. Now we can go up floor by floor, almost. So you can go to, okay, what about, you know, at 52 meters, what are we looking at? What about at negative 40 meters? So you can see some of the dam placements and some of that is in there. The further up we go, we start to reach the height of the first kind of floor. This is clearly the floor with all the awesome sinks on it. So we're at, you know, 10 meters. We can actually bring this up now as well, maybe to maybe just 1. We're just seeing that floor now. And you hover over this stuff and you see what's in there. How many tickets I have currently, the next points. That's actually kind of cool. And we can see you can just zoom in, right? So see where the belts are going and what is this? Hovering over it even shows you the direction of the belt. So we can go up higher, obviously. So this was at about 10 meters. So let's go up to, I don't know, 34. We can maybe push this up to now maybe, whatever, 14. So getting rid of that bottom floor. Now we're up to the next stage. And we can kind of pull back. And then you can see the logic map of the belts. Once you know what you're looking for. There you go. That's how you do it, right? And that's how I could show people my roads. What you can even do is filter specifically just asphalt. And my roads are all done using asphalt. So if I turned off everything except for just asphalt, unfortunately we'd have to go in like this, turn off everything, and just leave the asphalt foundations on. I'll check that in just 1 sec, by the way. Be the last thing I show you with this. Right, so just turn off all that stuff, whatever. I'll keep the ramps on because we use those too. So just the asphalt stuff is left on. Now if I toggle this on, and I put my height back up to whatever, you know, all the way. 355. And we bring this down. Negative 108. It'll take a minute as it's loading, but it should load in all my roads. There we are. That's all the roads. Now, obviously, I've used asphalt in other places, but it's a good indicator of where the roads are. And you can see the distance and the length and all of that. So there you go. So that's kind of how you do it. Satisfactory-calculator.com. Load your save in there, load my save in there, and you can get the exact spacing. You can figure everything out. And the height. If you were to click one of these, you can actually see... update position, it would actually tell you where it's been placed. 50, 224, 412. No 0.000 or anything on that, which means it's nicely aligned to the world grid. So that's a good test. Now, Jerry, shout out 5 gifted memberships. And that's gone to Zal, Vlaxitov, Rayshawn Thompson, TMD, Dylan Duplicane, Sick Gandhi Oofers. And that's it. That's 5. Awesome. Thank you very much, Jerry. Appreciate that. Jerry's gifted before, so I really do appreciate it. Thank you, Jerry. And shout out to that game you showed me just in Discord. I only saw it today. But it looks kind of cool. Pax Augusta, a Roman city builder. That's currently in development. Anyway, so there you go. Taking the time, hopefully, to explain that nicely. Might clip that out for people in the future or something. So we're going to go venture out and get our crystal oscillators now. Get out of the way of that truck for a second. Shout out Jerry. I love seeing it. People giving him W's. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I might just make a video instead of using the clip or something. Or make a little video like that. Just common questions I get, all answered in one. Oh yeah, we were going to do the coal power plant thing. Yeah, we'll have a look at that now in a second as well. Let's see how many crystal oscillators we made. So, I'm not going to look yet. Let's do a little... I don't have anything to give away, but a little fun competition just for fun, right? You can do some quick math here, guys, okay? So, it's making 1 crystal oscillator per minute. Yeah? It seems to be still running at 100%. You could probably try to go back in the YouTube video file and see when I first ran this, but how many do you think are in that box? How many minutes is it? And it'll tell us how many minutes the machine has been running, because it's been doing 1 per minute. I'm going to make a guess. I have no idea. I'm going to say 63. Okay, I'm just going to guess 63. Any guesses out there? I'll look in just a second and we'll see what we have. Oh yeah, that was my box with all the other materials in it. $37, 42, 23. What did I say? 63? Just gonna pop this ticket back in. All right. Maybe next week I'll have something to actually give away. But today you just win internet points. But let's see. Let's see. 3, 2, 1. Bonk. Oh, it's 78th. So I dare say Emil is probably the most accurate at 79. But they quickly said 55 after that. But they were 1 off. 78th. Not bad. It's making 2 oscillators at the same time per minute. Oh yeah, so it wouldn't be an uneven number. That's a good observation. It should never have been uneven. Except at first, the only reason it could have possibly been is at first, if you remember, I put in an odd number of things. Oh no, that still wouldn't affect it. If it ever makes anything, it makes 2. Yeah, no, you're right. Good call on that. Did you know using Satisfactory calculator map, you can move the miners so they align to the world grid and they still work fine? Oh, I didn't actually. That's kind of cool to know. I don't really mind that, but that's kind of a good tip though. That's a good tip. Yeah, I have, not on this series, but on my previous series, gone in there and moved things within a blueprint designer, just slightly. And then save that as a blueprint, so I could kind of get the shape and blueprint I want in the world. Specifically with signs and stuff, I've done that before. Have you considered doing a multiplayer series, fixing subscribers' poorly organized worlds? Yeah, actually, I pitched that idea to my girlfriend before. I was like, oh, you could do like a Fix My Factory type thing. That's what I was going to call it, Fix My Factory. And I was going to have it all be like Fix-It themed. So like in-world lore and stuff, you know? It's like, oh, I'm an employee of Fix-It, I'm going to fix your factory or whatever. From failed pioneers. I just do not have the time. So, unfortunately, it's not going to happen. I'd love to do it, but I have absolutely no time. I can't even keep up with doing 1 video a week for this series. So, you know. But the idea is out there. Anyone else can have it if they want. That's what I would love to do, fix my factory. But see, the other thing is, I don't want to become a channel for just 1 game, you know? it's great to have some success with a game and be growing an audience for it. But if the game starts being not as popular and stuff and starts losing people, then I as a content creator lose out. And a lot of creators do really well doing that. Like they'll follow one game, they blow up, the game does well, everything's great. And it might never end, which could be great, but I also just like variety. I like playing other things, you know. Frostpunk has a new gameplay thing. I'm definitely going to be playing Frostpunk on this channel. I'm definitely going to be playing Manor Lords. I'm probably going to do another Anno series. So it's such a shame because not everyone can watch everything, and I don't blame anyone for that. I watch many creators for just one thing they do. I'm not, you know, not complaining about it. Totally get it. It's like, yeah, I like Darren or whatever, but I like seeing him play Satisfactory, and that's totally fine to say. But this is a variety channel to some extent. There'll always be 3 or 4 series on the go at a time. So, just the way it's going to be. So anyway, now that all that's out of the way, oh, and because of that, there is no, you know, fix my factory type series. Because I just don't have the time to go all in on just one game. Biffus fixes... Yeah, the reason I actually thought of it was because Legend of Total War is a personal friend of mine. We go back 10 years now, actually. Had dinner together, and it's very nice. We talk behind the scenes. And he grew... my channel actually passed his for a little while, and then he's now massive for Total War. He's huge. Because I used to be a Total War only channel before this channel. Anyways, he does a series called Saving Your Disaster Campaign. And I think he might have gotten it from Alex the Rambler, actually, who did Save Your Disaster in Hearts of Iron. So it's someone who's gotten themselves in a situation where they're against the odds and they might lose, and he'll go in there as an expert of the game and beat the AI and kind of save your campaign for you. It's a really great series. If you want to see someone like basically cheese the game, break the AI, and just do whatever it takes to win, which is really cool. Alex the Rambler did something kind of similar, again, like I said, with Hearts of Iron, sort of, except he wouldn't always win. That was his unique take on it. And yeah, I haven't seen Biff's things, but yeah, it sounds like the same thing. It's like, I'll take your save files of broken saves or issues, and then I'm going to solve this problem. And I could totally see that as being a cool, engaging piece of content. But for now, I'm just going to be continuing this save and this series and trying to help people build more complex factories over time. Purple Streamer did that too. What are we going to do? Fix it. Yeah, exactly, right? We're going to fix this. I think the game... I think the same kind of people who like Satisfactory also... Yeah, so that's the idea. Like I'd play an insane amount of variety. Like at the I just finished Ghost of Tsushima. I got the platinum in the game, finished all the DLC, hopped straight into Spyro right after that, and then the Outer Wilds. So I'm playing all sorts of random ass games on my own time. And I have a list of all the games I played this year. Actually, I might show people that in just one second. So I'm just gonna save this really quickly. We'll call this F12 stream. We're going to load the working power plant so I can show you what I've done to get that power plant working. And the save file is already out there for people. Do that super quick as well. Desktop. But yeah, I have a picture of all the games I played last year. And some people were like, oh, I'd love to see you play blah, blah, blah. But it's like, yeah, but it's really destructive to your channel. Trust me. You hop around genres. But if you can at least, if you want to do a little bit of variety, I think if you at least stay in the same ballpark of games that have some crossover audience, then you're, you know, a little safer. Which is what I'm trying to do. Bear with me one sec. Yeah, that's weird. I can't find. I made a little image for it, but I just can't find it right now. It's on Twitter, but I'll just see if it's here. Oh yeah, I found it. Found it. These are the games I played this year. I'm just gonna turn the game down a bit. Sorry, last year. Games of 2023. I just made this image because I'm a nerd, and I was tracking all my games in Excel. I did it for the first time ever. Me and Rosie. Rosie's my girlfriend of 11 years, so I'm just going to always call her Rosie instead of saying my girlfriend. Right, so me and Rosie decided like a year ago or just over that to start tracking all the movies we watch. So we have a little notebook that after we watch a movie, we just write it down, and then we just write the score that we give it. Like, how did we like it? And after a year, I was like, this is really cool. We have a full notebook full of all the things we've watched together. It's just kind of nice to reflect on it. And then kind of compare, just jokingly, like, oh my god, like, you gave this a 9 and I gave this a 4 or whatever. You know, something. It's like, so you're saying that the Mario movie's better than Interstellar. You know what I mean? Like, just silly things like that. But anyway, so I decided to do it for myself and track my own games, because I play on multiple platforms. Mostly just play on PlayStation and PC. And sometimes on Steam Deck specifically. So these are all the games I played, which wasn't actually that many overall, 50. And I completed 25 of them. Some of which were completed already. So it's not like I completed them all in this year. It's like I might have already jumped into a game that I had completed. Yeah, so you can imagine if I would love to play some of these games on my YouTube channel, but it's just never going to happen because they're just wildly different genres, right? Like, if we just take the last few games I played, Dredge, Ghost of Tsushima, and this is the order of which I played them, by the way. And if they have a trophy next to them, it means like finished it. If they've got a platinum trophy, it means I 100%ed it. So it's like City Skylines, Spider-Man, Stronghold, Flight Simulator, Alan Wake, Ratchet and Clank, Starfield, Battlefield, Tectonica, someone was asking about it earlier. I did a sponsored video on that. Kena, A Bridge of Spirits, Riftbreaker, Monopoly, The Order 1886, like most obscure game. I actually went in and platinumed that, and Deliver Us the Moon. Dirt Rally, Forza. So genre-wise, we have like a little indie fishing game, third-person open-world action game, city builder, third-person open-world action game, historical tower defense type game, RPG, FPS, logistics underground builder game, logistics tower defense game, sim game, arcade racer game, board game. You know what I mean? So it's just like, I unfortunately, and I'm sure a lot of people as well, I'm sure a lot of content creators just have like eclectic tastes, and you cannot make this all one channel unless I had the most beaming personality ever, where you're really watching for me and not what I'm doing. But that's just not the case. How did I like it? I really liked it. I gotta say, I didn't really like the combat though. It started to wear. I think the combat's quite basic, in my opinion. But the game just like oozes style, and the story and the characters are awesome. So for me, like, I much prefer something like God of War. I think God of War's combat is just like probably some of the best combat I've ever played, personally speaking, for that type of game, third-person kind of action game. And I was quite disappointed with this. I like the DLC a lot more because the characters in the DLC. The enemies in the DLC actually swap their weapons while they're fighting you. Whereas normally in the main game, you just kind of go like up to someone and it's like, oh, he's using a polearm. So I just press triangle to switch to that stance. And then once you switch to that stance, then all you do is the same combination of buttons no matter what stance you're in. It's just triangle all the time. Triangle, triangle, triangle. Broken shield, and then you hit them. Or it's square and triangle. It just seems really, really basic. And then you've got all these extra things like you can throw knives at people and smoke bombs and all this, but it makes the game so easy. So I bumped up the difficulty and I was just like, this is such a breeze. But I didn't play it on the hardest difficulty, I guess. And some people say you have to do that if you want it to be like super difficult. And it's more just about like one-hit kills, I guess. I don't know. Anyways, I guess for me, not thrilled on the combat. Hate to say it, because I know you said it's the top 3 games ever, but everything else about the game I loved. Especially the characters and the side quests. And the style of the game. But yeah, my game of the year for this year would easily be, if I could find it, Octopath Traveler 2. By far and away my favorite game that year. There's a lot of Total War on here because I did a Total War marathon at the beginning of the year on Twitch. Where I decided to switch all the way over to YouTube and just stick with the games I cover on the channel anyway. So yeah, for me, Octopath Traveler 2, the best game no one's played. Anyways. Yeah, so this is, let me read some of the chat there. By the way, did I miss that donation? So Reactor UK donated $50, or pounds. I was going to wait till it popped up on screen, then I just got sidetracked, so I apologize for that. And they say, thanks for all your time and effort. A little something to also celebrate your new niece and nephew. Hey, appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Maybe I'll buy them something. A little present. Oh, Rosie just messaged me right now saying you have 2 super chats. Yeah, sorry, I didn't get to them there. I was on a bit of a rant. Just explanation. So thank you again, React. That's a massive amount. Again, people have been very generous this stream, so thank you. Really, really do appreciate it. So thank you again, Reactor UK. And then another one from Josh Rutledge. He said, $10 super chat. Hey Darren, love your videos. Keep up the good work. You got me playing Anno and Satisfactory. Oh, sorry, Anno, but Satisfactory is my crutch. I'm stuck on nuclear. Scared to build it. Yeah, so that's interesting. Because you're far in if you're at nuclear and stuck there. I can't say I can authoritatively help you, just because I've never gone further than that myself. But to be fair, I feel like I bounced up because my views dropped. I was 60 episodes in. But I'm hoping now, without doing numbered episodes and kind of coming in and coming out with more how to help you build X, Y, and Z, we can just kind of gain people as much as we lose them the further in we go. So I'm hoping like milestone episodes are going to be like oil and nuclear and how to do trains and things like that. So hopefully we can onboard people as the series goes on. I'm hoping. And then Reactor said, send you a super chat. It went through, but the message didn't show up. Oh, did the message not show? Well, yeah, sorry if the message didn't show, but it should have just popped up as an alert. I don't plan on showing the messages on stream, just in case. But I read them out. But sorry it took a while to get to it, Reactor. Really do appreciate it, so sorry about that, but thank you. Would you take a crack at the crust? Yeah, I would, actually. I played the demo during, what's it called? The Steam Next Fest. Really quite liked it. I only played it very briefly. It was rough, not gonna lie. Like, it was early. Which, to be fair, it said it was early. But I love the idea of that. I'm into sci-fi games. I like Frostpunk and smaller, kind of tighter knit city builders like that. So, yeah, totally. Emil, enjoy the stream, Darren. Thank you, Emil. Also broke Riftbreaker and sent my save to the dev for a memory leak. Oh, really? Oppenheimer 22, Battlefield 1, so good. Yeah, I love it. I actually really like 2042 at the moment. I've been playing that too. Elden Ring is some good combat. Yeah, so I've also got some... Here's I'll just put my opinions out there one last time before we get back to this, right? Because Covertown says, you ever play Elden Ring or Horizon? I love Horizon. Platinumed it, loved it. I'm about to play Horizon Forbidden West. I haven't played that yet. But I'll be doing another... After playing Ghost of Tsushima, I want to play a smaller game, and then I'll go a bigger game again. So Horizon Forbidden West will be after the smaller game. But I've got some hot takes, some bad takes, let's say. Just straight up wrong takes, you could say. So, for me, I think Souls games are trash. Doesn't matter which one it is. I haven't played any of them, to be fair. I've played Demon's Souls, the first one. And I played one other one. Bloodborne. And it's just not for me. It's not the difficulty. I'm just not immersed in those games at all. They're very, like, arcade to me. And I'm just not into that. So it's just a personal preference. I'm not actually saying the game is bad. I do somewhat think this one-hit kill timing-based combat isn't actually good gameplay. It's just kind of artificial because it's time-based. Like, you just have to time yourself well and learn the moves or learn the patterns that the enemies do. That's just my opinion. But, you know, you can all say that I'm wrong. It's fine. So that would be my first let's just call it a bad take, because I'm saying I'm not even right with it. It's just how I feel about it. The next one is that The Witcher 3 is massively overrated. Played that game and I was like kind of quite disappointed with it, to be honest. Mostly let down again by the combat. It's the most basic combat I've ever seen. So that's my other wild take. Third wild take, Skyrim. Also trash. I played Oblivion and loved it. 100%ed it. Got every expansion. Loved it. Super hyped for the next game. Played it and I was like, what the hell is this? Probably the only person in the world that thought that. Because of Skyrim, or because of Oblivion, I had a lot of expectation going into Skyrim. And I was like, this is just Oblivion again. And I just played like The Last of Us and some other games that were really, like, at the time, pushing boundaries, I felt, in certain areas. And I was like, this is going to be epic. And it was just Oblivion, but you could dual wield and there was dragons. That was that. That's how I felt about it. I haven't gone back and played it literally since it came out. But also I played it on PS3, which was really janky at the time. For anyone that doesn't know, like, Skyrim and New Vegas on PS3 was unbelievably botched for many months. So that could have also just, you know, had an impact on me. Whereas I played Oblivion on PC back in the day. I think that's pretty much all my hot takes. Those are my three main big hot takes that people often disagree with me. So the one thing I can just say is that, like, you know, I loved Oblivion. It's just that for some reason I had this expectation, I think, with Skyrim, and it just did not live up to it. Because I think it's the same game, effectively. I just think they're so similar. But, you know, what do I know? Anyways, right, so this is the, I'm just going into kind of creative mode here to show my coal facility. I did play It Takes Two with my partner. We loved it. Yeah, we completed it. Went all the way through. Loved it. I do like Fallout. Yeah, Fallout. Well, I love Fallout 3. Fallout 3 I 100%ed. All the DLCs 100%ed. New Vegas, I don't think I even finished it. And I know that's like the wrong opinion as well, because everyone's like, oh, New Vegas is so good. I think I played like half of it. It was really buggy. I went into every vault. I'm always interested in the lore of the game. So I went into like all these different places I wanted to visit, but something else must have just come out around the time and moved me on. Because it's not even like I thought it was bad or anything. I just didn't finish it, you know, don't know, for some reason. And then Fallout 4, I think according to Steam, I've like 80 hours in it. But I also didn't finish it. So again, it was more about running around the world I think I enjoyed rather than the story. Which is kind of true for most Bethesda games. The main story isn't really ever that interesting. But anyways, so yeah. Right, so I just wanted to mention this just really quickly, just in case other people check out this factory. So it's actually written here. This save file is available for people, right? We built this coal power plant. We started it in episode 3, finished it in episode 4. And a few people had issues saying, like, if you build this to its max throughput at Mark 5 belts and Mark 2 pipes, it's going to have issues. Now, people were saying they were going to have issues with all sorts of different things. Some people were right, some weren't. Whatever, it doesn't really matter. But I've found a solution where it does work now. It runs at 100%. Totally clean lines, smooth. It should be, anyway, hopefully. Oof, that's good. So 12,000 megawatts is what this place puts out. That's what it was designed to do, and that's what it does. So let's take a look. The Satisfactory handles fluid in a weird way. Long story short, it seems filling a pipe to 600 out of 600 causes rounding errors. This only happens with a Mark II pipe, but I've got a workaround that gets the factory to its potential. Now, before I read on any further, it is not to do with the fact that there's pumps, okay? It's not to do with the fact that there's valves. It is a rounding error with the pipes. Believe me on that. It doesn't happen with smaller pipes. Same pump setup. Only the bigger pipes. There's an issue with 600 pipes, and they've said it themselves. Okay, so we're on the same page. Number 2. The water extractors produce 120 water each, for a total of 600 on a pipe, because there's 5 of them. The 5th extractor on the line was always getting backed up. It would take about 20 minutes, but eventually water was pooling at the base of the pipe and in the extractor itself. So just really quickly, at the end, so forget that bit, that's the new bit. Everything was going to the central area and being shipped upstairs on the pipes, but water was blocking, getting stuck. It just wasn't making its way out, even though 5 of these make 600 and it was all flowing one way. So that was the issue. It's like, okay, what the hell do we do? And it meant that because there was this little rounding error where we're always left with 1 water per minute left in that extractor, that eventually there was some missing water from getting up on top. So one of these coal generators would stutter. And that was the issue. And I didn't catch it because you had to leave it running for a very long time to notice it. So when I initially designed it out, I didn't catch it. But anyways, we got made aware of the problem. But anyway, after multiple attempts using valves and buffers and pump configurations, in fact, I actually had this set up using something else, and I'd run everything at 98%. And I was like, look, sorry, this is what it has to be. But then I found a way to make it run at 100%. So I've updated that since. It seemed that the issue was getting the water out of that last extractor, so I closed the loop. By adding another vertical pipe to each row on the opposite end, the water that was pooling was able to escape and make its way up to the opposite end of the line of generators, meaning that we're feeding them from both sides. This means that 600 water is never filling a pipe directly, so we avoid the issue. Instead, the water makes its way out of both ends of the pipe, and that never gets backed up. I wasn't aware of this issue before starting the build. I ran tests, but clearly didn't run them long enough, as the issue takes a while to surface. But at least the solution doesn't require much of a rework. It just requires additional pumps and pipes to place, to the already in-place machines. And because the extractors feed the rows above them, they align quite nicely. So the solution, as you can see, was to continue the same line and just go straight out and up. If I just run no clip, and we just go straight through here, it comes up and then feeds into the same line that it was from the other side. So following this line this way, this is where it was originally coming from before, right? Everything was coming down this way and there. So it's just a loop system now. So this didn't exist before. It was just going out to the right, up, and then we go up to the left and down. And now we're just going also to the left, up, and then along this way. And I actually think you might not even need that pump, because the head lift is probably set by the pumps over there. But I don't know. I haven't tested that. But that's it. It just worked out. Because of the way we designed it, they happen to be right below the lines that they need to be at anyway. So it worked out really nicely. So now that the 600 doesn't get pooled here, it just kind of pulls out that way and it pulls out that way. And it's just the exact same in the opposite end. So it's really, you know, not to toot my own horn, it did just work out this way. It's a really elegant solution to that problem, which is we were able to just feed this up, and then it just latched right into the, happened to be where the end of these generators were. So I was like, sweet, perfect. And now they're golden. That's how you do it. So that's the build. So all the people, you know, not to throw too much shade, but all the people that were like, no, it's the pumps, man, you can't do it with pumps like that, you need a water tower to feed down, you'll never be able to get it done any other way. And they were saying like the pressure and the pumps aren't correct. There's no such thing as pressure in this game. People don't know what they're talking about. I don't know where they're getting that from. So I'm not calling it on a YouTuber or anything, but it's people that were clearly in the community, just this seems to be the common consensus, but from my testing it just doesn't seem to be true. So maybe it's changed somewhere along the way or something, I don't know. But as long as we're able to get rid, you know, that 600 doesn't just pool at the bottom. The 600's been made in the extractors, so as long as we can just get it out into the machines, it can be solved. So I still maintain that this is, like, in my opinion anyway, and I don't think this for any of the other factories I've ever built, but I do think this is the best coal power plant you can possibly make. Now, is it redundant by the time you get to Mark 5? Yeah, probably. Because you'll be making more power in something else easily. But I think this is a great setup for a starter coal factory. It's big, but it's not complicated to lay out. You know, it's actually pretty straightforward to lay out. And it's got 4 miners that lead in here, and the logistics are really easy to follow. Whatever water you make on a line, right, we're making 600 now, that's how much coal needs to travel on a belt. It's as easy as that. Now, while we're here, this is something I needed to check, because people had asked, what can I upgrade the factory to now in my normal game? And I don't know. It depends on what these deposits do. So if this was a Mark II, and it was fully upgraded, or, yeah, so it can only do 300. So we're at Mark II right now, so the best upgrade we can get for this place is 300 on a Mark II miner. And that's just a Mark I pipe. Because there's nothing we have to do, really. So even if we got Mark II pipes, we can't do anything until we get a Mark III miner here. So we'll be stuck at 300, which means 300 on a pipe. So how many water extractors is that? 120, 240, and then one of them would have to run at 50%. And then you'd have your full 300. We could actually just about do this almost right now if I wanted to. But no, I'll do it on the video. It's probably better to do it that way. Yeah, just thought I would mention all that. Anyway, sorry I missed some stuff there. People were talking about Frostpunk. Skyrim's great with mods, but that hasn't put out a good base game in decades. Yeah, that's also my other thing. I don't know why Skyrim is so highly rated, and I feel like Bethesda are kind of mid-tier developers since Fallout 3 and Oblivion. Because they were pushing boundaries then, but have they done it since? I don't think so, in my opinion. But, you know, it's just one man's opinion. What a satisfactory hot take. Frostpunk 2 gameplay trailer dropped a couple hours ago if anyone's interested. Yeah, well, I'll check that out, actually. Should we check it out now? Should we watch it now on the stream? I have no face cam. Well, I could turn on a camera, but I'm not going to do my Pog face reactions. Let's just do Frostpunk. Yeah, let's do this. Let's check this out. Get me out of this game. I need to implement the change. Got the same flickering of a few coal gens. Yeah, some people are getting that flickering because their pumps aren't placed high enough. But if you're doing this, flickering should only happen with Mark II pipes. If you're having the problem before Mark II pipes, it's because your pumps aren't high enough. And that is kind of my fault, because in the video, show it slightly lower than actually where it needs to be. I feel like a lot of people put their pumps a little lower. But if you put it where the hologram tells you to put it, then it should be fine. Okay, let me turn off that music. Alright, Frostwing 2 story trailer, is it? Or just trailer? Official gameplay trailer.
Steward. Honourable Steward.
Steward!
Hang on.
Steward?
Almighty Steward. Do you hear us, Steward?
Do you hear us?
Steward, are you listening? Steward?
Darren?
The great storm.
Just first of all, it looks so good. Okay? If you don't want the trailer to be paused or interrupted, go watch it yourself, but I'm not just going to sit and run a trailer for 2 minutes. I want to actually talk through it a bit, but it looks so damn good. I tweeted out their screenshots that they posted about a month ago, and I was like, oh my god, it looks amazing. Now, I don't know how much of this is... What did it say at the beginning? Actual gameplay. Well, actual gameplay does not represent final quality of the game. Captured on PC. I like that they're actually showing you what they captured it with. Because what's with this then? What's with the flickering lights going through? I thought that was like time-lapse kind of thing. So is that how the game... Will we see that in the game? Can you time-lapse your own city?
Do you hear us, Steward?
I'll go back.
The great storm wiped the world clean.
Let's take it back!
But how?
The steward'll choose our path.
Steward, build us a better home.
A home for everyone!
Oh my god. It looks so
Steward,
good.
We still lack so many things.
People are starving.
More people, more mouths to feed.
They treat us like animals, left to suffocate. We need a place to work.
Who else will feed our families?
So yeah, I guess it is in the game. That looks quite cool. It's a cool effect that they've gone with to show time passing. I wonder then, does that mean there's no individuals you can see anymore on the ground? We'll see.
Steward,
That looks like you
Honor
can.
will kill her.
Where are the homes you've promised?
Can we all receive equal rations?
Hospitals are not a place for experiments. Free education for our children.
Secure and stable growth.
City for the citizens!
Steward, hear your people.
We want a say in how we run the city.
The time of tyranny has ended.
Our delegates will make sure of that.
Let them vote.
Yes, vote.
Steward,
Do you hear us?
Steward.
Steward, what about us?
What?
Impossible.
Steward? Did you hear that? The city. The city was not...
So good. Can't wait. Please, please don't let me down. Coming to Game Pass. Shout out. Game Pass. Game Pass out of your mind. Add to wish list. Still no date. Oh, I think it looks so good. But yeah, if you check it out on Steam, which I'm sure the thing is here, the screenshots they had was unbelievable. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me thrice, and I cut out this lying tongue of yours. The steward thinks he can just run with these lunatics, remaking the city to whatever flies their fancy. Bend over backwards to suit their every whim, like hell he can. We'll defend what we believe in. We will make them see our way. The Icebloods radicalized because Steward negotiated with their enemies yet again. Their enemies. That's Kerry Worth, 29. He's a trapper, innit? The technocrat can't promise. I just love it. I love the political angle that they're going with. And that I think it's genius. Genius to have the... I know that some places do this anyway in real life, but genius to lay out the council or the judge's chambers or whatever in that radial pattern. So cool. Oh my god. Can't wait. I hope there's some more good lore out in the world to go find. That was one of the cool things in the first game, exploring around and seeing things. Looks like it's depressingly realistic. Love it, yeah. All right, yeah, let's. We're just having a look at Frostpunk for people who just joined. Was curious to check it out. Looks awesome. Hope it doesn't let me down. But yep, gonna hop back into Satisfactory now. Still have a little bit more to do. Like Parliament, yeah, indeed. Pressingly realistic. I did the full upgrade to the coal power. The Mark II pipe glitch pops up. Pretty bad. Even using the Fix It plumbing manual, I had to cut the last coal gen in each row. Well, I just showed you what to do to fix it. If you just go back a little bit, I just showed you how to fix it. You don't have to cut any generators or anything like that. You should be fine. All you have to do is add a pipe. Throw that Fix It plumbing manual out. It's full of garbage. I read half of it, and I was like, half of this stuff is just not true. It's not how it actually works in the game. It's someone... No offense. I mean, it's great that they made something like that. I'm sure they're trying to help people, but it's someone that's trying to project real-life plumbing onto the game, and that's just not how the game works. So... But it was very detailed and very well laid out, though. Shout out to that. But I just feel like it was overly... It's like they were trying to make an actual manual. It's like, that's cool. I see what they're doing. But, you know, it's totally unnecessary. Alright, we have crystal oscillators, so now we can build more of those lights. That's what I want to do. We have 80. And I needed steel beams. Might as well just grab some steel from right next to me here. Steam lads? Hold lads? You mean like to get it on Steam, not Game Pass? Yeah, I like Game Pass. Game Pass is good, although it's completely destructive to the games market and economy, but other than that, for a consumer, it's pretty good. But yeah, I'll probably just get it on Steam. Having this something like the Steam Deck, I feel like was a pretty ingenious way for Valve to... I mean, you can get Game Pass on your Steam Deck, I guess. But for people who are lazy like me, it's just like a great way to go like, well, actually, I think I'll just buy it on Steam because I can play it on the go then as well. Anyway, speaking of plumbing, I remember hearing you say you don't like water towers in Satisfactory. Can you elaborate? I don't like exploiting the game with water towers. If you want to build an actual tower to hold water up high, that's fine. But most people use it to exploit how water works in the game. I'll tell you what, we'll show that as well. This is probably maybe the last time I'll do this, because I feel like we've done this before. But some people don't know how it actually works. I think it's kind of interesting to talk about. I use Game Pass as a demo system? Yeah, basically, right? Right, let's see. How can we best illustrate this? Do it quickly. Right, okay, I've got an idea. We need more water than that, so we'll just go out here to do it. This is the water extractor glitch. Okay? No, you cannot do this in real life. If you could, we'd have infinite energy, so that'd be nice. Right, so let's say we have an extractor. We'll just put a pump here even just now. Right, an extractor pumping all the way up to the top. Okay. Tractor pumping all the way up to the top of our, quote, water tower. And then what we'll do is something like this. Right, that's our power hooked up, let's say. All right, so nope, let me tell you what's going on with this water tower thing, okay? I'll tell you what the exploit is. Explained it multiple times, and I know I'm right about it. Just trying to find the best way to explain it. Okay, so let's say that... Let's just cut this pipe here for a second. Let's say we turn on this extractor. In fact, well, yeah, let's just imagine. We don't need to turn it on. Oh, I guess we could. A creative power will work, won't it? Creative power. Alright, so I'll just cut these for a second. Alright, so we're powering on this extractor. And our pumps are going to carry the water all the way up to the top of this tower. Totally fair, totally reasonable. Nothing wrong with that. Everyone agrees. Totally fine, right? We're using pumps to get our water to go up high. We're making 120 water. Right? And we're giving that 120 of water, what would it be? 2, 4, 6, about 80 meters of head lift. Broadly speaking, about 100 meters of head lift, let's just say. Let's say 80, because there's 4 pumps, right? 80 meters of head lift. There we go. And it'll take a little minute or two or whatever, but it'll start pumping all the way up, and the water will go in here. Great. Right. So we can bring that down, and we can do something with that now. We can send it into a variety of machines. Yeah? That'd be fantastic. And that's great. This pipe can now go up to a height of 80 if it needs to. That's totally fine. That's not the exploit, though. That's just a water tower, what it does in real life. If you use pumps to pump water up high, store it somewhere, and then you let gravity bring it down and flow it into long distance different places. It allows you to centralize your pumps in one place and let gravity do the work of sending it to many other things. And the gravity will allow us to bring it all the way back up to that height. So if we had machines, let's say here, right, you know, of the same height as that, the pipeline could come down, could go along here, could come up in the air and into these machines, and it'd be totally fine. We have no problem with that. I have no problem with that. But the exploit is more about this. We've now just set this pipe to have a head lift of 80 meters. So this pipeline can reach 80 meters high and send its liquid up that high. So what you can do is you can connect it in here. And now this has a head lift of 80 meters. These 3 extractors get the free head lift from that one set of pumps. And we could do this many times over, where forget those extractors. If we just connected that to any of these pipelines, so let's say we did that trick, and then we brought this pipe up here, and we connected it to, you know, here, and we connected it to here, and so on and so forth for everything. The head lift of all of these pipes would go up as high as 80 meters, or as high as that tower. But that's an exploit. That's not how it can be worked in real life. Because you have to consider the source of where the water is coming from. You can't, so basically what I'm saying is I could delete all of these pumps, and I could just connect this line to here, and it could be making 1 water per minute if I wanted it to, just 1 water. But as long as the pipe was connected, then our head lift has extended across the entire pipe network. But that's not real. That's just in the game, and that's a bug, and it's an exploit, and it says it on the wiki that it's an exploit, and the devs have called it an exploit. Now, look, I don't judge people personally. It's not about that. You can, if it's in the game and it works, do it. Go for it. Save yourself the 4 megawatts of power, or the 20 megawatts that you might end up using for pumps, or the 100 if you're using all your pumps. Save it. I throw no shade at you. It's a great little workaround. My problem is that it is an exploit. Therefore, it may one day get patched, so I don't want to teach it back to people in videos, because it might not work in the future if they rework how water works, which they should, because it's broken in multiple ways. We talked about the 600 meter cubed pipe headlift, or not headlift bug, just the pipeline bug, and a few other things with how water sloshes in pipes and things. It's not how water works in real life at all. There's no pressure. Water flows back and forth on a pipe in this game, which is really weird. No worries, Andy. Have a good one. So I hope that kind of made sense. I'm not illustrating probably perfectly well, but the point is what you bring down, that's fine. That's a normal water tower. But if you start connecting things onto that pipeline to then extend your headlift, that's the exploit. Because the pipeline is now being given this kind of headlift, when really these extractors shouldn't be able to pump that high. The water shouldn't be, the gravity of this pushing down would not give enough force to push all this water up. That's one thing. But also, even if it, let's say it did, and there was that pressure or something somehow in the pipes, it still wouldn't allow you to connect to, there's something like 6, 12, 18, 24, there's something like 3,000 water that we're trying to pump up per minute here. And you can connect in one water tower at that height, and then get rid of all of these pumps, because it's just connected across the same pipeline. But the pipeline's limit is 600, but it doesn't matter, because we can just cheese it by connecting our pipeline to the base of each one of these. And even though it's not producing any water itself, these are, so they can then send it up to 80. And that's not the way it is. That's not real life. And if it was, that'd be great. If water towers were doing that in real life, man, we'd have free headlift. Effectively, we just put, all you'd need in the world is one giant tower connected to an entire grid or country, and then you'd be like, well, sweet. We just somehow bypassed having to pump water up high because one piece of water was placed high. Hope that kind of makes sense. Anyways, let's load back. Yeah, no worry to send me on a tangent. I just feel like it needs that explanation because I get it so often, and I've had a little pushback. I know I can sound a little snarky sometimes when I'm pushing back against this. It's because the people that come at me, they don't say come at me. They write comments and they go like, it's just physics, bro. And it's like, well, it's not just physics, is it? It's not just gravity, is it? Because that's not what people are doing with these water towers. And it was the same. I got a little defensive at the coal power plant because a person made a little video, and they went into the power plant and they looked at like the pump. And the pumps, I'm waving my hand, but you can't see it. The pump's like little spindle thing, the little thing that tells you pressure or whatever, or how the head lift was going up and down. They were like, they wrote on the screen because they didn't talk in the video, but they were like, he can't even keep consistent pressure. And then it said something like, it's a 240 pipe out of 300. He's not even using a full pipe. And it's like, but it's designed that way. And it works at 100%. It's as efficient as you can make it. And they were saying it was going to have all these problems, and it never ended up doing. Hey, two hands. We just watched the Frostwing thing, by the way. Looks awesome. Looks so good. Shout out to 11-bit. Anyways, so that's why sometimes I can be a little defensive, because I read like lots of comments of the same people saying the same things. And I'm like, look, this isn't how... we're misunderstanding each other here. Anyway, I got my steel, got my other stuff. We're going to head over now and just do some of these last bits of lights before we wrap up today. So easy. I'm the one that's telling them it's easy. They're the ones saying that it's not going to work. And I give out my save file and my blueprints and everything for free, so everybody could just use it and show me why it doesn't work, and they can't. Yeah, but the I don't mind the water tower one so much, because that's just an exploit, and I don't mind people doing that. If you want to be efficient in the game, anything to win type thing, and you don't mind the potential idea that this could get patched in the future, it probably won't, but it could. Because it's not working as intended. So if they made changes and suddenly your factory broke, that would suck. But it's actually one of the reasons I don't think they'll ever patch it is because so many people use that water tower bug because YouTubers have popularized it that I feel like they'll never really fix that because they know that it'll break a lot of people's saves. Because they're good like that. They tell you ahead of time when they're going to make map changes and break things, and they're kind of known for it. They wouldn't want people to lose progress like that, so... Yeah, it's cheating the game within the confines of what works in the game, I guess. You know, it's like a little exploit, but it's not like you're like duplicating materials or something, you know? It's a bit... So it's kind of like on the line. It's... Some people are okay with it, some people aren't. I think it's such a minor thing to cheat the game for. It's like you're saving 4 megawatts of power per pump. 4? You're making thousands when you're in the middle of the game. Thousands. What difference does it make? Any build you have is never going to have more than maybe 100 megawatts of power for pumps. Ever. Anyways, the only thing I remember about the trailer was Stuart. Yeah, they did say Stuart a lot. I thought he was saying Stuart, as in that was your name. But then obviously I copped on a minute in. Do you remember what was Captain? Was it called Captain? Yeah, it's different, because in the DLC they do call you something different. Yeah, Overseer. Yeah. You're the Overseer in the main game. In the DLC, The Last Autumn, I think they call you something different, because you're like the project manager. So they say something else when the work shift begins and stuff. Yeah, I remember why we're here. Okay. I hope they have that horn again for when like the work shift ends and stuff. Awesome. Yeah, so I played The Last Autumn on doing a series, and I had a game-breaking bug happen. And it just had to end. It just ends. There's 8 episodes and it doesn't go anywhere. And I still sometimes get comments and people saying like, kind of disappointed that it's just hanging there. But the reason it hung there for a while is because 11-bit emailed me and they were like, oh, we're going to work on a fix for it. And then they never did. They actually, well, I shouldn't say they emailed me. They responded to my Reddit post about it. Because I had posted like, here's the bug. The sea is freezing over 10 days early, making it unplayable. And it's happened because they did a patch where they tried to fix people cheesing it, actually, which is funny. Talking about cheese. Industrial beams we need for this. Why the hell is that? Oh, for the light. Oh yeah, I have some of those. Anyway, so because of a patch they did, they made this really rare, but it can happen, this glitch that your sea will freeze over in The Last Autumn early if you change what a docks makes. And so it just bugged out my game, basically. But it's really, really good, though, even still. So yeah, I was thinking of doing it again, because I didn't technically finish it on the videos. I have finished it myself before. But it would be cool before the new game comes out to do that. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, yeah, actually, no, that's fine. They're all getting sent down into their bottom things. I'm actually surprised we made enough copper on the top belts to be able to feed this whole place. That's good. Frostpunk 1 is 80% off on Steam right now, so I think I'm going to try it out. Oh, I highly recommend it. Yeah, I didn't know you hadn't played it. Frostpunk 1, excellent game. You can beat it in like 10 hours, or have a good run in 10 hours. You know, most people probably lose on their first or second go, but... Yeah, it's just the standard scenario. Like a 10-hour little city builder journey. Excellent. Oh my god. Anyway, The Last Autumn, then, the DLC is really, really great as well. It's also on Game Pass. If you have Game Pass, you could probably just play it there if you want to just a quick jump in, jump out kind of thing. I do recommend getting it, though. Industrial encased beams. Here we are. I know. I do. Well, here's the thing. I needed to do a little bit more prep with blueprints and things before this. I was going to do, like, all the walls and the windows, but... I'm actually like really unsure of how it's going to look, so I've hesitated doing that. And I felt like once I actually started streaming, I was like, oh, it'd be cool to just explain through things. And I couldn't bring myself to just do like some of the really repetitive tasks that are necessary for this build, because I thought it would just bore people too much. Because I have to put walls on the entire place, and look at the size of it. It's going to take forever. And I'm not even sure about the style I'm going to go for. It's ended up being just kind of a stream where we're hanging out and chatting a bit, and I'm answering some kind of questions, common questions I get, and then just running the factory a bit. So I'm enjoying it, but you're right, I'm not doing very much. I hope people don't mind too badly. We did make the lights, and we're putting those in now. We made crystal oscillators and a few small things, but yeah, for 4 hours, not much at all. Yeah, don't worry about that truck. You drive routes for them in the game, and when they take over themselves, they're following nodes, like little waypoints, and they can just get a little bit confused sometimes. So that truck bumped into another one. The physics is a bit crazy. Is this right? There. I'm gonna remove that beam, put a fresh one down. And then we'll change the lighting so we can actually see what this looks like in a minute, which should look good. Are you going to progress further in the game today? Mostly just cosmetic stuff. No, not in terms of logic. Streams I never progress the game in terms of logic. It's usually just cosmetics or finalizing things. Or going out in the world exploring, that kind of stuff. My videos are reserved for actually doing like the playthroughs things, because I don't want anyone to miss. More people watch the videos, so I don't want anyone to miss anything. But we're putting the lights on now, so need another 2 blueprints for that. I want them to start out further. Oh, did I build that? How far out was that actually? Yeah, good. It's just one foundation over from each. That's good. This has to start basically there. And it has to start center aligned. Like that. You're making great progress now. Amount of copper sheets. Alright, so just to show you why I'm doing this and what this will actually look like, I plan on playing it with global illumination on. This is what it looks like. So I have to do this, but also for the rows of machines, not there, but down the actual coated concrete areas, so down here. And then we see all our material and whatever traveling up when those machines turn on. So we've got a couple of the blocks on right now, so we can see it traveling up this way. But they're stalling because there's nowhere for it to go. Remember, we just made storage containers and it just fills them up. So once they fill up, that's it. Interesting to see that belt on the right going up really slowly. Might just go downstairs and see what's going on with that. It seems to be getting less than the others. I want to make sure, just check out why that would be happening. I never use that liquid exploit because I don't see a way to make that aesthetically pleasing. Some people have, to be fair. Yeah, people have. You make a nice looking big water tower, and then you just drag this pipe that connects to all the other pipes underneath the machines or something. How can you don't play with global illumination? Because it can be quite dark and hard to see what you're doing. I normally do, but this part of the factory hasn't been lit yet. I haven't put in the lights. So because of that, it's like I'd be building in the darkness, you know. So I would probably just do it, but most people write and comment, say like, I can't see what you're doing. So that's why. It's also, there's a day and night cycle in the game, you know. I also play at night, but people are like, I can't see anything. It's like, well, I just use this, you know, whatever. But you know, most people who play these types of games, they don't care too much about the aesthetics. I mean, this game particularly, they do more than something like a Factorio or something. But at the same time, they want to be able to see what you're doing, and I totally get that. So I've got a mod that lets me change the time of day. It's not even in the game. Great mod. You can actually change the speed of the day and night cycle as well. But yeah, mostly just so people can see is the answer, I guess. L1, L2. So this is the one that was running short, E1. So just follow that belt for a second. So that is a Mark III belt, Mark III. As long as it's Mark III the whole way around, then there's nothing wrong there. Those are Mark 1s. Yeah, that's fine. I'm surprised. It seems to be coming out kind of slow. Are they not getting enough copper, maybe? Oh, yeah. No, I know why that is then. Oh, that's okay. It's too long-winded to have to explain, but I wouldn't worry about it. They're not getting copper all the time because this is coming from a belt and a truck station that won't be getting it all the time. It's a long story, but we're doing the truck's manifolds, like this one unload first, then this one, then this one. So the third one is the one that happens to be feeding this belt, and that's getting the least amount fed to it. So that means it runs out now and then. That's okay. It is consistently flowing in now, though, so I'd expect to see until its next gap, which is just coming up. Yeah. That's why. Okay, well, at least I know why. That's all good. Dig until we hit evil. That's another game I want to get back to, actually, is Deep Rock Galactic. Haven't played it in a while. I never thought that before, but the lifts create the plates only when an item is in there, instead of having a fixed amount. I'm not sure what you mean, Monica. The lifts create the plates only when an item is in there, instead of having a fixed amount. Alright, so we need more material for these. I'm just gonna, I guess what I should have done is just do this, go into our blueprints, and we just queue up as many as we can, based on as many oscillators I have. 72. So I just need more encased industrial beams and more copper sheet, and then we can put down the rest of these lights. I'm gonna check my phone really quickly and see if my nephew has been born. Nope, still not yet. But apparently it's getting close. The lifts are always moving, however there are now platforms for the items to sit on until an item enters the lift. No, not now. You only see the platforms lifting if there is an item on it. Is that what Monica was mentioning? Oh yeah. That's a good point. Yeah. Never thought of that. Yeah. The little platforms that the pieces sit on are only there when a piece is there to sit on it. Wow. Just Monica, it blew my mind. Push. So it's not my baby, obviously it's my nephew, but it'd be funny if we were having a baby. It's like I miss it because I was building factories on stream. Your father was working. Right, so what do we need? Copper sheets and more encased industrial beams. Unfortunately, I'd have to run and get those, but I have some copper sheets here. We can still build a decent amount more lights and then leave this place for a bit. Maybe with some of the concrete I have, let's put some walls on. And windows. Do I have what I need for windows? Yeah, give me some more silica. Some would say that's an exploit. Whoa, he's having trouble getting in. Whole place needs lights. So dark. I just got in. Have you done anything other than lights? Yes and no. To be honest, not that much more. But I won't really be doing anything logistically. We hooked up some logistics for cables. And then we turned on all the machines. We did some hypertube stuff in one of the stairwell towers. I then went around explaining a bunch of things that people had questions for. Now we're back to doing lights. So, yes and no. Overall, not that much though, really. We painted the floors coated them with plastic upstairs. Now I'm just basically making my way down here to add in the rest of the lights along this line, where then we add them on some of the corridors going that way. This needs one here. That'll be a little bit of an annoying one to reach because I have to set its lighting. The other ones are just done in the blueprint, but that one has to be manually set. I have to copy it first, obviously, and there we can just paste it in. Good, nice. Alright. Just to maintain, what's it called, consistency, we'll just use that beam all the way around on the top here. Aaron's firstborn will be named Doggo. It's actually not far off the name we have in mind. But I don't think Rosie would like me to say it, so I won't say it. Although, we also don't really have any plans to have kids anyway. We just have names in mind just in case. How many hours in game is it? In this particular save, I'm 125 hours into this save. In the game, I'm over 1,000. Alright, so there's just a room for 2 here. And they need to be basically placed there. Do they? Yeah, I guess so. These are quite close together, these. Oh, normally it'd be 1 foundation each. Oh, so it would have to be just... I'm just going to place 1 there, I think. Yeah. Just do that. I can remove the edges. Oh, I placed it in the wrong place anyway. God damn. Sorry. Oh, I did it again. There. Alright, almost done. This is the last row. And the other ones will be quicker because I don't have to do this metal beam stuff. There's just no glass cases. It seems so little with what you have built. Sorry, have you said how you're gonna... Oh, sorry. Oh, it seems so little. Oh, right, yeah. 125? Yeah, exactly. You can do this kind of quickly. You could do it way quicker if you were following, like... a lot of it, I'd say even 20 hours of this particular save is, you know, trial and error stuff that could have been... If you knew what you were doing, you could cut out. Like, if people are following along, you could probably build everything I've built, I'd say, in 80. Maybe 80 hours? 80 hours is probably the time you'd need to get all the materials for everything. I know it's still a long time, but... You know, 80 hours, alright. What would that be? About maybe 20 sessions of about 4 hours would get the job done. Okay, let's just finish off this bit here as well. To be 1 foundation out from the window. Yeah, that's a shame. Seems like it would have to be too close. I could do it there. Because if it's too close to the window, the reflection is really glary. So I'm looking at, if I just hold this in place, I'm looking at this, thinking if it's in the center, that would be in the center between the entire thing, I guess, just for this particular area. So I guess I'll do that. That is in the center as well. All right. I'm not really utilizing the blueprint to its full potential, but that's okay. And just connect that across, whatever. All right, so global illumination on. That's what it would look like in this area. So that lights up the ground quite nicely. Now the factory is brighter than it otherwise would be because some of these walls are just completely open into the distance. But cool. All right, so we need to connect them together this direction now. I'm not sure where the best place to start was. I think I should start from this side and push. That looks really cool, actually. And push in. If we just grab this as a blueprint, they're at least 1 foundation gap away. So I would start maybe there. And are they built on the line? No, they're built in the middle of the foundation. So yeah, I'd say somewhere like here. And that's definitely down the middle, is it? Yep. Okay, I think so. At least we can just mass dismantle if it's totally wrong. Now, I'm not sure how far out these will need to go. We'll have to do the other ones lengthwise first. But look at that. Looks great, doesn't it? Nice. It's very nice soft lighting on all those machines. Imagine a time where there was no... I know, that you couldn't do it. Wouldn't it be easier to have a tractor carry all the stuff? No, it wouldn't be any easier. It'd be the exact same. I know, looking at it, the turning radius is better for a tractor, but the capacity is far less. So yeah, I like the trucks. I can avoid them hitting into the walls there. By just moving the gates a bit. Or just drawing a more careful path. I mean, that would also fix that. I'm working toward 120 heavy modular frames a minute right now. They're probably 50 hours in just that. Wow, yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to think. My best factory was a fused frame factory. I was making 20 per minute. And I was also making... No, 16 per minute. 16 fused frames per minute with 20 heavy modular frames per minute as well. So the byproduct was... Yeah, you ended up, at the end of it all, 20 heavy modular frames per minute and 16 in a box together separately. The reason I'm mentioning that in a weird way is just like, I'm not saying that I used the heavy modular frames to make the fused ones. We were left with both products at the end. That was the best factory I did. I'll just show people that one. They might have seen it before. Just load that one up really quickly. That's probably my best factory I've ever built. Not just in terms of scale and size, but also layout. I feel like it's one of the best. This one I'm really happy with, actually, but it's probably still not quite as good as that one. This is Eden Prime. And I gave out the save for that as well, actually. 469 hours on that. Lots of iron there, so heavy modular frames it is. Had the idea to use one entire biome to make a lot of... Did you use the northwest corner of the... Northwest? Oh, I would have thought northeast, because that's where all the iron is. Like the desert, right? Not for logistics inside the factory, to carry stuff... Oh. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I used to drive the, what's it called? Well, it's really slow, the tractor. But you could do that. I don't really mind running back and forth too much. It's close enough, just outside the factory where all that stuff is. Yeah, so I don't mind. I used to drive the Explorer around, and that would just have some stuff in the back. Hey, thank you, Toxic. Appreciate that. Sorry, northeast, you are totally right. Okay, yeah, I was thinking, because that's where, like, all the iron really is. Sorry, this one takes a while to load. There's a lot going on in it. I won't spend too long on it, but I just thought people should see what it looks like. And it looks cool now, because since the game is updated, all the vegetation came back, so it's all, like, overgrown. That's so funny, yeah. I got a message about Tectonica from the people who make it, actually. We were just talking about that. Maybe they're watching. Fly high. Oh, I miss my 13 carriage train. I love it. One of my transport hubs as well, back in the day. It'll be a little laggy while we get up to this factory. It's in the north. There it is, the office block. So that's my fused frame factory there. That's an aluminum factory, actually, just before it. Never finished it, technically. The top roof was never done, and the back was never done either. So let's take a look. So, the way this works is we have gas that comes in from a big pump down there. Looks like it's offline right now, is it? Or is it just that I'm too far away for it to actually load? Yeah, let me check this out. Shouldn't be offline. Oh, there we go. I was just too far away for the animation to play. Anyway, yeah, so there's gas traveling along our walkway thing here. So a gas pipeline goes all the way in. There's actually water pipes in that as well for future use. Let me just change this music real quick. Anyways, so on the bottom floor, I've showed this a little bit before, but on the bottom floor we have... the thing I'm most proud of with this factory is the color scheme. So we have imports, exports, and gas exports, right? So blue, red, and green. Blue is the color scheme for things coming into the factory, and red is the color scheme for things going out of the factory. Alright, so just remember that. Obviously, we're global illuminationed out of our minds right now. We have hypertube kind of elevator terminal thing that takes you to all the different floors. So the floors were basically written out like this. If it's a red floor, it's because things get made on that factory. If it's a blue floor, it's because things are sorted on that factory. So like logistics. So it's kind of like the way the stations are done. So I'll just turn on no clip and we'll just clip through the world to go upstairs. Oh, sorry, no clip. This train is arriving with petroleum coke in two of the sections, and then aluminum casing has been handled by a different train, I think. This is the petroleum coke one. Oh, I actually might be doing both. Yeah. All right. Anyway, we go up. This is where things get a little crazy. And this is. Oh, it does have a buffer as well. So yeah, there's an insane amount of belt work here. Like just an insane amount of belts. All doing so many different things. Like if you just look at it from that angle, it's just a mass of metal. And the color scheme I went with was this, which is, again, following the blue and red idea. Blue is things going in, right? Going into machines blue, going out of machines red. And then it goes purple if it's going to go from one to the other. So this is a red line of copper ingots that then becomes a purple going into blue. So the purple segments are only very short segments. It's just to denote where something that you made here already is going into something. Then it's the list of machines. So this is wire machine 1 to 15. That's doing 213, or it needs 213 resources per minute. And then this is where it's coming from. Refineries 1 to 6, making 213.33. Anyway, so that goes, you go upstairs and you can kind of see that you can see where we've gotten the inspiration for this latest layout, right? This is from this factory, which is rows of machines numbered and colored based on what they make. So this is wire 01 all the way down to the very end, wire 15 or whatever, at 100%. Then we have our refineries. What are they doing? Concrete, mixing water and limestone, so on and so forth. Anyway, so that's what it does. This is what this entire place does. The petroleum coke comes in on two different lines. They feed up and over. They go absolutely crazy. This didn't burn me out, actually. It was the factory after this that burnt me out of this save file. This one was fine. I finished it. This factory is finished. It's just cosmetically not finished. Logistically it is. Anyway, long story short is that, you know, these things, again, using the concept of traveling up these glass cases, goes upstairs and gets made into much more complex items we're starting to see now, like modular frames and steel pipes. And the steel pipe volume was insane. All of these machines here that are red and black, look at that as well. Most I was going to say all green lines, so we do have some yellow flickering there. Yeah, all doing steel pipes, SP15. Right, so we go up another layer, and then we're on to the next row of machines where it's the assembler floor. MF, modular frame. EB, encased beams. We go up again. This is the final layer where we're starting to make some heavy modular frames. Where'd they come from, actually? They come from upstairs, do they? Oh, yeah. These are the heavy modular frames manufacturers, and then these are the blenders, which take in heavy modular frames and aluminum casing and gas and produce fused modular frames. So basically by the end, this is the end of the chain here. We have fused frames and heavy modular frames rolling along, going into these two containers. That's it. Never sent them anywhere. The idea was that they would go downstairs back to the train station, all the way down, or they could go to this area. I also left this blank for something else in the future. But anyway, this is the styling I was planning on going with for the factory that we're building at the moment. This kind of concrete slab that just sits there. So if we were at walkable height, it's about here, I think. Let me just stop flying for a second. There we go. Yeah, I was going to have this slab. Maybe I won't have the slab, actually. But basically just have these pillars and stuff. I don't know. Maybe I'll change it up. I don't know how I'm going to do this stuff for this new factory. But yeah, it would take me a while to explain everything that's going on there, but that's, you know, that's effectively it. It was the most when I said, like, oh, the factory I'm building now, the copper one's not that complicated. It's because I thought this is what a complicated factory is, you know. This is a factory with all these different levels to it, with so many different goods. and things that have been refined many times over, and it needed this color scheme in order to figure out where things are. But the great thing is now, even going back to it, I remember how it works, because all I have to do is look at, like, the X's mean the belt ends here, and I know what these machines all require. It's quite nice that way. Quite happy with that. I'm just trying to find something though. Is it on the floor below? Yeah, I also wrote down like how the signs work. The blue labels, red labels, purple labels, and then this symbol. The belt is split from its original. But yeah, I'll definitely use that in the future. I probably could have even done it for the copper factory. I just didn't think I'd need to. There's only 2 types of goods. It was good stuff. But yeah, this time I've embraced blueprints heavily. I feel like I could always get better at it though. But what I end up having to do is I build a section out and I'm like, okay, now I'll put that into a blueprint and then I can use it to build out these sections again. Yeah, no, so that was the previous build. The Metal Gear Solid build is the one that killed me, yeah. Yeah, Big Shell killed it. Big Shell was cool though. Super cool. One day I'll finish it. Maybe. That factory is where I taught you how to do the diagonal. That was you. Oh, nice. Yeah, I remember that, Tom. That was cool. Yeah, shout out to that. I do remember that. Stealing that spiral stairs down to the node idea. Do you have a blueprint for the manufacturer manifolds in the logistics floors of that building? I really don't know. Blueprints weren't really a big thing in that playthrough. They were there, but they didn't... You couldn't delete them all at once, and they didn't snap to each other. So I feel like there was a few things... What was the other thing that was missing with them? Oh, nudging. You couldn't nudge things. So I feel like I didn't use them that much. But I probably did. I can't remember. I'm sure there is probably blueprints in there for certain things like that. I know that the aluminum factory was built almost entirely with blueprints. Like, I stacked all these constructors together inside of a blueprint machine and built it that way. And foundries, I think. So you're probably right. You probably remember better than me. I've got quite a bad memory, actually. I was just going to say, we're just going to do this again, but on the other side real quickly. I have to keep it dark. Now, so... want this end sticking out, and we want to go down the middle and start it here. Yep, that's aligned. We are lined up. Super. I need 3 degrees starboard. Shout out to Interstellar. I really want to see that film again. I haven't seen it in ages. I think I got that idea from you. Maybe for the current playthrough. Not to start the topic, just curious, on your prior build, you did the Mark II pipes. Sorry. On your prior build, did the Mark II pipes have the same issues? That's a good question. I don't know. I don't have an answer. I'd have to maybe go in. I can't remember. See, the thing is, I might never have built a pipe for full 600 fluid. I feel like it might have always done it with 500 in mind or something like that. So I can't remember, but I definitely didn't come across it before where I was like, oh, I have to rethink this because it's not working. Whatever builds I used happened to work. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to in my head think about that particular fused frame factory. And I'm pretty sure the gas is coming in at 600 per minute on each pipeline, and I don't think I had an issue with that. That's kind of a good point. Maybe it is only this update. Although I think people said it was in the update before, so I don't know. Sorry that I don't know. Problem with blueprints is that more often than not, I like to hang all my logistics from the ceilings, a floor beneath the machines. Can't you just blueprint it onto the ceiling? I'm blueprinting this onto the ceiling and it works. Does that not work? That's looking pretty clean right now. Feeling good about that. And we're almost bright enough to be able to actually just walk around here. Almost. Actually, not quite there yet, but we're getting close. I feel like with more and more of this, it'll keep brightening it up. But the further away you are from signs, they might not turn on in terms of their lighting. So it only goes so far, I guess. Probably just use blueprint mode and snap these together, couldn't I, actually? Does that work? Oh, it does. For some reason, I didn't think it would on the ceiling, but it works. You can even just snap it together. Love it. Yeah, pretty cool. I reckon in between, in the lanes in between, I won't use the same one, but I'll use a smaller version or something. And that might give a little bit extra lighting as well. Using asphalt. Yep. So the other thing they would need is their patterns. I plan on having the factory zone line pattern going all the way down. But it does mean that there's no corner line. That's the only drawback. But I probably just do the line on the front and the back rather than on the sides. So I think that's okay. Now, how many more of those things can we make? Wow, I can actually make quite a few. I can make 11 more. Alright, let's just keep doing this. It's going pretty well. So if we want to keep consistency, it's on the line where the refineries start, is where we began. And the line where the refineries would start would be here. And we began like that. Yeah, signs don't need to be connected, that's true, to power. They just kind of light up. Yeah, that seems right. Okay. Lock it in. Commit. See, now that I've settled down and we've talked for hours about all the different things that's going on, I can finally just play the game. Yeah, I need to be better about that in future streams. Not that there's anything wrong, really, but it would be nice to get into the habit of just being like, okay, we're just going to sit down and not like repeat ourselves with anything and just go through things. But I think that's all down to having a good schedule, and then people know where you are and when you are. They get in the habit of knowing that stuff. How far should this come out? I guess we'll just pop this one down. Yeah, because there's probably going to be one going this way instead. So maybe I'll just get rid of this. Go out to there. Shoot. Go out a little further. That way we're ending on the line as well. Alright, so put away my torch. That's what we're looking like now. That's kind of cool. Cool vibe to the place, for sure. We vibing. Ah, so something else I need to do is make signs that hang down from each block to tell me which block is what. I was planning on doing that on the edges here, like above this spot. So I don't know what it should look like, but maybe a display sign. But no, it's probably just go with a square sign. Maybe a billboard would be good, actually. Yeah, it looks tiny. So a big, nice billboard hanging down that says that this is block whatever, X, I think. This. Oh no, this one's Z. Push it into there. At the back. Oh yeah. I'm spinning it around, but not doing anything. Hang on. There we go. So is it just going to say the block number? Is that it? So this would be Z. Might be a bit overkill to have a giant sign with just one letter on it, but I don't know. It's fine to me. And if we keep consistency with what we used in the stairwells, we use dark gray as the coloring. And the emission strength was off, and we had a little light sitting over it, actually. That would be the complicated part. The little light on it could be the nice little touch that we need. Let me see about that. So if I just go up to the blueprint designer really quickly. I have what I need to make another one of these. I do. I'm assuming that... Wow, we're still flowing? That's crazy. I can say, oh, these aren't full yet, but they almost are. Holy crap. Nearly 24,000 cable. Yeah, I love it. Cable is loving it. And I assume, is Quickwire done as well? Wow, no, Quickwire is still going. Oh, it goes into those containers at the moment, doesn't it? Wow, cool. Nice. I thought it would have filled up faster, but I guess we did save it and load into other games. You meant to say Z? XYZ? XYZ? I've been saying both during the playthrough so far. Brain can be often broken by those types of things. Right, so the question is, can I latch a billboard sign onto this thing? Yes, I can. So we need it to be center aligned like that. I want to make sure that is the center. So that's 1. That's 2. And that's 1. 2. Yep, we're lined up. Now, they are actually hanging from the ceiling, so... I don't know what height... It doesn't really matter what height I choose to go with, but let's just put down a wall or something real quick. Here. Maybe that high is good enough. Yeah, it's gonna be difficult to line this up correctly. Is that right? A little further back, so the light thing on top might not look as good, but maybe. Oh, can't come down any lower than that. Damn it. Okay. Yeah, it'll be like kind of too low, but it might look okay. I'll just see what it looks like. I can't nudge that. It's basically, it has to be where it is. The only thing I can think of doing different would be to come down another meter, maybe? Would that be the right amount then? Could work. Did I copy the settings? No, of course not. All right. Okay. Copy that. So let me get rid of this and just see. Does this? I don't know if that'll even latch onto anything. We'll see. I mean, I could just replace it with a foundation anyway, but. I always forget about the Minecraft music and find myself double taking. Hanging from a metal beam, maybe. Oh yeah, maybe. We'll just try this first, as soon as that's done, but that could work. So it works, but it doesn't actually use that little support for anything. Interesting. Okay, I've got an idea. We can make this work. Be another CS2 video soon. Not for a little while. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure when, but possibly at the end of the week. But I don't know for sure. Sorry. Oh, I can't copy those settings. That 3. Alright, so that's the light color, so we want to put that on here. Alright, so there's our light. If we wanted to hang from ceiling again, so we just leave the foundation there, and that way it actually would be hanging. And it would still use the metal beam that it comes with it. Nice. Right, so the only question I have is that a good spot? It actually might be a kind of a perfect spot for it. Because I wasn't sure if I wanted it right in the seam. I would need it to be a bit further back in, but that might be exactly where I want it. So it's hanging a little bit. This material would be the grip metal, I think. And that'd be that. So we just save this. And we can change it downstairs. I can't snap. The way that light is angled is you have no idea how difficult it is to get that angle. That took me like an hour, so it's not easy to do. At the angle, anyway. It's easy to just put a light on facing straight down, but to have it angled, it takes a while of like lining it up from a distance and then pushing it further and further out. And now we have a built-in foundation. Ah, crap. There's a piece, there's still piece of old blueprint in there that I need to get rid of. It's changing the bounding box. Ah, how did I not see that? There it is right there, yeah. The one that says B. So I'll just illustrate what I meant by that. Sorry, it's just that this angle, you obviously can't tilt things freely. So to get that, I had to like tilt a beam, and then the beam was like out here, and I had to push it down and down and down. And eventually I got it to like line up where it would sit just above the grid space of what it, you know, what it's shining on. It's not that easy just to do it on its own. You can do it. I'm sure you can do it any way you want. And you could, if you really wanted to, you could go into Satisfactory calculator and nudge it slightly or something. I didn't do that, but could. Right, let's try this again. I don't know if it's really going to fit in there. It's the problem with doing it from up above. I feel like I need to do it from up above. Sorry, not from down below. Yeah, it's such a shame you can't vertically nudge. The only way I can get this to actually fit. So this is kind of a no-go because it's too impractical to use, but you could do this and bring that down. And then you can just bring this down until it lines up. Right? I'll just jump down now. I guess it's not that impractical, but it's kind of annoying to have to place something and then remove it. That would be it. We have a little sign hanging that says this is the Z group. The Z group. You got me. Nomabu, thank you very much. I used Skin to delete most of the builds on my map, and when I placed my world grid aligned rail network, it kept snapping weird to where old blueprints used to sit. Oh, because of the old bounding box. Well, if the things have been removed, it should have removed even the bounding box. If you place a blueprint like this, it retains the information about its overall bounding box. Actually, you can't even look at it, but if I was to copy it, you can see the bounding box there, right? That is the blueprint's bounding box that we're looking at now. It's scaled everything to fit in that, and it uses that when you turn to blueprint mode and you want to snap to things. That's how it knows. I'm not aiming at the sign, I'm aiming at the bounding box of the overall blueprint that I just can't see on my screen. That's what's happening there. So now, even if I get rid of this, and I try to place the blueprint again, I can still snap to it, even though I'm not looking at anything. I'm looking straight through it. But I'm actually looking at the logic for the bounding box. Because I can't, you know, as I mentioned, you can't see it, but it is there. You can see it now when you're about to place one. I can see that where that is. And that only stays there until we remove every component of the blueprint, and then it goes away. Or it should do. Alright, so now I'm not snapping to any invisible bounding box, because it's gone. But if you've done it on SCIM, maybe it doesn't delete the bounding box or something correctly. That could be the case. Or like you said, you missed a tiny piece or something somewhere. Don't know which one it would be. Alright, so that's Z. We can now do Y, I should say. So at least now, I guess the method for doing this now is just doing this. Pulling this down. Grabbing that, and then just lining it up. I guess it's not that bad. It's a bit tedious. And obviously then I'd have to climb up and change the letter on each one. Just about got it as well. That's Y group. Oh, my frame rate goes so bad because it's loading all the bounding boxes for everything. There's a million. In blueprint mode. Alright, and that's X. I won't do this for everyone, but it's good just to see how it... Oh my god. How it works. We still need to light this corridor going that way. That's kind of cool. Coming together. And this would have to be on both sides of it. Yeah, so do I have any more of these? Yeah, I've still got room to place a few of them. Just trying to think. I guess we should start out from the glass case, because that's the bit that plays the most havoc with these things. So start here. That's alright. Yeah. What is the light you're using for that blueprint? I can only find poles or the big ceiling light. This is a sign. Small billboard. But this you can only get light out of these if you use global illumination. If I was to turn off global illumination, we don't get the lighting from these, but at least the whole factory would be bright. But at nighttime it wouldn't. Nighttime would be kind of a dark factory. It might kind of seem like it's lighting stuff, but it's not. You know, there's no... Look at the wall, for instance. There's no light bouncing off of it or around it. So it's kind of just doesn't really do anything. But if we go into global illumination, signs have this added effect now where their light bounces off things. And because of that, we get a soft lighting on everything around here. That's how it works. It's the same way I lit inside here, right? Those are, I call them LEDs, but they're really just signs that have been told to stay yellow. And you turn their emission strength up to 3, and you wipe anything off them, like any letters or anything like that. You just choose a color. That's what we've done. Alright, cool. Just gonna make this asphalt. And I'll turn off global illumination for a while, because I'm kind of out of the material I needed anyway on me. Now, might just play around with one of the walls and see if we can get a style going that you guys agree on. And then I can do it in between episodes and... yeah, finish off the look and feel of the place. Surprised I was able to run most of these machines. I thought for sure the power was going to die. Oh, sorry, I'll brighten up the day as well. I hope this isn't weird. I hope this isn't weird, but what part of the world are you from, Darren? My girlfriend and I have been arguing for months. Well, first of all, you gotta tell me first where you think I'm from, and then where she thinks I'm from. Or he. Oh, you say girlfriend, sorry. And then you can, then I'll tell you, okay? So you tell me where you think I'm from. What's the argument been? Like, what have you been arguing for, and what has she been saying? No, 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 it's this. Alright, so that's that block done. Just have one more of those blocks to do, and then that's done. Oh no, actually, I still have to do this side of it. Okay. You gonna check out Pal World? Never heard of it. Never heard of it. Pal World. Is it a Pokemon game? I might have heard of it on a podcast, actually, if it is. You're from Norway, that's my guess. I'm gonna wait for Z Coombs for his guess. Then I'll tell you guys. And then I might just never tell anyone ever again. I prefer telling people that you'll never know. She thinks Canada because of the way you pronounce about. But your YouTube bio mentions UK, and your vehicles tend to drive on the left. But the accent doesn't add up, so my guess was Europe. It's basically Pokemon with guns. Yeah, I actually haven't seen it. I just heard about it being talked on a podcast then. That's why I was not too sure. Yeah, I'm from Ireland. I've lived in Ireland for 22 years, and then I moved to England when I was 20... Actually, sorry, I lived there till I was 24? 20... Something like that. 23 or 24, I don't know. And then I moved to England, southeast England, and I've lived here for 8 years. But yeah, I just don't really have a strong accent. Don't really know why. I explained to people earlier in the stream, actually, because I get this question a lot, that I lived in a rural part of Ireland, and I went to a school, right, where there was, for primary school, there was 7 people in my class. So for, you know, my first 10 years of my childhood, I was going to school with 7 people. 4 girls and 3 boys, myself included in that number. And after school, come home, surrounded by fields. I had hay fever. So what did I do? Played a lot of video games. Watched a lot of TV. And I had boomer parents that said, here you go. Here's a PlayStation and a Nintendo or whatever. Here's King of Queens. Stuck that on the TV. And therefore I developed quite a monotone, neutral accent. Now, when I moved to England, my accent got more refined. And also when I started doing YouTube. So you can go back to really old YouTube videos on my older channel. Or I used to work for Creative Assembly on the Total War channel, the official channel. You go back far enough, you'll hear me there as well. And I sound a little bit more Irish. I never tried to suppress it or anything like that. But when you're trying to speak clearly, because especially when I worked for that company, it was like, okay, clearly enunciate everything you're saying. Because, we got people who are Spanish, German, French, whatever, watching these videos. And, we get comments of people saying they can't understand or you speak too fast, or not just me, but other people as well. So I think that partially trained me to also then try to really pronounce words out. And as a result, you just kind of end up sounding American, I think, when you're trying to pronounce things like that. But yeah, but also my parents just don't really have a strong accent, even though they're both Irish. They just don't really have a strong accent. And then my girlfriend, Rosie, sounds more American than me. I played this earlier for people. I'll do it one more time, but it's kind of funny. She used to work for... She grew up exactly where I grew up, pretty much. We lived like maybe 10 minutes away from each other. And we've been together like 11 years. And when she came over here, she got a job eventually working for Prehistoric Kingdom, the kind of zoo management game for dinosaurs. And on their YouTube channel, she made a few videos for them. And she narrated the videos as well. She did the whole video process, editing, recording, everything. She also narrated them. So she built one called the Psittacosaurus Habitat. So we're going to listen to what Rosie sounds like really quickly. We also had a podcast for a while.
Playing with scaling and brainstorm some ideas. This won't be the finished look. I'll need to rearrange the rocks a bit later. I like to pause the game while I build, so I don't miss anything. So I'll need to resume time when first selecting the water effects to see them.
There you go. It's as Irish as they come. But it's true. I mean, it's true. I mean, I don't know what her excuse is, but it's the same thing, really. She lived in a town, actually. But I think it's just I was going to say being in proximity to me, but not really. She's had that accent always. But I think it's just mass consumption of American media. Podcasts, TV shows, movies, games. If you're a nerd, and you grew up a nerd, at least for me, I just didn't really develop an Irish accent. Or a traditional one. People also don't really, in my experience, they don't sound as Irish as is made out to be for people who are outside the country. Everyone thinks you sound like Conor McGregor or Colin Farrell, and it's not the case. Most people sound kind of like my dad, really, which is, he kind of sounds like Cillian Murphy or something in terms of accent. He doesn't actually sound like him, but in terms of his strength of his accent, it's like it's there, but it's not in your face. Like, you don't know it immediately. Conor McGregor says 2 words and you have it. You know where he's from. He's from inner city Dublin. You can tell. And Ireland has loads of different accents. Cork has a very different sound than Dublin, and then Northern Ireland is like totally different. So even Ireland itself has like regional breakdowns, So I don't know. I don't really have an answer than that. We just both sound kind of American. I'm sure that kind of feeds off of each other now that we're in a different country now where we've no Irish influence on each other. So that also doesn't help. But anyway, isn't an accent just a state of mind? Well, it's you get an accent based on the people around you and what you're absorbing, right? You hear people saying words a certain way, and then you just subconsciously say them that way. That's how you learn, I think. And you can do things to actively try to suppress that. I've never tried that, but I think, like I said, because me and Rosie consume a lot of American media, and now that we're in a country where also we're not even surrounded by Irish people, so now it's like really difficult to maintain an Irish accent. It's just natural that it kind of goes away. Pierce Brosnan is another Irish actor. When he played James Bond, he had that kind of American, the kind of Irish English accent as well, where it's like he doesn't sound fully Irish. Liam Neeson, I think, is Northern Irish, isn't he, as well? So again, I feel like you can just get Americanized in some ways. Killian's accent is very mild as well, until yeah, exactly, yeah. But you hear him in interviews, like he's speaking normally, and it's like, oh yeah, there's tinges of words he'll say that it's hard to even agree with. Something a lot of Irish people do is like it's the THs that people have problems with. So if you say 3, a lot of people say tree in Ireland. It's like 1, 2, 3. So that's one of those ones where I have purposefully gotten rid of that because that's just incorrect. And my parents would correct me on that because they'd say like, oh, that's like a Dublin thing. You don't say tree. It's this, that, these, and those. That's how the TH goes or something, right? So they were very much like, no, you should speak properly. Not like some absolute scanger from Dublin or something like that, you know? So I think there's a bit of classism in there as well, probably. For good measure. Alright, I need to go get some beams if you want to do... Oh no, I said I would do some of the walls. Yeah, let's just do the side that's facing the sunlight, actually. Why not? Is this needed for anything? Nah. But I'm also not patriotic or not nationalistic at all. So that's also maybe part of it. I'm sure if I was, I'd probably do more to try to be recognized as Irish or something. I don't know. Oh yeah, America has tons of regional accents. Well, America's huge. So Ireland's a really small place. Right? It's the size of, like, not even the size of many of the states in America. And you'll have accents, you know, Ireland's so rural that you'll have people down the road from me have a different accent. I mean, that's just a fact of life in, like, rural communities because they're so isolated from each other. They actually develop a different way of speaking. England's very much the same. Cities have their own accents. And it's true as well in America, but America's much bigger. You'd kind of expect it to happen more there. It's almost surprising that it doesn't happen to more extremes. You have to almost go coast to coast, north to south to find really big dialect changes to the untrained ear. But I'm sure to Americans you can kind of tell maybe a bit more nuanced where people are from. So windows is what I was going to go with. But what else? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll have to count these out. Because we need to develop a rule of some sort. How many gaps between the windows? So that was 22. Maybe a gap of 4 every 4 tiles. We could have a pillar here. Get in the way of anything on the way down. No, but I have to ask that question of, on the logic floor, will there ever be a belt? Actually, no, we can't have a pillar there. It would have to be pushed out if we had a pillar. I just want to see what that would look like real quick. The pillar would have to be out like there. Ireland is one of the most beautiful places I've ever seen. Really, it's one of the worst places I've ever seen. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really like Ireland that much, but we might be moving back there. I don't want to really move back, but my family, you know, they're getting a little older and stuff, and I think it's probably good to be close to family. But the main reason I don't really like Ireland is it just feels maybe 20 years behind everyone else. That's just how it feels to me. Like infrastructure-wise. It's just kind of slow to catch up on certain things. But the weather as well. It's just the weather, man. The weather sucks. It's always raining in Ireland. It's just always raining. There's like, you can look it up, like there's statistics about like, oh, like only, the sun only shone for like 100 days this year. It's so depressing. For me anyway. So I just can't, I can't take that. And then the summer, it's, even when you do have a summer and you get sunny days, it's freezing. I hate the language. Irish language is, in my opinion, appalling. Don't like Gaelic football. Don't like hurling. Can't stand them. So there's just very little for me to be like... I think the people are really friendly, actually. That's one thing that I think is great about the place. People are really just genuinely easygoing and friendly there, on the whole. They really are. Like, it's one of the best things about it. Because there's so few people, I think, that people do just take it quite easy. Things are relatively easygoing. I also think Dublin, by the way, is like one of the worst looking cities in the world. And it's really rough. So, there's that. But Cork, Supposed to be a beautiful city. I've never been there. Galway is a really nice city. I like that place. But yeah, when I think of Ireland, unfortunately, I just think of it's grey, it's depressing. Things are running late all the time in terms of like public transport and stuff. Internet's slow. Cold. I can't think of any good things. It's not like they're known for their food or anything either, so I don't know. But hey, each to their own. If you like it, I've got nothing against that. This isn't for me. Some people will tell you the exact opposite though. They'll be like, oh, I love the language. So beautiful. I love the soft rain. Makes everything really green. I love seeing people beat the shit out of each other with sticks in hurling. It's great. Did I do something wrong here? This isn't adding up. I thought it was gaps of 3 every 4th foundation with something, no? After the gap of 1.5. Oh no, what? Oh yeah. That would make sense. Because we pushed that out to the corner. Yeah. That's going to be an issue. Anyway. I actually dying to visit Argentina. I grew up 100 miles from Seattle. I'm sorry, I missed some chat from... man, I'm from Argentina. Trust me, Ireland is great. At least in Argentina, you got some good views, depending on where you go. It's like that in the Northwest. Like Seattle, Oregon. That's like where I grew up. Yeah, see, I obviously can't speak to many places in the world. I have a feeling... Like, I'm really not over-exaggerating when I say that it rains an extreme amount in Ireland, even during summer, and it's very cold, because it's... The Gulf Stream hits Ireland before it hits, like, England. And Ireland basically absorbs most of the rain that hits England. And it's funny because people in England complain about the weather. And if only they knew what it's like. I thought there was no difference. I just assumed it was the same until I moved here. Now, to be fair, I'm in the south of England. So the summers are great. Winter, it's cold and raining. Fair enough. But it's winter, so I can't complain. Spring and... spring and fall, it's like a mixture of the two. It's totally seasonal, and that's totally fine. But in Ireland, it is rain most of the time, and when it is sunny, it's cold. So, for some people, they don't care about that. That's fair enough, but you know. Anyway, Fortnite when? I've never actually played Fortnite. I have no interest, and I'm not going to do a video on Lego Fortnite. I like Lego, though. I'm happy I live in the UK instead of America. Americans are so annoying, in my opinion. No offense to the Americans. Well, that's obviously a massive stereotype, but it depends on, yeah, each to their own, I guess, but yeah. Why does my accent be made fun of? Well, they'll make fun of your accent there, but we make fun of Americans' accents here in the UK. So it's all about where you are, right? I wouldn't worry about it too much. I live in a town with less than 100 people. Some speak very plain English. I speak with a slight Texas accent. And at times I have an Irish-Scottish tilt. It's very difficult for me to speak plain, proper US English. I was born where I live pretty much, so I'm US. But I also use words from Canada, British English. Yeah, we're all becoming more globalized. It's the globalist world order or whatever that's trying to take over. We're all homogenizing into one people, which is great. Because we are all one people. Anyway, it rains almost every day in Seattle. Yeah, I've heard that. I wouldn't want to live there. Maybe it's just me, but I wouldn't like that anyway. An Irishman taught me to drink ale. Start with the good ale and work your way to the bad ale. By the time you reach the bad ale, all ale is good. That's another thing. I'm not a big fan of Guinness or beer. I like alcohol, it's fine, but I like Bailey's. Bailey's is a great Irish drink. Anyway, sorry, this isn't going to line up correctly. What do we have here? 2.5. And we have 1.5 down the end. I'm just trying to think if we're going to do this, you know, you have to just figure out a form and then you can apply it everywhere. 1.5. Maybe gaps of 2 windows. Or 4. 4 might be better. Alright, let's try this again. So that's 4 for the windows, and this will be number 5 for the pillar. Right, like that. That'll be where the windows go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Lego Fortnite. You're gonna have to stop saying Lego Fortnite, and you're gonna time me out. That's funny. The thing ended up in the exact same spot. Hmm. I'm not doing a video on Lego Fortnite. Obviously not. There's absolutely nothing to do with my channel. Even if I loved the game, I wouldn't do it. I love other games like that I don't cover. I'm certainly not covering Lego Fortnite. Anyway, the northwest of England is pretty well wet due to the hills. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I know that it's supposed to be just kind of cold and a bit miserable up in the north as well. The one time I did go to Manchester, actually, that was beautiful. It was so sunny and really warm. And it was only, it was last year, or was it last year? Might have been April of 2023, yeah. I think it was around then. It was really, really nice. We went to see the comedian Tom Segura. I had a blast. And I couldn't believe how beautiful the place was. Just because it was just perfect weather. It was really warm. But I think we just got lucky, you know. I'm sure now Manchester's probably as miserable as anywhere. So it's 22 divided by 5. I don't really want to make the windows any bigger than 4. What about... Okay, it's the very last one then. So that was 3 and then 4. I don't even know how I did that. I ended up in the same place. The gap between windows was 3 before, and now it's 4. But I guess it's because 4 goes into 3. Yeah, 12. I suppose it makes sense. Just trying to think then, if there was windows in between these areas, what would I put here? Just a window going across and then maybe a half foundation to lock off that side gap? That's a very uneven thing then. Maybe we don't do pillars at all, we just do something else. So that's going to be a wall. Window, wall, window, wall, window. And this would be a wall. That works out. It's probably just better to keep it simple. I'm doing any pillar screwy. Bear with me while I get this done. Just catch chat in a sec. So I'd blueprint this after I do one side, because then I'm like, yep, that's the style, you know, and then we go with that pretty much forever. After messing something up. Oh no, is my spacing off? Ah, crap. Oh yeah, it was because of this. Okay, good. At least I found it. Can't aim it at there. Let's get rid of the window first, and then this window back in. That's the gap. Same again here. There we go. Oh yeah, so 1, 2. I mean, it's pretty basic, you know? It's just literally windows every 2 gaps, but that might be just what I could go with. And I was thinking maybe running a beam along the bottom. Oh, shit. Yeah, that might be it. Might be best just to keep it simple. Well, yeah, I was thinking hex windows. So on this floor, it's like a floor where we walk around. So I like the idea of just having nice, clean windows. But on the logistics floor, then hex windows would be better for there, I think. It's a bit more structural looking. That's kind of what I was thinking. And then for the basement, we'll just have big pillars in some of the gaps to make it look like it's been held up. Sorry, I lived in Cumbria just over a year, and there was a massive drought that was drier for Cumbria than the rest of England. But the rest of the time, I actually live as constant flooding. Oh, wow. How do you have the patience for these massive builds? I just find it fun. If people don't find building in this game fun, it's not the game for you, I would say. Now, there's a balance, as I mentioned earlier, to strike between getting some sort of payoff and doing some sort of building. Obviously, you can't just be all building. You need to have a little bit of payoff, but it's really satisfying in knowing when you do get it done. And it's also just, I do enjoy doing it. There's something about simple, small, simple tasks that you do repetitively while you have a podcast on or something like that, while I'm chatting with you guys. That can be quite fun. I wouldn't do it in isolation. If I couldn't listen to something while I was doing this. Oh. That's interesting. If I couldn't listen to something while I was doing this, then there's no way I'd do it. I'd get too bored. But if you can listen to something in the background, it's nice to keep your mind active doing some of these things, some of the more repetitive tasks. And then thinking about blueprints and how you can design things to make it go quicker. I like all that. Want more variety in that floor? Maybe do something janky with the colors or something? Yeah, see, I'm just weary of ending up spending far too long doing something. Not just on the stream, but just in general, right? So I think maybe just keeping it simple is the answer. I don't know what I would do color-wise, you know? You could use metal, and then the metal would make it... I like the idea of using concrete, though, but metal you could color and do different things with it. And you could run like a stripe along it, you know? So you could have something like this. Wish I didn't need to do that, but... Right, something like... Oh, this is what we did in the... it's the exact thing I did in the steel foundry. So you'd have a gap here, but you put in like a little one. But you'd have to ultimately do it 4 times and then have stripes. And then I remember thinking about this actually initially, and I was like, oh, the orange stripes could lead you to copper, and the gold ones could lead you to Caterium, and the rooms would change... You know, the stripes along the walls change color based on where you are. So maybe... Big maybe, though, in my opinion. Because you have to add so many more components. It means that I have to now do this. Even if it's in blueprint, right? Do that once there. That would have to be there. And you could probably do it where you've got 2 in a row, actually, thinking about it. So I'd maybe try this, right? So 2 there. And then 2 here. And then we could say, okay, colors, let's just blank it out for a second. So I don't know what we would go with, but perhaps just even the gray color for now. On the entire build. And then you'd have like these, so here would be the copper teal color. And you could either have it in 2 stripes or just one of the alternating colors, because I always have 2 colors for every material we make, so something like that maybe. And that would be going along the entire factory. You could have it go along the floor or along the roof or whatever, but that would then change as it would move around. It would probably change somewhere in the middle here to then Caterium colors, you know? So that way it's kind of like the standard factory colors, but they've painted on to let you know, to guide people around, like what areas do what. So it's possible to do that. It will be on the outside as well, though. That's the only thing. There's an Architect 2 announced for March 26th. Fuck yeah. Oh. Are we... Oh, we haven't booked our trip to Ireland yet. Okay, yeah, cool. Yeah, definitely. Yep. Is there a trailer? Let's look that up. I want to see this. Actually, I'll look at that on my own. I don't want to get too sidetracked, but good. I have a question about your blueprints for the quadruple stacked belts around the factory. Shoot. This also requires iron plates. I got tons of iron plates, I guess. The struggle is real. I tell you what, let's try it. You know what? I haven't tried it, so we'll just try it out on this wall at least once. See what that looks like. So I can blueprint that pretty quickly. And that way it'll have the paint for me. And I think maybe white is a good color to go with. Kind of mirror's edge style. In the blueprint, you have stackable pole. In the blueprint, you have a stackable pole at both ends, indeed. Then in an episode, we see you placing the blueprint every other... Yeah, so the way I've been placing them, I know that you're reading this out anyway. You're not done typing, I should say. So the length of this is 2 foundations. So I go like here. And then to keep the consistency of the gap, I go 2 foundations forward and place it down again. And then I have to connect the belts. Unfortunately, blueprints can't connect to each other. It does take ages, yeah. So what you can, if you want to minimize that, what you could do is have a look at the length of... Here's what you could do. And another alternative that I was thinking about recently. Logistics, stackable pole. You just have stackable poles like this. Right, there's your 8 stackable poles that I've been using anyway. But let's say we just blueprinted the poles on their own. We can now drag a belt much further than the way I was doing it with the blueprint. So this can go really far down, right? We can get to about here. Let's say that foundation just to create an endpoint. Now, the distance of these won't fit within one foundation or one blueprint designer. But it's 6 foundations across. So what you could do is you could just place the poles, like blueprint just that, place the poles, and then count out 6 paces, and then draw all your own belts, if you want. That would actually allow you to, what that will do is it'll make upgrading the factory quicker, because then you're only, you're upgrading less belts overall. But look how awkward this is. It's so awkward, man. And like I said, blueprints don't snap together, so because of that, either way you have to draw belts to each other. So I found it to be... That one's messed up, but you get the idea, right? I found it to be better just to put them down in smaller increments. So, but it's up to you. If you feel like that's better and you can control that easier, you know, go for that. But ultimately, there's no getting around the volume of belts that you need to put down. And there's no getting around really the way you'll have to upgrade everything in the future if you want to. Replace the basic wall with a concrete wall. I hate the window-like depressions. My opinion. Look like kitchen cabinets. At least, well, hang on just 1 second anyway. Down here. Wait a second. Where's the blueprint design? Oh, it's all the way over there. You get a shout out to my wife, Echo. She loves watching your vids with me. Yeah, shout out, Echo. Cool name. Love it. Shout out to Echo and her husband, Night Kid. Right, so you said that you don't like the... Josh said that replace the basic wall with the concrete wall. So I'm not sure what you mean. I hate the window-like depressions. Just my opinion. They look like kitchen cabinets. So you don't like the two windows together. That's fair enough. Like, I'm not inclined to disagree with you, actually. But replace the basic wall. So you don't like... I don't know which one you want me to replace. That's concrete, obviously, there. And then I was just about to put in metal wall. I don't know which one is, quote, a basic wall. You have to use the actual game terms for me to know. Oh, it is called basic wall. Oh, you don't like the basic wall. You want that to be concrete instead. So the whole thing could be concrete. Well, I'm going to try this out. I said I would just try it to see what it looks like. So I need to remember what we did. 1 and then 2. Okay. One, then 2, and then 2, and then 2, and then 3. Let's see what this looks like. I normally always do go with concrete, but I'm going to try something different. We watched the Frostpunk 2 trailer on stream actually just a little while ago. And it looks great, I must say. Looks really good. That was easy. Oh, a ton of enough iron plates. Are you kidding me? Alright, let me just go get more iron plates. Got loads. Down by the storage containers. The 1 meter sections remain the same as you have it, but the basic wall is replaced with concrete. But the color on the... Oh, you want the actual metal strip in between the concrete. Never thought of that, actually. That could look good. We'll see what it looks like on the other side in just a moment. Instead of alternating the color per section, why not just alternate the sections themselves? Teal on the bottom, red on top. Teal on the bottom, red on top? Well, because the colors are chosen to match what the sections are making. It would be mostly copper and teal everywhere, but one section would be... So that's orange and teal. Then another section would be kind of this kind of murky yellow and red. So... But it would kind of let you know where you are, I guess. Blueprints can snap to each other, but the logic between blueprints doesn't transfer. As in, you can put two blueprints next to each other, like two pieces of wall, like I've just done. So there's one wall. If I swap to blueprint mode, and I look at this wall... Well, I have no idea why that's not working, but okay. That doesn't work, apparently. What? Holding control? Oh, I think it's because I'm on a road, so the blueprint here is actually just messing with it. Getting confused. Yeah, do you see the way it's snapped? It's because these are all blueprints, so everything I have is a blueprint, so it's getting confused of what to snap to in the first place. But, for instance, these will snap to each other, right? So that's a blueprint there, and I'm popping down another one. And you can see they're just snapping to each other all the time. So they can snap. But something like this does not... If I line two of these up next to each other... Well, even if they were next to each other and on top of each other, right? Even if they were, their belts would not be connected. So you cannot transfer logic across blueprints. And that's why there's a gap at all, unfortunately. Obviously, it'd be great if you could do that. You could just build the whole thing in blueprints, but you can't. Not yet. Maybe they'll do that one day. Because in Factorio it does. You know, if a belt ends in a blueprint and it begins in another one, they connect. But not in this game. Right now you... Yeah, I don't mind though. I understand what you're saying, but I just don't think flipping the colors upside down would even... I don't think that would then make sense. Then it would just be a color scheme rather than a scheme to denote where you are. You could know where you are based on it, I guess, but why not keep the color the same as the machines? That's what I'm doing. It's like these are copper and teal, so copper and teal, and then this will be that color, right? So I see what you're saying, but to me it creates an inconsistency then to say like, no, flip those colors and place it there. Then I'm like, well, I don't know. It's just suddenly then this becomes, okay, that's matching that, but this isn't matching that. That's just flipped. So it's a small thing. It's all in the eye of the beholder, like I said. Never a right answer to any of this, but that's my logic on it. Have you seen Yaquez only blueprint designs? Nope, never heard of it. Sorry. I don't really watch much content online. For this game, anyway. That's actually too low down, I think. Is it? Yeah, it's gone lower than it should. That's interesting. I'll have to make sure that doesn't... Well, I'll just fix it now, actually. So there. It must be getting confused on the steel thing. Yeah, it's sinking down a bit when it goes onto the edge like that. Oh, that wasn't blueprinted. So we're going to compare two areas, and you guys can decide which one you think looks better. Kind of. I might overrule. But we'll see. So that could be one luck. Just like that. That continues on. Or, the other person was mentioning that we could do that here, but keep it as concrete. I've never tried this before, but let's see. They were saying, I think, turn this back to concrete, keeping the band like that. So it'll be concrete, not the white walls with all the indents. It'll just be like this with the metal band going through it. Am I right with that? Just got off work. Glad I caught your stream. Hey, VTWXR. Does that mean you have floating belt and make connection across the blueprints? Yes. So, with my logistics section here. So the way I've been doing it is I'll do this, and then I evenly space it out to 2 or whatever, and then I have to connect them. So I'll go like, okay, then I'll connect here to there, there to there, and so on and so forth all the way down. Then when you want to dismantle it, just take away these bits, and you'll have to take away those bits as well then. Best way you can do it as far as I know in the game. Concrete wall better? Alright, and did that person mean with the metal? Let's see what it would look like all concrete. And the color's just in it instead. Yeah, because they'd be really faded on concrete. That's why initially I was really hesitant when he said that. I was like, I don't think that works. But leaving it with a strip of metal in the middle is kind of interesting. Yeah, that's right. And you could color the concrete as well, perhaps to a darker color or even more copper color as well. Oh, I can't remove that now. Let's try it one more time. Color the concrete. Look like with global illumination on. Obviously there's no lights on this row yet, but it's just kind of interesting to see it. The metal, oh yeah, the metal pops way more. Yeah, I just wanted to see that. Still 280 viewers after 5 hours? Man, lost 100 people? That you'd be cynical. Are there coated concrete walls? No, I wish. Yeah, that is nice. Yeah, we'll go with that. Oh, that was actually Josh saying that was nice. It was his idea. But no, I agree. I agree. Alright, we'll head back up to the blueprint designer. We'll fix that right up, and then we'll apply it. I do think that maybe then hex windows would be better then. Maybe. Let's just see what that would look like really quickly. Yeah, okay. Now, bearing in mind, we do have the towers, which are regular glass all the way up. I kind of like that. Let's just... That's what it would look like from the outside. What are you thinking? Hex windows or regular windows? And the other question I kind of have is, should it be every 2 windows, or should we make the walls thicker? I think it kind of depends on the floor. X windows for the win. Alright. Regular says Marnus. I'm undecided myself, I must admit. Hex is ugly. Hex windows. It'll give some differentiation. Damn it. It's so difficult. Regular, but with the concrete walls. One last thing I'm thinking is, I'm thinking that down below on these floors, right? The floors with all the belts, that would be the hex windows. We could still have some hex windows in there, but I do think, yeah, maybe the floor we walk around on, having it clean is probably better. I think that might look nicer. I think the thing that's bothering me, though, is the way the windows are placed right now. Every 2. I almost feel like we need longer stretches of wall and longer stretches of windows. Need to find a good number for that. Alright, let's do that. So I'll just quickly touch up that blueprint and then we'll do that wall again. So loud running on metal. God damn. Yeah, that is a train wreck. Maybe you missed it. Oh, sorry. Did you know if you aren't happy with the hard drive scan results, you can press escape and let the man run the same drive again? I said that to people, and then people were like, no, it doesn't work anymore. And then we tried it, and it didn't work. And then they were like, oh, must have been patched out. Have you tried it in this update? Because we did do it, and it was on stream. And I was like, oh, this seems to have been patched out. Because I was telling people that as well. I was like, you can just re-roll them. Hey, you can still re-roll it if you load the game, as far as I know. Yeah, Blade Runner's allowed. Alright. Oh, I'm sorry if I missed it, but I don't know if that person actually meant this instead, which is, instead of this being at the bottom, inverting it so that the teal is on the inside. Is that what they were talking about, maybe? That might have made more sense. And we also said we'd color the concrete. I colored it the dark gray color that I've saved. Escape trick still works for you? Yeah, that's strange. We did it on a stream. I was like pressing it. I was like, it's not working. And it just kept displaying the same thing. And it was like, oh, weird. Yeah, I must have done it wrong or something. But good to know. Yeah, I've heard this on and off before. Yeah. Yeah, I just did it this morning. Cool. The way it works, the way it workshop with hard drives. Never gotten it to work that way. Odd. It doesn't. It decides your results when you put the drive in. No, it does work. I've seen it. I just didn't know it worked on this update. It definitely worked in the last one. I've done it before, but yeah, I couldn't get it to work on this one. Weirdly. Anyways, and hey, Jack Lantern. Sorry, there we go. Jackie Lantern. Thank you. I am well. I am really good. Actually, in great mood. Yeah, reloading the save works, but yeah, it's interesting that you're supposed to be able to do it by just pressing escape. Like when the result displays in front of you, you press escape, and the hard drive is supposed to go back into your inventory, and then you could just put it back in and try it again. But you still have to wait 10 minutes. If you do the save file, you could just, right before you load it, right before you put in the thing, 10 minutes countdown, right before you open it though, if you save the game, you're supposed to be able to re-roll it that way. And I'd heard before, it's like, no, it's before you put it in, it makes the decision. Sorry, I don't know why I'm going up here. But that worked. We did that on a stream as well, so. No. Alright, turn off global illumination just for a minute. Oh no. Won't be able to get it right now. But anyways, let's just start plopping these down. Wait for the autosave. The weird part about the hard drive is that the number of the drive goes down by 1 on the first time. You get the option to choose or hit escape. Do it all again. The number on the hard drive? What does that mean? You might have restored the save by too late. Well, what? Oh yeah, for that person maybe. I feel like the timer was done and I was able to do that. Maybe not. I'll have to get those crates in a minute. So the reason I put that there was because I thought the ventilation floor is up above, and that would probably, actually that would probably just look best like that. We could keep that as concrete. Alright, sorry about this. I'll just clean this up one last time and then we should be good to go. I'm not really too sure how I made a crate, seeing as everything I've used is, should have been using the same materials I had on me, but whatever. I'll just remember to pick that up. Alright. Alright, so I'll just fix that one last time in the blueprint designer, and then I'm probably going to change this gap size on the windows, because I do want the walls to be longer. Does also mean all the existing concrete I have to paint. There's not that much of it though, it's just the towers. Oh, the number like the 4 to 4. Yeah, okay. Alright, there we are. I guess, actually, this would make it even better. We had that running along the bottom anyway. That just might make it quicker. When placing these down, maybe? Would it? I still have to do it for the windows, unless I blueprint the windows. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Save this as wall segment. Checking the height. Alright, cool. Window segment. And then just on my hotbar, maybe we could go 1, 2. Alright, good. You can load it into Skim, unlock the alternate recipe, and reload. I didn't fancy waiting 10 minutes. You could also, if you really wanted to not use anything else, if you just save your game and then load it, but with advanced game settings turned on. And then let's say you turn on creative mode and you unlock everything with advanced game settings. Create a blueprint of the machine you want with the recipe that you haven't unlocked yet. Save it as a blueprint, then load back the save that you weren't in advanced game settings. Then you can deploy that blueprint and it'll have the recipe in it. And you can use it, even though you haven't unlocked it yet. And I've actually done that. My fused frames assemblers up there, they all have fused frames in them. I don't have the recipe unlocked, and I can't search it. If I type in, it's not fused frame, sorry, fused wire. If I type in wire, you'll see I just have one recipe. We're not using that recipe though. I'm using the fused wire recipe that takes in quick wire. And it literally made wire using it. We've just done that. So I actually need to unlock that. It's the same with the steamed copper sheets. But yeah, so it can be done. You can navigate around it if you wanted to. That's only if you're going to use blueprints to kind of do it. Yeah, so let me just get rid of these. We're going to blueprint the whole thing. And that way we can take it all down in one if we ever had a problem with it. Alright, so I know that that has to be a wall, no matter what. And I'm just going to throw some more stuff here for a second. Yeah, I appreciate everyone hanging with me while we do this. I know it can be a little slow. But it's fun. Fun trying to come up with like things that can look kind of decent, but also not take forever. That's like my only other stipulation here is like I just don't want to spend forever on these things. That'll be our new wall as well in the future, but I just want to leave it there for a moment. So I'm trying to just gauge distance. So what about 5 windows across? That'd be too weird. So that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that'd be a wall. Maybe the wall could be 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Damn, so close. We're getting closer though. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's try 4. The gap of 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. How much was it? It was 4, right? Yeah, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4. And this should be a gap of 3. Hey, that works. Oh, no, it doesn't. Damn. Still only 2. Oh, man. Is anyone really good at math that could do this for me? Find an even way to get our... It doesn't actually have to be super even. We could have a gap of 2 in the center. That way it's still symmetrical on the sides. So that'll be 1, 2, 3, 4. That won't work, actually. 3 windows, 2 walls. 3. The way you wrote that, 3 windows, wall 2 windows, wall 3? I kind of know what you mean, but no, well, not really, actually. 3 window, 2 walls, but then 3 walls? Yeah, not sure. I did count the total gaps, 22. Total edge to edge is 22, or 20, because I know that the edges are going to have to be, that's there, right? 22. This has to be wall, so we're left with 20 tiles to fit things into. So I just need kind of even spacing, but I'd like to at least have maybe 2 or 3 gaps. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, right? So this technically should work. But it won't be even though. So there's a gap there. Wall. Gap. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wall. Oh, there we do. Did it. 1, 2, 3, 4. I did it. I used the math. Damn it. Why does math always work? Embarrassing me. Alright. It's good enough. So. Window segments. Unfortunately, these are not behaving very well in terms of what I'm trying to snap to the edge there. That's where we want it. Oh yeah, it needs a wall on top. Damn it, this blueprint needs to change as well. Okay, last time changing the blueprint. The windows don't need to go up all the way, they need a wall on top. These are all stalled now, all full up with cable. Alright, done. What did when I catch that? Did you say it and I missed it? Alright. The blueprint mode works. Good. 2, 3, 4. Do 4 of these ones. 1, 2, 3, 4. The reason I'm leaving it as segments of 1 is just because not all walls are going to be this length, so I feel like we'll get better use out of the blueprints if they're just 1 wall segment. Should look a little less like a fridge door now or whatever because it's not just 2. Oh, there we go. Are we happy? Do we leave it like that? Does it need anything on the top line? I don't think so. It'd be kind of awkward to do that anyway. You can only have... Yeah, because you'd have to do it somewhere else because it needs 4 segments. That's alright. Cool. This will be alright. We just use this same kind of guiding principle. We'll just have a 1 window in between. I like that the steel beams are included. That's nice. Cool. Alright. Shout out to Josh. Good luck. I'll have to, yeah, change the colors of these and probably put some windows even looking into the towers themselves. Let's go up the floor real quick. See what it looks like from the outside. Nice. Love it. Maybe replace the middle 2 walls with windows. Do you... No. I'm probably lost with what you mean. Or if you mean literally this segment of walls here and this one with windows. No, I disagree. Personally. I like it like that. It's cool. But yeah, I got to figure out now how we do the floors below and how it continues on. So I was going to do hex windows down here, but it doesn't have to be like in this 4 layout. It could be different. And the lines and colors down below probably stay the same. We'll need a different blueprint for it. It goes up to a different height and everything. So one thing I really like doing in these places, like logistics floors, is having these reinforced windows. Maybe not on the bottom, but somewhere up near the top. I think can look quite cool. If we do concrete again, just real quick, we know that we're using concrete. That's what we have to work with, that amount of space. Some steel beams to break the long glass. Steel beams? I don't think it needs any steel beams personally. A strip of hex windows running through the middle of the wall. I think it's fine. I'm happy with it. I'd leave it minimalist. 4 windows, 1 wall, 2 windows, 1 wall, 4 windows, 1 wall. Oh, okay. I gotta say, I'm gonna leave it. I'm happy enough with it. Plus, we spent long enough on it that I'm pretty happy with that. A 4-meter inverted half pipe along the ceiling to give it a structured look. 4-meter inverted half pipe. I don't think I actually even have inverted quarter pipe. I'll have to unlock that. I'm trying to even think what that would look like. So it would be like this. This would be on the corner, right? I don't think that would be... would that be normal in a building to see a curve on the roof aiming down? I know you meant inside, I know. Like you mean like from here to there, right? Like a curve. Yeah, I feel like that'd be weird to see inside of a building. I think. Like that's a very... almost Art Deco style type of thing to do, right? Not sure any factory is gonna look like that. Like I would love it if I could make a factory that looks like the Tesla Gigafactory or something. Like it's just a giant warehouse with some patterns. And that's kind of what I wanted here, like a minimalist look, like nothing too ornate or crazy. Because that'd be the quarter version of it before the half pipes are there, and there. And there's only a gap of 3 meters here before this, so I don't know. I don't know. I'll just leave it the way it is, I think. I understand it's a little bit bare, but I'm trying to make it not that detailed. Like I'm not saying like this is the best looking thing ever, but I think it's simple, which is kind of what I'm actually looking for. Like I said, I've done builds where we build these big staggered pillars coming out of them and beams coming off of them in all different directions. And that can look really nice, but it takes a very long time. Are you planning to put any curves on this? Yeah, I don't think so. Probably not. Probably not. Because, you know, I just want to move on to something. I'm not very good with curves, I won't lie. Most of my builds are big rectangles or boxes of some sort, and sometimes the insides can look kind of nice, but I'm not very good using the shapes and stuff to do different things. I got a little decent at making curved ramps and things that look okay. And some people with walls, like they'll do the you know, you have like this going on here, and then another one there, and they'll place like hex windows inside of it. And you have this like almost prism looking thing. Oh, you need the inverted version. I don't have it with me, but you know, you invert that on top, and then you've got like from the outside a diamond window. It's like, okay, you know, I'm okay, personally speaking. But I know you can do a few of these things. I'm not completely disagreeing with it, but I think also scalability, the scale of this factory, and putting all these things down. Think of how many minutes you're adding every time you want to add a little bit more complexity into it. I more just want to get a decent finished look to the whole thing. I'm trying to think like, okay, where's the reinforced windows going to go? I almost think on the roof they'd look nicer near up the top. Reinforced window there. We'll make it concrete as well in a second. What about... You want to follow the double stripe kind of idea. Put up 2 there. And 2 there. This one will roll along the ground. Bum, 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 bum. And then, so that would be that, but then the alternate would be X windows going up. Yeah, don't know actually though. Work in the factory. We don't have windows at all. So we could have a continuous stripe going across, and then every now and then we'll get these like hex windows. I don't know. That seems a bit weird to me though. Well, that's a window with half of its window blocked by metal, so that's not going to work. I don't know. Struggling to think what could work. I really like having the reinforced window in there, but I don't know if it really fits. A little bit busy, yeah. Let me just see. So this would be there. Just one window for them. And then we need something to cover this bottom piece. Although the beam could probably just do that. If it was a checkered pattern. No. I don't know why I'm laughing at that. It's not like that out of the realm of like something that could be good, but I feel like that's just kind of crazy to look at. The height difference between those floors is making it weird. Well, let me just blank it out for a bit. Block it out. Clean the slate that we're looking at here. Clean our canvas. Remember, we don't have to match anything that's up there. This is its own floor. But concrete, the darkened concrete for sure. And I was thinking these reinforced windows, at least from the inside, would look kind of cool. Does it have to stretch across 4? Not really. It could go all the way. We could have the beam be like down here as well. far as I can get it across, basically. And just to give a general idea of what that would look like. So it's kind of missing its own colored stripe, right? If you wanted to keep the continuity going. Is it missing hex windows, or is that too much? That's too much, I think. Also a game meant to be enjoyed as yeah, indeed. Enjoyed as you please. Yeah, I like that saying, or what you said there, combustion engine. Maybe one dedicated small factory later to try out some wacky stuff. Yeah, possibly, yeah. Like something like the, where I'm gonna, the central storage, or like the biofuel factory. Those I'll get a little bit more experimental with. Hey, IRF, sorry I only said that now. Just want to say thanks for the entertainment. I've been watching Roman Stellaris series. Oh, nice. Great. Yeah, it's one of my favorites. I was talking about it earlier. Frostpunk and Stellaris. Those have been my favorite series so far. Come back after like 2 hours in WoW. Well, I don't know if that's... Yeah, we haven't actually really done that much. We did some lighting on the inside, though, which I'm happy about. Now we're just trying to figure out how it's going to look on the outside. Yeah, it's too much. Too much. We're just trying to decide what to do here to make this look somewhat decent. Is it these windows that are just throwing us all off? Could have two striped colors on top. Oh, no, we can't. Not there, anyway. Yeah, it has to be a wall there. Get of the striped colors just after that. We wanted them. So then, those would be our striped colors. Let's just imagine those two things. There's somewhere else that would have to happen again. The only place it really can happen would be here. Or on the very bottom. Which I think would be partially obscured by the beam. Then we have, you know, this two wall space left to work with. For potentially just doing windows, like hex windows the whole way across or something. We want to lose the reinforced windows. This might make it look like the structural integrity of the same pillared areas is intact. Maybe... If we, nah, I was gonna say maybe we could have reinforced windows like here. You know what I mean? But like, it's like the equivalent of the here be reinforced windows, or maybe just two of them in the gaps. You were suggesting this earlier? Sorry, yeah, I'm probably just misinterpreting you. So the difference here is that the colored beams go across the entire way. Minecraft sad music's coming on, get the tissues out. Get the nostalgic tissues out. Taking a little bit better shape, like if we're just looking at this segment here. That's kind of okay. Kind of. And then, yeah, so let me just put down a foundation here. I don't know why I'm being so restrictive. Make the windows staggered from the windows on the floor above. Yeah, I thought about that too. I mean, I actually would kind of like to do that. But I'm just going to try this really quickly first. So let's just continue this in here. I know they're metal. It doesn't matter. We can still get the effect. And then the last one was just the copper bit, right? So... Oh, I did it the wrong way around. Good job, Darren. I really wish you could just click a button to invert this. I always have to invert these two. So it would be like that. Now that would maintain the same window spread as the floors above. Or you could go and just have the hex windows kind of go across the entire way, baby. Yeah, the nostalgia in Minecraft is insane. I want to be like... I've heard people say this before. It's like they'll play that in nursing homes and people will just like look over like, oh my god. I can remember my childhood. How's everyone doing? Hey, Ali Angel. I was taking a break from editing a new video and saw Darren was streaming. Made my day. Thank you. Won't be going that much longer though, unfortunately. Bring the hex windows down by one and add a color strip of... Oh, that's actually what I've done, right? Sweet. Let's add them on the lower part. Hex windows? I don't think so. I wouldn't go... Yeah. On the inside, though, we won't be able to actually see out because we're only going to be as tall as the bottom. We can have a look at what it looks like on the inside. Which one is the one that I did the... We made a hypertube on one of these. I just don't remember which one it was. Oh, the one outside the power room, I think. Yeah. So, if the sun was a bit earlier in the sky, coming in this way... Bright enough in here. X-frame, replace it with normal window just to see it. No, it's definitely going to be hex. I'll let you see it, but it's definitely going to be hex on this floor. I feel like it just looks good on logistics floors. I don't know why. Like, it looks nice. I'm not going to deny it, but I just think the hex windows looks better, personally. Replace the stripe with reinforced windows and color them. Essentially using the reinforced window as the stripe. Wow, these are big-brained ideas. But where in terms of the layout does it go though, you know? You're saying replace the stripes. Alright, so they'd be gone. And we have reinforced window there. Or are you saying have two and color both? That could be interesting. Even have it lower down than that actually, but try this for a second. So like that, but have it going more continuously across, right? Just trying to cut off the other side so we don't see it. And just have it like that. Nothing else. Or do we break it up or something? Or do we just have that going across the entire bottom floor? All the way across non-stop? Yeah. Yeah, I don't disagree. I worry, it might be just too high up. It'd be kind of nice to be able to see out the window if you're in there, but maybe that's just impractical. Sorry, I don't know why I'm doing this all the time. I should just really make some stairs. Put a hex window in between them. Alright, so let's say we have this segment now. The hex window in between, and that's the height. Can't come down any lower than that. Then it's below the floor. Alright, so it could be there. The green could be that low down, and the teal or the orange could be that high up. We have nothing on the roof then. I think it's a fine height. Guess I'll just leave it. We're on a logistics floor. We should be looking at the window. We should be looking at the belts. The floors upstairs are for looking outside. Alright, so we'll leave that as it is. I know it's not colored. But yeah, so I'm not sure about the hex thing. You'd put it on the floor line? I just feel like the gap then on the top is going to be too high. But let's have a look then, I guess. Let's do them both next to each other so we can see. Man, the amount of times I have to do this. Alright. Yeah, I think the one on the left looks better, being raised just a bit. Even though it's less practical for us being in there, but I don't think it really matters on the logistics floor because it's not really looking out. As for putting hex windows in between, I'm not really sure where they would fit. So it might just be this way the whole way across. I guess I forgot as well, we do have those, whatever that's called, panel windows. They're kind of interesting too. It never lets me just move it to the side, damn it. There you go. Yeah, I love hex windows, but it just doesn't fit there. It would maybe with a gap between them, I suppose, maybe. But yeah, I can't move them up one layer. It has to go up an entire 4 layers, if that makes sense, because there's nothing to put down below to even it out. So that is it raised up. The only other combination we didn't try was, what about up here, right? Just the orange ones. Oh, that's what you said, Orion. Yeah, you said move the orange ones one up. Sorry. Damn it, wrong color, sorry. Get rid of that because it's not really going to work there unless we do some other things. Remove it for a minute. Hmm. Thoughts? Concrete on the top, hex window, 2 metal strips, 1 heavy window. Oh, I think there's an autosave. My game's just frozen. I'm sure it's fine. Give it a sec. There we go. We could try that. Ah, yeah, well, if you're gonna go 2 metal strips, then you need to have 2 somewhere else. You could have them on the bottom. Because it has to total 4. So it would be something like that. With colors running along the sides. No, I just don't think it works well with 2 different types of windows. I did it at first, but not anymore. I like the left one. So do I. This one's the front runner at the moment. The idea is just to bring it across the entire way there, right? So there's just nothing that's going to break it up. The very last thing then, I've got one last idea that I was thinking maybe could be something that we could do. Which is to use a kind of a combination of both. So a strip of metal on the bottom. Strip of metal on the top. Another strip of metal here. This thing, and then another strip. Then have a look at our colors. We'll go with copper orange. So let's say copper orange there. This would make our color very thick, but it would fill out the blank wall better, I guess. Or more. I don't know if it would be better. That's what I would do. I would do that one. Because I like that, but I just feel like there's so much wall space. At least this takes up more. Because I can't think of what else to do with that space. I wanted to use hex windows, but then it's not really jiving. Maybe just do this, but across the whole thing. Yeah, that'd be cool if you could turn the bottom ones upside down. Keep windows above windows, so you reinforce the implied column effects. Yes, 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 right one. Much better, bolded. Cool. I'm glad we're happy. We all did it together. Combination of different ideas and trial and error. Alright, so we'll go with that, and we'll just bring it across the entire thing. If it needs gaps, then maybe we can put some gaps in just to break it every now and then with some concrete, just pillars. So we'll just remove all this, we'll make a blueprint, and then we can just blueprint it down. So that way I can change it much easier if I need to. And we can put the steel beam in it as well. And then I'll just take that principle and just run with it then for the rest of it. Because the upstairs is going to be the same really then, you know? Because it's a logistics floor, a machine floor, a vent floor, actually, which is kind of different. Then it's a logistics floor and a machine floor, and they're the same heights again. And down here, I'll probably just go with big pillars every now and then. I guess I'll just leave this here for now while we get to work. Let's ride our hypertube for fun, see if it's still on. All the water extractors and everything is just... Everything's shut down because our storage container... Oh my god, I keep forgetting about that. Our storage containers have filled up. I think I'll do a strip of metal walls along the ventilation room. Could look kind of good to break up the 2 layers of concrete. Alright, here we are. Bonk. Oh, I deleted it all. But I think I could remember it, right? Damn it, why did I delete it all? So it was a wall on the bottom, and then it was just stripping. Yeah, then it was just the strips of metal straight away, right? So metal, and then reinforced window, then metal again, reinforced window, and strip again, and then wall. That was it, right? Let me know if I'm wrong. There's actually a decent delay on the chat, and I've noticed that before with YouTube. Let's see if I can figure out a way to make that go faster, because it seems quite delayed. It's not that big, but it's like a minute, maybe. Kind of. It's noticeable delay, I guess. The Phantom Rock strikes again. Oh, that vent floor doesn't matter. Yeah, I was just thinking like a strip of metal across the build might actually look good. Something that people or showed me, or we've done it for the dam, was for ventilation. If you want, you know, actual ventilation, if you want to think of it that way, you could do this. So every now and then in the walls, you just have this effect. Just every now and then, not all the time, but you'd have just metal walls going across, and then every now and then. So just think of it like that. Every now and then, it just there's a break where it's like where the air comes out. I'd actually thought initially my idea for ventilation, trying to make it look realistic in my previous playthrough, never did it though, was using powered on hypertubes, because they like look like they're sucking or blowing air in and out. So I was like, oh, that'd be cool. Just put it in the, like, put a hypertube there, just the wall hole, power it, so you could just see like the gushes of wind moving in and out. But it doesn't actually seem to do it unless you're nearby, because they only open up when you're nearby. And I was like, ah, that's a shame. It seemed like that was going to be a good idea. And then you can have pipes sticking out of it and stuff as well to maybe make it look like exhausts. Alright, was there anything? Oh, this is the beam, of course, on the bottom. I think that was it. Oh, the encoding time for 1440. You could be right there. That might be why, actually. Yeah, because I'm at 1440p. Yeah, that's probably it. I remember on Twitch they introduced something called like a low latency beta that you could opt into. I don't know why you'd opt into it though. I don't know why you had to opt into it as opposed to it just being a feature. There must have been some sort of trade-off maybe. But I guess because this is continuous, it probably could have done with having more than just one segment, but whatever. Actually, can we use the other wall segment? No, not really. I just wanted pure, well, not pure concrete, I guess. What would I need? We need metal. Probably have to be something like that. Or just more concrete, maybe. But that would probably look weird for the colors. I just don't think the window should go all the way up to the edge of another window. I think that'd be weird. Let's see what the colors look like real quick. Look at it after it's all together. Is there a light on the belts? Belts do produce lights, but there's no light shining on the belts. I need to do that myself by adding those signs. I'll do that. That shouldn't take too long. Kind of the ones that we made in the blueprint earlier. They can be put down much lower and displayed in here. Because that's the real problem with global illumination, is it is really dark. If you want to see your belts properly, not a great solution. There's not really many great solutions for seeing that. Even the in-game light, because you have to have so many lights. The in-game lighting would be, what am I missing here? Am I missing anything? Oh, just the steel beam. The in-game lights are too cost prohibitive to really have across the entire build. When you get up, the higher the tier of belt, the more light it actually ends up producing, weirdly enough. I do have a torch, obviously, so maybe that's also something you could use. Alright, let's see it from the outside, I guess. And day and night cycle's gone by again. So if the sun is just rising here, we're kind of in the shadow of the other part of the build, actually. Yeah, it only ever creeps through. There's this particular section. Obviously the other side will be fine. The sun facing side. Oh, this is the side with all the belts on it though, I guess. But anyway. There we go. That'll be it. Ah, so my beam is too low down, really. Or the one in the blueprint's maybe too high up, depending on how you want to look at it. I don't really mind that little bit sticking out. Does that matter? I don't know. I think it's fine. I guess I'd probably rather it be gone. I could maybe adjust that in the blueprint. So that's what it would look like there. It kind of looks alright. It's just like it's been, the walls have been pressed in. Or closed over. Maybe that's the thing to have every now and then, just to break it up. Or does it even need to be broken up? You need lights on the stackable ramps? Maybe, but they'd be shining out away from the belts, wouldn't they? I feel like you almost need... Jesus Christ, that scared the hell out of me. I feel like you need lights sitting above the belts themselves, or shining like diagonally down onto it. Like if this is the belt here, you'd almost need like a light that's aiming here, angled down, and another one here aiming down, so that you hit all angles of the stackables. Yeah, I quite like the look of this place now. I'm just trying to think if here should be just... then things would be off in a weird way. Because yeah, we're going to have that on the other end there, which is fine. I got maybe just keep it continuous then. Whatever. Fine. No need to mess with it. Yeah, no breaks. I agree. I agree. Alright, but yeah, do I need to readjust that blueprint to have the... That's just the last thing I'll see if I can even do. That's a really awkward thing to do, is try and get the beam to be lowered down. So you don't see it on the inside, we only see it on the outside. I don't know, it's a lot for no real benefit, I think. I like seeing it on the inside anyway. So it's fine, we'll leave it. Leave it. Alright, so that's the way it's gonna be. So I'll wrap the building in this then, basically. And then I'll do those... what's it called? Lose my mind. The hypertubes will be going all the way up here. So yeah, in terms of lighting this place, this is the problem, right? Especially if it's proper dark. We need to get the blueprint, the ceiling light with signs, something like that. Oh, not that one. Sorry. Cosmetics. Ugh, I need to categorize these. They're getting all over the place again. Ceiling light too. These ones. So I'm missing some beams for that. I'm just gonna save it really quickly. We'll just quickly turn on creative mode. I just want to see what that would look like. I don't actually cheat in the playthrough. That's why I keep a separate save. I always want to make sure I've built what I've built, given the time, so that you know you can do it too. But we'll just go into creative for a second. See, what would that look like? No, I probably wouldn't have it be the teal color, but something like that. I mean, that does light it up so we can see whatever we need to. So again, this might be something I do for these stacked belts, but I don't know, man. They need so many of these. Think of everywhere you need to light to really see this place properly. God. Crazy. It's so difficult. Or you could just turn off global illumination. You can see everything. I'm tempted to try it, though. If I could just blueprint... Even these ones cost crystal oscillators. It's a bit annoying, but even something as like this would be not too bad. And if we just did them like in lines like this, every foundation gap, would look all right. Maybe. And just do that every time there's like a lane of something. Let's see, layout. Let's go down to this, whatever. Get rid of the number. Brighten it up. Just make it pure white, sterile, and like that. Copy. Alright. I feel like that could work pretty well. Let's try that in again somewhere further in that's like completely dark. See what that would look like in here. The belts, like you see, give a little bit of light. If I was just to drag this along here. Not dead center, but whatever, it's fine, just to test it. And I'll just, again, we've been cheating, I'll just light that up, see what that looks like. Alright, turn off my torch. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. It's becoming reasonable at that level. I almost wonder, would you get more light out of a sign that just goes across 4 meters? Because it goes across, it might look kind of cooler for those bigger gaps like that. Maybe not, but you could maybe have them in 2 rows together. Let me just test that just real quick. That'll be the last thing. I think that's probably going to be it for today. Just final little test here. Alright. That's off. Now that's what I'm talking about. That's pretty well lit now. Don't you think? And that's just with 4. We'd have that every foundation, at least in between these two, in between these two, in between these two. So anywhere where, like, you know, you need to have them in between things. And then going above the stacked belts as well. Quite happy with that. Better. Let's just see how far back does it go. Because I know it falls off after a while. Do another couple rows. And I just blueprint it and it'll just snap to the ceiling. So it's actually quite quick to do, and we don't have to be as meticulous with getting like a perfect layout down here. And the nice thing is no power lines will be needed then, right? Just lights that light themselves effectively. If you if you paste in the settings before it's done rendering in, it breaks. Alright, let's try that. Turning off torch. Oh yeah. Like, so you still have that kind of, it's still a little dark in here. Now, maybe it'll change slightly with some of the lights over on the left side and on the right side, but probably not by much. But I think that's actually a really nice level of brightness for a logistics floor with no like large lights above. So I think that's actually quite nice. I thought about that actually, yeah, running them parallel to the beam. I was trying to get the width across to see would that be any better. I can't actually nudge them. You'd have to do, I could do it in the blueprint designer, but you could do something like this, right, where you've got 3 in a row. Maybe just get rid of that center one and do that and that. I have to get rid of that now. Damn it. Did it too soon. But again, once you do it once in the blueprint designer, it makes it a little easier. There we go. That looks more natural for sure. I don't know if it'll give as much light. I'll have to just maybe test that myself, but it certainly looks better that way, right? Having something like this. So it's basically one in the center, one on the sides. One in the center, one on the sides. Leave it like that then. Copy that, copy that. Yeah. Oh, my torch is still on. Yeah. What do you prefer, sideways or, well, what's the best way to describe it? Yeah, sideways or parallel. Just type P if you don't want to write parallel, but sideways or parallel. I'm thinking parallel, the ones that are closest to us, right? These ones, parallel, perpendicular. Yeah, I think that could look really good. Yeah, that's not bad, that lighting, yeah. For in terms of actual lumen value that's in the area. Yeah, P. P for sure. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and do that as well. So I'm going to blueprint that out. These blueprints will be available online a little later today. So if you go to whatdarrenplays.com/satisfactory, you want to get my version of maybe what this will be. It'll be a strip of metal with these two things either side, just if you want to save yourself the time. Obviously change the colors then. I'll do the same thing above this belt. I think that'll just be what it looks like down on this floor. So if you're really how far away do I have to go before that doesn't really... Interesting, it's still actually lit even all the way down here. I thought it would disappear by that point. And then as we get closer, it brightens up so we can actually see what we're looking at. Kind of around here where it seems to kind of do this fade off. But then we get, yeah, it's like almost like proximity lighting. And that's a nice look. I might do something very similar, although probably bigger. I feel like larger lights are needed down here. I don't think those would reach that far down, so I might actually use the proper ceiling lights every now and then to just beam down onto these areas. We talked about it in the video as well. I had this blueprint for, I don't know if I ever saved it. Yeah, catwalks. These catwalks, but they can have LEDs on them. So let's just say like that. You get this nice like strip lighting effect, just a little bit. You can have obviously strips go much longer than this, but I thought it was nice to have just little bits, barely peeking over the edges, just to give that nice little effect that the area's been lit just slightly. Floodlights would be really good down here, actually. Yeah, the mounted floodlights would probably work best. Light up an entire row of machines. And then I need to do something with covering that. So basically, even though I know this stream's been all over the place in many ways, I've had a bunch of fun though, but we have decided now how the walls wrap around the entire this floor, probably the next two. Have to just kind of work out myself, I guess, a little bit to do with ventilation. Hey, Webby the Great, appreciate you becoming a channel member. Thank you very much. Private nighttime? Yeah, we can have a look at nighttime. Then yeah, probably floodlights down there, and then I know what I'll do for lighting the logistics floor. So that's going to be it, I think, for today. But we'll have a look at some of these areas that we've done over. So yeah, nighttime, super dark, right? Even with the lighting, until we get into the area. So I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but that's the way it's going to be. Now, I just realized I used... Oh no, that is 4 meters. I just thought maybe it was 3. One last thing. No, I don't think this is going to be as good. I just wanted to see. Nah, I'm not going to have that. I'm not even going to look at it. I don't want to know. I think I'll just still use those two. Does it make any difference if we use 3? I kind of prefer it with the gap, so I think I'll still stick with the gap in between the two. I don't think it'll really make much lighting difference anyway. I think the center point's already kind of saturated with the 2 lights on top. But yeah, every now and then I'll probably throw in an additional light or something every now and then, just for certain things that we need to see. And yeah, this will run down the middle of these as well. Alright, so we could then have a quick look at the upstairs part now that it's nighttime. Yeah, this is still nice and bright, obviously, so this is good. We have our zones that are listed, so Z, Y, and X are blocks. Could do similar ones then for obviously all these sides, and then I still have to do some of the lighting here. So the idea, I guess this stream was really about figuring out the format and seeing what you guys liked, and then now I feel like we've got a general consensus. That's what I'm going to go do on the entire factory now. Now, in terms of how to do a roof and stuff, still not entirely sure. That gives me a lot to work on, and I'll show it probably at the beginning of the next video. And I'll point to people to this stream if they want to see how we kind of came up with those ideas. And I'll have to put my own unique spin on some stuff, like some more unique things like the truck stations. Jamie Kell, Mr. Burns, another fat 50 super chat as well. And he said, thanks for the solid 6 hours. It's been a blast watching and listening while I'm at work. Keep up the great work. Thank you very much, Jamie Kell. I really do appreciate that. That's a huge amount, so thank you again. Let me just check something really quickly. Yeah, I was correct. Jamie Kell dropped a hundo earlier on, so thank you so much. I mean, that's a massive amount of money, dude, so thank you very much. Really do appreciate it. Yeah, thank you very much. All right, that's going to have to be it. Satisfactory returns on Tuesday. This is the end for this factory. The save will be updated once I add some more cosmetics. Might take me a day or two to get that done. But the save will be updated. I'll tweet it. It'll be in my Discord, discord.gg/WDP. The blueprints will be there as well, and some additional production files I haven't finished yet. Wanted to show people. I've now added the cables, right? So the cables was never done before. The last thing to really do for this factory that I will do is add in some sort of area, the final area, the destination area for all of these storage containers. And then sometime in the future, we'll build a train station here. I'll do that in a video. But just to allow us to turn on these machines, I want to be able to have a nice area for storage containers that isn't just me pulling the belts last minute over into some containers. But the great thing is, you know, these all filled up, right? They all filled up. They don't because they haven't been turned on. These did. Quite happy about that. 9600. Everything seems to be running actually really well. The nightmare of this build, though, will be upgrading it, because it does mean that you have to follow the belts and upgrade them bit by bit. That's a pain. I mean, that's nightmare fuel. Now, you don't have to do it for any of the inputs. It's just these belts, you know? But none of the inputs. So all of that stuff stays intact, but it still means, like, there's many segments. So that's the real problem with this build that I can imagine a lot of people will be pissed about. But I would just load up my inventory with encased industrial beams and just run over everything that's a Mark III belt. And then you just kind of have to maybe look at it and watch it and see, like, I do it floor by floor. Look at it and watch it and see if anything's stuttering or slowing where it shouldn't be, and then you can kind of find the spots that you've missed. But yep, that's going to have to be it. All right. Thank you very much for watching. Appreciate everyone hanging out with me. Happy New Year again. And thanks for all the kind words and well wishes. And yeah, I'll be back on Tuesday with a regular video. We're going to be building either Biofuel Factory, because I want to get a jetpack, and I think that's up next, or Quartz. One of the two, and it should be done in one video, I think. Yeah, the upgrade will be far worse than coal. The upgrade for coal is super quick, I think. You just have to upgrade a few belts. It doesn't take that long. This, you'd probably have to upgrade, I'd say, literally 1,000 segments of belts. Something like that, so. You could use the Satisfactory save editor to upgrade belts. Although, well, actually, I don't know. I've never tried that before. Can you select belts and then just hit upgrade or something? If you can, that would save you an enormous amount of time. I didn't know you could do that, but yeah, biofuel would be cool since I don't think many people build it. Yeah, and it's kind of like become a new meta for the jetpack, so I think that'd be a fun one. Although you can't fully automate it, right? It would just have to be a factory that you ultimately dump leaves, alien remains, and other things into, and probably have a programmable splitter sort it and then send it into all the different things. So that's kind of what I've been planning for it. I think that'd be quite fun. Alright, that's gonna have to be it. Thank you again very much for watching, and I will see you in the next one.